way towards the middle. The Worcestershire fielders are coming in from the far end, from the Bennett end, and the opening bats for Leicestershire are coming in from in front of us. So they've got changing rooms at either end of the ground, and it looks to me as if it's Faith Tikka-Singh and Rebecca Brooker who are opening the batting for the Foxes. I'm Dave Bradley. Alongside me this afternoon and this evening is Frank Watson.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. And what a lovely afternoon it is. Perfect cricket weather. Maybe even a bit too warm, if we could be really picky. But it's a lovely scene out there. I expect not many spectators in the ground at the moment, but that will change, I'm sure, as the afternoon goes on, as people perhaps come in to watch the end of this game and the men's game later on. But yeah, lovely scene out there, bright sunshine, and just hope everybody's got a bit of sun cream on out there, because it's really quite fierce.
It is. We'll run you through the teams for this game. I can tell you that it looks to me like it's Jess Beach who's going to open from the Bennett end, bowling down the slope, and facing the first delivery is Rebecca Brooker, the Foxes skipper. Just one slip, as you would expect for the first over of the game, and of course only two fielders allowed outside the circle, and those two are down at third, which we have to call it in women's cricket. You can't call it third man, and a deep backward square, just backward a square, out on the rope. So here's the first ball of the game. Worcestershire, having won the toss, decided to field, so Beach it, and this first ball is wide of the off stump and called a wide as well. Looked pretty wide from here, but a bit of pace in it, went through at a nice height. So the teams: Leicestershire, Rebecca Brooker, Emma Thatcher, Flora Davis, Holly Whitfield, Lucy Weston, Ellen Watson, Caitlin Chisel, Ellie Phillips, Faith Tikka-Singh, Anjali Keaton and Lucy Weston, not in batting order of course, but in numerical order actually, as the next ball is again wide of the off stump, and that doesn't carry through to the keeper, so it seems to me that was a slower delivery, and Rebecca Brooker was through the shot almost before the ball got there. Worcestershire team: Sanya Karana, Sophie Mitchell, Sophie Beach, Bryony Gilgrass, Caitlin Baker-Smith, Meg Bishop, Claire Boycott, Jess Beach, Ebony Jane Tweets, Daisy Edgerton and Gwen Davis. Starts off Beach with the third ball of the game, but maybe there was a fly or something. He was looking up in the air. So bowls now, and this is again wide of the off stump, and that's punched away down towards the third boundary. Nice shot off the back foot, too much width. First runs of the game.
Yeah, nicely put away, I thought, by Brooker. She didn't try and hit it too hard. It was a poor delivery, so always going to score off it, but she made sure that she found that gap, and the outfield looks pretty quick, as you'd expect. And yeah, first boundary. Jess Beach, don't know, just looked to be struggling a little bit for rhythm in this first over. A couple of wide ones and that short one.
So 5 without loss, the Foxes in the first over. Next ball, oh, that's a rank no ball. I don't know what she did with that, but she let that go, and you would have to have been, I don't know, Tom Moody stood on Joel Garner's shoulders to hit that one, or a ladder. Yeah, you want one of those cherry pickers to hit that. So, called a no ball. This is a free hit, I would imagine. I haven't seen the umpire signal, but I imagine it is. Or is it just a free hit for overstepping?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Anyway, we'll soon find out. Next ball is again wide of the off stump and floated in, and that's been cover driven through the offside. Nice shot, beautifully timed, but once again, it was there to be hit. It was an invitation to hit it. So
floaty, sort of half volley. I think that's what she was trying to do with the ball before, his bowler's slower ball. She got the pace right that time, but just over pitched. And Boycott waited for it really well, didn't she? Brooker, I should say. It was a classic cover drive.
Yeah. So
Boycott, the captain for Worcestershire at mid-off, a bit worried actually by this start. Bit loose in the first over.
Next ball is short, pulled away through mid-wicket, just in front of square for 4 more. It's again too short there. Lots of time to get inside the line and muller it away through the onside. Well, this is proving to be a very expensive opening over for Worcestershire. Just hasn't got it right, Jess Beach. Just no rhythm. Sorry, we put off there. We've got people talking into our headphones. We'll get that fixed in a minute. Here's Beach. Right arm over in bowls again, very wide of the off stump. This is going to be another wide. Oh, this is going to be a long over. We've had a no ball and 2 wides so far. 15 without loss. As we were saying, it's a glorious day for cricket. And considering I was away earlier in this week, I think it was Tuesday, it was a horrible day. It was cold and wet, and we're in a different country. The next ball is down the leg side. This will be called wide again. It's just not going well here for Jess Beach, and a bit of sympathy for her. I think anybody who's ever played cricket or ever tried to bowl, some days you get straight into the rhythm. It goes well. Other days, well, they're the days that she started off with today. So 16 without loss. There's still 2 balls left in this over. As the next ball is, that's a better delivery. Comes back in a little bit, and off the back foot. Brooker was looking to pummel that through the offside, but it just came back in a shade, and suddenly had to cover up and ping it away into the cover area. So we'll get rid of those somebody talking into our headphones very shortly.
I've sent a message, but
good luck with that. So this could well be the last ball of the over, and indeed it is. And that I think I wrapped the pad. I'll be quite honest, I totally lost sight of that one. Trickled out on the onside, so a decent finish to the over in the end, but it's 16 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, disappointing from Jess Beach, and she'll be more disappointed than anybody. I think she, at the end of the over, achieved what she'd been trying to achieve earlier in the over with a couple of nicely pitched induckers. Just didn't get it right early on. I mean, they warm up for ages before the game, don't they? Bowling plenty of deliveries, but nothing quite like the mood when you get out there and the nerves take hold. Second over is about to begin. It's going to be bowled from the pavilion end. Do we still call it the pavilion end? By Caitlin Baker-Smith. And she's going to be bowling to Tika Singh. 16 off that first over. The mood set. Need a good over this time. And first ball is short outside the off stump, cut away down to third, and it's going to be flicked back just inside the rope down there. They'll come back for 2. So 2 off the first ball from Caitlin Baker-Smith, in very similar fashion to the first runs in the last over. Cut away down to third. In she comes again now, right arm over the wicket, moves away from us and bowls. That one's a loopy ball down the leg side, takes the batter on the pad. There must have been a bit of batter in it, no signal from Bilal Shafayat, the umpire. They go through for a run. So a bit of a flyer for Leicestershire here, 19 without loss of just 8 deliveries. And Baker-Smith again moves in and bowls. Nicely flighted delivery, that one, on middle and leg, played up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Sanya Karana, the overseas for Worcestershire. In again she comes, and Baker Smith bowls, and this is played off the back foot by Brooker. Good diving stop in the covers, and there's no run. 19 without a loss. The numbers on these Worcestershire cubism inspired shirts are going to cause our colleagues around the country a great deal of dismay this summer, I think. Baker Smith in again bowls, and that's a lovely drive, beautifully played through the covers by Brooker, who looks, dare I say it, in exceptionally good form so far today. That's the 4th shot that she's crashed away to the boundary, and that was as good as any of them. Really lovely shot. So, bit of a flyer, as I say, for the Foxes. Brooker goes to 16. It's 23 without loss. We're not even at the end of the second over.
No, Claire Boycott, Worcestershire skipper, has got a few problems here.
And she comes again and bowls, and that one is a little bit slower, and Brooke has to wait for it, pushes it into the covers. That's the end of the over. 7 runs came from it, 23 without loss. Leicestershire Foxes after 2 overs.
Live cricket, if you're listening online from the Uptonsteel Grace Road ground. I still call it Grace Road, but it's Uptonsteel ground here in Leicester. You're on BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we're also providing some commentary for the Leicestershire stream. If you're watching that on the Leicestershire website or YouTube, then welcome. I'm Dave Bradley, Frank Watson alongside me. Bowling change here. No great surprise, Chesapeake had real problems in that first over. So Claire Boycott, the rapid skipper, takes over for the 3rd over, bowling to Tika Singer. Field, well, the slip that was for the first ball disappeared fairly rapidly, I think, after the first ball of the game. So here's Boycott in bowls, pushed away on the offside, and in fact that's rolled away. Now that was timed far better than I thought. That was just a little, appeared to me, just a push, and it's raced away down to the 3rd boundary, and a lovely shot, beautifully timed, and 4 more to the Foxes total, which is 27 without loss, and that's the first ball of the 3rd over. Nice bit of foot tapping music. I don't know, is that a bit of Drake, is it? Bit of Snapchat? Because I know all about these things, you know. Having 2 grandsons, you have to know about Snapchat and Drake and all that sort of thing. Not that I know much about it, as you can tell. Next ball, there's a quick run here. That's a good call. They are going to go through for a single. It was a really good call from Rebecca Brooker, the non-striker. It was just dabbed down on the offside, just it was a defensive shot. It just sort of dribbled away, but Brooker very quickly calling her partner through. Well taken single, 28 without loss, the Foxes. Boycott's next ball is flicked away on the onside. Might have been a bit of inside edge and pad onto that by the angle it went away and by the speed that the ball went across the ground. So 1 more to the Foxes total, 29 without loss. We do have the lovely scoreboard away on our right hand side with everything on there, but I'm always very, very pleased to see when we come to Grace Road as Boycott bowls again. And this is turned away. This might well beat the field down there, and does. That's 4 more. Nice leg glance. Boycott just straining onto the leg stump, just got inside the line, played it perfectly down to fine leg for 4 more. 33 without loss. As I was saying, we've still got the old proper scoreboard away to our left.
It's where the scorer used to sit back in the day as well. Looking out from there.
Boycott's next ball is driven into the offside. Won't get a run this time into the covers. Yeah, it's of course the scorers are now down at this end. I tell you, if you were playing on the other side of the square and you were scoring in that box over there, it's a fair old distance, isn't it? Because it must be, where we're playing today. 25 yards from the rope to the boundary boards. Boycott's next ball is attempted cut shot, which goes through to the wicket keeper, who is Sophia Beach, and that's the end of the over. 3 overs gone, 33 without loss. Brooker on 17 and Tika Singh on 12.
Yeah, I think Claire Boycott might feel a little bit disappointed that she's gone for 10 off that over. It wasn't a bad over. Gentle away swing. Fair play to the captain for stepping into the breach when she needed to make that bowling change after Jess Beach's lack of confidence in that first over, which is all it was, I think. She just started badly and it got to her a little bit. Claire Boycott stepped in. It wasn't a bad over, drifted down the leg side once, but they've taken every scoring opportunity, this opening pair, as the fourth over begins with Baker Smith bowling to Brooker, who just works this one away on the onside but can't beat the field. Yeah, the Worcestershire kit, which Leicestershire followers may well not have seen. Worcestershire followers will have seen it already, probably. As Baker Smith bowls again, and this one's driven beautifully down the ground by Brooker. Bit of bottom hand in it. It was a bit of a punch, really, but very nicely timed, dead straight down the ground. She is in good nick, is the Foxes skipper, and they are racing along. 37 without loss in just the fourth over. Very good power play developing here. Yeah, the kit, inspired by a sort of a take on Cubism. I think Picasso, those sort of artists.
Leg spinner Picasso, played for Sussex.
Yes,
good lad.
I remember him. Yeah. In comes bowler again down the leg side from Baker Smith. Nicely taken by the wicketkeeper, but wide signalled. So just if the Worcestershire coach is sitting at the side of the ground, you're just a bit frustrated by the poor start that your team's made here. Need a wicket probably just to get a grip. Baker Smith is in and bowls, and Brooker pushes out on the offside, and there's a good run as the fielder comes in from extra cover. Another well judged single. Yeah, so the shirt, imagine a sort of stained glass window type pattern in blue on a black background, but the numbers on the back are black and they're blocked out, aren't they?
You can't see them.
So they are very, very difficult to read indeed. As this one from Baker Smith is pushed out on the offside by Tika Singh. Now that's not a problem in the men's game for you and I, David, because we probably know most of the Worcestershire players by the way they move in the field, and we've seen them that many times, although there are a couple of new ones that we might have to get used to tonight. Baker Smith in once more, bowls, and Brooker swings this away on the leg side, thickish inside edge, well maybe that's a bit harsh, a bit more of a half of a bat on it really, as it goes away down to deep backward square. Wanted 2, couldn't get back, just a single. 40 though without loss in just the fourth over, and there'll be some complaints about those numbers.
Well, yeah, white numbers would have been great, but these...
But they're blocked out as well, so
yeah.
like the naught is a full oval, it hasn't got a circle in the middle, if you know what I mean. It's like a polar mint without a hole. It's like a tree ball mint. Other mints are available. No run off that last ball. Hits square of the wicket on the offside.
Tree ball mints are
40 without loss.
Tree ball mints are a minty bit stronger, aren't they? We all know that. Anybody under the age of 40, you probably won't remember that advert.
Under the age of 60.
Yeah. Yeah, going very well here. The Foxes, Worcestershire, as Frank says, will be very disappointed with the way they bowled in these opening 4 overs, but again they've taken full toll of the bad deliveries. So it's Boycott going to continue from the far end from us, from the Bennett end, down the slope, and this ball is pumped away into mid-wicket with some powers. It's not going to go to the boundary, it's cut off at deep mid-wicket. And
both the players outside the circle on the leg side boundary now.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
But it got to bowl a good line.
It puts a bit of pressure on the bowler, doesn't it? Yeah, so there's a fielder just backward a square on the leg side on the boundary and a mid-wicket. Plus a shorter mid-wicket and a mid-on. That's a good delivery. Yorker right up in the block hole, but dabbed the bat down on it and picks up a single. So Brooker goes to 23. Tika Singh has 14, 42 without loss in the 5th over. On a glorious day. Sorry we keep on saying about glorious days, but as Boycott is in again, and this one is cracked away into the covers, won't get a run, straight to the fielder. You and I, and our great friend Richard Ray, have sat in this box and frozen on occasions, so to feel a bit sweaty in here is quite nice.
Well, yeah, it's you can't complain when it's like this.
Goodness me, no. Boycott in again, and this is a smash down the ground. That's gone over, long on. That's racing away. A couple of bounces over the rope for 4 more, and the scoreboard is very rapid. 46 is up there already. 46 without loss.
Brooker's absolutely flying, isn't she?
She's middling it. Lovely shot. Lofted on drive. So Brooker goes to 23 off 17 deliveries. Boycott's next ball is pummeled away again through mid-wicket area, and that's gone for 6. Well,
Tika Singh, actually. Tika Singh is facing.
It is, sorry, man. Yeah, she picked that up a treat.
Beautiful
off
shot.
her pads. Lovely shot. That's probably, I don't know, is that the longest boundary? No, it's probably fairly even all round, but that's a lovely shot. 50 up. 52 without loss.
I wonder if the rope will stay where it is for the men's game. I think it probably will, won't it?
Might do. Yeah. Here's Boycott's next ball, which is pushed down the ground. They're going for a quick single here. They'll have to be quick, but the ball misses the stumps. The throw comes in from mid-on, misses the stumps. I suspect that was Jess Beach out there, but in the end, a relatively comfortable single. Total is 53 without loss. Got a croak in the throat, which is not good with, another 35 overs to go in the day.
And another game. 53 without loss off 5. A heck of a power play for the Foxes. Tika Singh has raced on to 25. She's only faced 14 deliveries, hardly scored off her first 3 or 4. But she has played some beautiful shots in the last 5 minutes or so. Brooker, meanwhile, is on 23. They've started really well. As in comes Baker Smith again, and she's clipped away on the leg side. And there's a very, very good bit of fielding out on the leg side boundary, which restricts them to 2.
Is that Sanya
Great bit of
Kirana?
fielding by Gwen Davis.
Gwen Davis,
Out there,
well
super
done.
bit of work. Took the ball on the bounce and got the throw back in. Nicely done. Here's Baker Smith again in and bowls, and that one is down the leg side. Takes Tika Singh on the pad, and they go through for a leg by. I know it's Gwen Davis out there because she's got a 7 and a black oval.
Oh, right, yeah.
Here's Baker Smith again in and bowls, and there's a attempted cut by Tika Singh, missed, nicely taken by Sophia Beach. Having said that, I love the kit. I think it's really, really neat and clever and modern and smart and different.
Just needs a white number on the back.
Yeah. Baker Smith again moves away from us, past the umpire and bowls, and very full. Hit out on the leg side and caught in the deep. Tika Singh is out. It's a nicely judged catch on the leg side boundary. So Claire Boycott gets reward for that neat field placing. Bridie Gilgrass, I think, was the catcher. Took it very, very nicely indeed. She was only just inside the rope, coming out of a bright sky, but watched it all the way, pouched it comfortably, and Baker Smith gets reward for a pretty decent spell actually. When you look at the score on the power play, the fact that Baker Smith's only gone for 14 before this over is actually very much to credit. New batsman coming out to the middle is not on my scorecard, or hasn't got a number on my scorecard. 73.
Lucy Weston.
Oh, she's Lucy Weston. She's not on my scorecard. She's down at the bottom. So Lucy Weston, we've got a Lucy Weston and a Lucy Western.
Yeah.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
Just to make life simple.
Seriously remarkable. But anyway, good catch by Bryony Gilgrass, and Tika Singh has gone. First wicket down for Worcestershire, and much needed. Tika Singh caught Gilgrass, bowled Baker Smith. Try fitting that into a small box on your scorecard.
Yes, good job it wasn't Hannon Dolby.
Tika Singh caught Gilgrass, bowled Baker Smith. And I've got about 3 centimetres to fit that in. But be that as it may, a very important wicket for Worcestershire. Baker Smith comes into the new batter, Weston, who pushes at this and just gets an edge down to third man, third woman, third, and there is no run. Old habits die hard, don't they?
They do, mate. They do.
We're trying to say it all in men's cricket now as well, third, but it's been third man for a long time. As Baker Smith again is in and bowls, and Lucy Weston opens her shoulders and swings at this one, but only hits it straight to mid-wicket. That's a very, very good over. Just 2 runs coming from it, and the first wicket. So a power play. It's been a good power play for the Foxes. It ends with them 55 for 1, but it's a power play that has actually been decent at one end from a Worcestershire point of view, because you've got Baker Smith, who's only gone for 16 from her 3 overs, but at the other end they've conceded runs heavily, and not surprisingly there's another change now, and Bryony Gilgrass is going to come into the attack with her off spin.
Yeah. And she's going to be bowling to Becky Brooker, and this first ball, Brooker goes back and tries to cut and goes through into the gloves of wicket-keeper Beach. 2 Beaches in the Worcestershire team, different spellings. One Beach.
2 Westerns, different spellings?
Yes, Beach as in the tree.
Beg your pardon.
And this is pushed away on the offside, boycott fields.
And it's not Bryony Gilgrass. I do beg your pardon. I don't think it is anyway, hang on.
And the scorecard doesn't seem to, scorers don't seem to know. Bishop, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
In bowls, this is pulled away off the hip down to square leg for a single. Yeah, just to confirm, this is Meg Bishop.
Yeah, Meg Bishop, I beg your pardon.
No, there was confusion with the scorers as well, because it didn't immediately come up, but it is now, so all is good. So Beach as in where you go on your holidays is the other beach, if you see what I mean. And here's Bishop, right arm over from the Bennett end, bowling to Weston, who's yet to get off the mark, and will get off the mark, clubbing it down the ground to long on for a single. Total goes to 57 for 1, and we're in the 7th over.
Yeah, she's come on doing quite well here, Meg Bishop, I think. Her first 4 deliveries, all nicely flighted.
Bowls again, driven once again, boycott
into the field.
In the covers, yeah.
Tidy.
3 on the rope on the onside, long on mid-wicket, square leg. Is Bishop's next delivery, and it takes a couple of steps down, should be stumped, and is.
Good work. Nice.
Excellent work. Just went wandering down the pitch, and immediately the bails were whipped off. And
very good.
Very straightforward stumping in the end.
That's a good over, and Worcestershire have really hit that well in the last 5 minutes with those 2 wickets, and we're going to have fun now because we've got Western batting with Weston. But nice start from Meg Bishop there. She's flighted, she landed every ball quite nicely, giving it some flight, varied her pace a little bit. That one was a little bit slower, and it drew Brooker down the pitch and beat her on the outside edge. Nice bit of work behind the stumps by Sophia Beach, who's kept pretty tidily so far, I think.
Well, Worcestershire have got back into this a wee bit because they were those openers were going well, but both the openers have gone now. So 2 relatively fresh batters. Western's only faced 3 deliveries, and Western has yet to face one. So a good comeback by the Rapids bowlers and the wicketkeeper on this occasion as well. Nice bit of stumping.
Yeah, good work. It was. So it's 57 for 2.
And Sophia Mitchell
after 7 overs
is bowling.
And Sophia Mitchell left arm over the wicket. Her first ball is driven into the ground by Weston, who takes a single and goes to 2. 58 for 2, and Western will face her first ball from Mitchell. Yeah, Worcestershire, well, I said they needed a wicket, they picked up 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Hereford and Worcester. Dave Bradley alongside me, Frank Watson, and you're also probably getting our commentary on the Leicestershire stream if you're watching that. Here's Mitchell again, in, bowls, full, wide, driven, in the air, just over the head of the Worcestershire skipper. Claire Boycott at extra cover, and they come back for a couple of runs. So, have they just taken 1 in fact, have they? Surely not. Only 1 gone on the board.
Yeah.
Well, that's remarkable. They must have misjudged the distance, I think. Here's Mitchell again. Bowls, and that was short and pulled. But again, Claire Boycott's got her fielders in the right place. And that one goes straight to the fielder at deep square leg. And they just go through for a single. So the power play over, the field is spread. And the Worcestershire bowlers, the change bowlers at least, bowling to the field. That one is wide though, outside the off stump. Nicely gathered by Sophia Beach behind the stumps, but wide signalled. But tidy when you think that overs 6 and 7 only went for 2 runs each. Worcestershire have dragged themselves back into it. Mitchell is in again and bowls, and again wide outside the off stump. Again nicely taken by the keeper, but signalled wide. So just a little bit loose from Sophia Mitchell. Tall, left arm over the wicket, seam bowler. Moves in again now, just looking to straighten up her line a little bit. She's in, she bowls, and doesn't. She has repeated the error of the previous delivery, and it's another wide. Just allowing a little bit of pressure to come off here, but she's young and inexperienced and probably quite nervous. Just needs to just get 1 or 2 good ones in, settle down. In now bowls, and that is straighter, but it's heaved away on the leg side, and it's gone for 4. So a slight over correction. She's gone into Lucy Weston's pads, and she's clipped it away through mid-wicket, over mid-wicket really, 2 bounces for 4. So Lucy Western and Lucy Weston, the 2 batters for the Foxes, and they've got licence to really go for it now after that excellent power play. Mitchell is in again and bowls, and she's again wide outside the off stump, this time not too wide, and the ball is driven by Lucy Western straight to Boycott at extra cover. Can't really misidentify these batters. Brad, just say Lucy Weston and you know
you're all right, aren't you? Yeah.
Mitchell again is in and bowls. Slower ball, full toss though. Pulled away, or clipped away. Pulled suggests a back foot shot. It was more just a kind of help around the corner off the front foot, but straight to the fielder, the busy fielder at backward square. Just one taken. 68 for 2. So 11 off that over, and the Fox is nicely placed. But for me, Bishop's been the best bowler probably so far. Meg Bishop with her off spin. I know she's only bowled 1 over, but every ball was nicely flighted, and there's a bit of variation of pace. Picked up a wicket. Tidy couple of overs here would be just what Claire Boycott would require.
And Bishop in again, and this is driven down to long on. Should only be a single. The batters jog through for 1. And the total goes to 69 for 2. Western goes to 7. Western facing on 3. And this time driven back. It's a good fielding. Got down to her right, says Bishop.
What she's doing here is really bowling to her field.
Yeah.
She's got 5-4 leg side field. Obviously a well rehearsed situation, and she's getting the ball in exactly the right areas.
This is slogged out towards long on, and
she's
it's
unlucky there.
A couple of bounces. Yeah, that was not a controlled shot at all by Weston. She picks up a single for it, goes to 4. Yeah, and she's not afraid to give it a bit of air.
No, it's
which is good.
Excellent so far. Very, very good.
And again, this one's a little bit.
Look at that one. Oh, she's unlucky.
Loops up in the air. Got a thick outside edge onto a leading edge. Boycott coming in from extra cover. Couldn't get there. But this is, as we keep saying, it's really good. It's good tight bowling and making the batsmen play at everything, or the batters rather play at everything. As Bishop bowls again, and this is high in the sky. Where's it gone? Oh, it's gone.
Almost caught and bowled.
Yeah, I'll be quite honest. I totally lost track of that one.
Dived across to her right, got a hand to it.
Yeah, the way her bat was going, it should have gone over mid-off somewhere.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
Inside third of the bat on it. So Bishop to complete the over. This is flicked away. This might well beat the field and go for 4, and it does. A good scrambling effort down on the boundary rope, but it still beats the field. Rather sport the over 74 for 2. The Foxes at the end of it.
Yeah, it did spoil the over because it was a really good over, and it wasn't a bad ball either, that last one. Very, very nicely bowled from Meg Bishop. Landed every ball on the spot, varied her pace again quite a few times. Unlucky with that leading edge dropping short, and very unlucky with that almost caught and bowled.
Got a hold up here. Both batters are taking on a drink, I think. The umpire, I don't think the umpire's called an official drinks break, so he's on the radio to his colleague. So, and it is a very hot day, and I'm all for players taking on liquid. But well, the umpires look as if they're going to have a little bit of a consultation here. So, I would have thought if they're going to have a drinks break, it would be after 10 overs, not after the 9th. So, well, there's something. I'd hate to use the word controversial, but it looks a little bit controversial. Claire Boycott, the Worcestershire captain, is now getting involved. But 2 of the Foxes' backup staff came on with drinks. I'm not quite sure what the umpires are discussing here, but it's a long discussion. I'm not sure what they can do about it, but so umpire now talking to the physios and the Worcestershire skipper and the batters, and it's a mystery, folks. It is a mystery. Whether they miscounted the overs and thought it was the end of the 10th and brought drinks on. And 2 umpires had... I assume this is about the drinks.
No,
but
there's been a complaint about something, I think.
do you reckon?
Yeah, I do. I think Leicestershire have complained about something. I'm not sure.
Well, now the umpire is calling somebody back on. Oh, a runner? There's somebody feeling poorly, somebody feeling not well, so they're getting a runner on. And the runner is Tika Singh.
So Lucy Western.
This is a long discussion to sort this out.
Lucy Western doesn't know. She doesn't know where to go.
Well, she's got to go to square leg, hasn't she? And the umpire goes to cover point. What do I know about the laws of cricket? Well, I would have thought that doesn't the batter have to stand the opposite side to the umpire? Anyway, I think we've eventually got it.
She's not going to run, is she? So any one of the 3 can be run out. Did you know that?
Yeah.
She is going to run. So, or is she the injured one? And Mitchell is in and bowls.
Yeah, because Tika Singh's at this end, so
played off the back foot by Lucy Weston to backward point. So she's the injured one.
Yes.
So she's not going to run.
So she will stand there.
Yeah. But she must make sure she doesn't go out of her ground.
Yep.
All very complicated.
It is, isn't it?
Mitchell again, left arm over from the pavilion end, bowls wide outside the off stump, and wide signalled, a stumping appeal. Good work again by Sophia Beach behind the stumps, but Lucy Weston hadn't left her ground. Can be stumped over wide, of course.
Yeah.
And that would have been the opportunity for the umpire to put all this misery with the runner.
Yeah.
Oh no, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't, because you see at the other end, yeah.
Long batter. Mitchell in. Bowl, short, slapped up to mid-on for a single by Lucy Weston.
Yeah, Lucy was
disappointed she didn't get more than a single for that.
She actually fell over when she played that shot in the ball before, and I think Beach, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, thought she'd fallen outside her ground.
Now Lucy Western, the injured Lucy Western, on strike as Mitchell comes in to bowl to her down the leg side. She has a swing at it, and it's beautifully taken by Sophia Beach. It's a wide down the leg side. She is doing really, really well with the gloves today, Sophia Beach. Very tidy and hard work. She's having to take wides on both sides of the wicket, and she's doing a good job. Not easy. Standing up as well. Mitchell bowls. This one is driven out into the offside. It's fielded by Baker Smith at mid-off, and they pick up a single. Well, runs are still coming, not coming quite as quickly as they were before. It's a bit staccato, isn't it? The whole thing at the moment, with wides and runners and stoppages and so on. Yeah, the flow has gone out of the game. A lot of rhythm about the game. 78 for 2. Mitchell again bowls, and that one is again an attempted big hit on the leg side by Lucy Weston, and the ball just drops on the offside, having taken her on the pad. So when Mitchell gets it right in terms of line, she's been quite tidy. Has dropped short once, but she's been just a little bit profligate in terms of width. Comes in again now and bowls, and this time Lucy Weston does get a big bat on it, and it's gone all the way for 6. A heave really, over wide mid-on, but picked up nicely and just clearing the ropes. So good stuff from the 2 LWs out there at the moment. Lucy's Weston and Western, and the Foxes
Those two
moving on
characters,
nicely.
that 2 umpires from the men's game wandering around the boundary in shorts and
They look
t-shirts.
like ice cream then, don't
They
they?
do, yeah.
Here's Mitchell again, he's in. Bowls, and she's gone big again. Western down the ground for 4 this time. Straight down the ground. All the way for 4. Couple of players, I think.
Really?
I think it's Ben Green on the right, isn't it? Anyway, 4 more. That was an expensive end to the over. 10 runs off those last 2 balls. 12 coming off the over altogether. And it's 86 for 2 at the halfway stage. It's a very, very nice position. 88 for 2, I beg your pardon. 14 coming off the over. And the Foxes very, very nicely placed.
Yeah.
86 on one scoreboard, 88 on the other.
Well, those 2 wickets slowed it down a bit, but as you say, they've picked the pace up again. And what are they looking at here? At least, what would you say, 160, 170, 180?
Well, maybe even more, yeah. Certainly want to get 80, 90 off the last 10, wouldn't you?
Here's the next over, and this one's pulled away into... Oh, in fact, it's gone for 4. Now, there was a little bit of misunderstanding there.
Well, they
wasn't
left it for each other, didn't they? The
2 Worcestershire fielders going for it. They both left it to each other, and it's trickled over the boundary. A poor bit of work there from the Worcestershire fielders. Total goes to 92 for 2, and Western with that 4 goes to 16.
She's gone for 8 off the last 2 deliveries she's bowled.
In again, and this one just tucked away on the onside. Oh, I'm confused here because obviously the batter who hit the ball, who's injured, didn't run. So I'm thinking, why are they taking a single off that? But of course they are. I do remember one game, Worcestershire against Gloucestershire, when there were 2 runners out there. Now that was total and utter confusion. 93 for 2 here. Western goes to 17.
Never seen that. Goodness me.
2 runners. Here's the next ball, and this blower trying to smash that across the line, shoved the pad down and played a slog sweep shot across the line and front pad of some appeals from the Worcestershire, well, from the wicketkeeper and the bowler, but I would have thought that was heading on its way past the leg stump. 94 for 2 is the next ball, and once again that is looped away down to backward square. Once again, the batter, having hit the ball, didn't run. Of course, she's got somebody to do that for her. 95 for 2.
You could come back. You make a comeback, brothers.
Here's the next ball, played down the pitch, and yeah, who's going to run for me though? Nobody.
Why not?
Well, I probably couldn't get it off the square now anyway. 95 for 2. And this is once again smashed across the line out to deep mid-wicket for a single. That's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 96 for 2. Western on 16 and Western on 18, both looses, of course. I tell you what, on a day like today, when it's a bit hot, you wouldn't fancy being the runner, would you?
No.
You know,
It has to be somebody who's already been out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Usually, which is why
so you're ploughing up and down there, and
Tika Singer's the
Yeah.
chosen one.
and if your batter that you're running for gets 50, you don't get any credit for it.
Now we are going to see Bryony Gilgrass, I think, from this pavilion end. Is it still the pavilion end? Still
is.
call it the pavilion end.
Yes.
It's one,
Well, we do.
One of the few. Yeah, we do.
If we do, so if we do, that's it.
So Bryony Gilgrass will bowl from the pavilion, and I think Meg Bishop's been a bit unlucky there, really, with her figures. I think she's bowled better than her figures suggest. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Here's Bryony Gilgrass with her off spin and bowls. First ball's a little bit short, pulled away on the leg side out to deep mid wicket for a single. 98 for 2. Yeah, Meg Bishop, I think one of those boundaries should have been stopped.
Yes.
Should have been a single. I think she's bowled really nicely. And, you know, I almost wonder if at one point she was tempted to actually have another fielder across on the leg side and go 6-3. Gilgrass bowled short, pulled away, down to long on for a single. And she could have got away with it because they didn't make any attempt at her on the offside whatsoever.
It's all swinging across the line, wasn't it?
Well,
or into the line
with the spin, but it would have been nice to sort of see if they would have attempted to go through the offside if she'd given them that opportunity. It was a good effort anyway. Bryony Gilgrass bowled short again, pulled again, down to long on. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls. She's just not quite got her length right yet. But a very exciting young cricketer for me, Bryony Gilgrass. Been away with England under 19s recently. Should have benefited from that experience. In again now. Straight approach. Nice shape, that's better line. She's unlucky there. It's outside the off stump, floated up, and an outside edge from Weston. Didn't really know much about it. Appeal for a run out as the runner comes back for a second run, not given. 2 runs added, the 100 is up for the Foxes.
Not easy for the umpire, is it, to judge a run out when the runner going towards the danger end is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitches away.
Yeah.
They're not easy on a good day, but
so the incapacitated Lucy Western, 21 off 14 on strike now. Gilgrass in and bowls, and she's down the pitch. Doesn't look to be much wrong with her footwork there. She came down the pitch and drove that square of the offside for a single.
No, then
she's limping now.
She hobbles a bit like me walking these days, that is.
Yes.
Hobbles to square leg. Oh no, cover point.
You wouldn't have timed it that well with your stick though.
I wouldn't have timed it with a cricket bat in all the time I played, trust me.
102 for 2 with that single. Gilgrass again to bowl to Weston. Bowls again a little bit too short, and she's able to pull it away, but she doesn't make the most of it because she hits it straight to the fielder on the boundary. I think Bryony Gilgrass, who looks a bit fed up with herself as she takes her cap, will feel that she's got away with it a bit in that over. She's dropped short 3 times and only been hit for singles every time, so she's maybe, as she stalks away to the boundary, a little bit disappointed with that. But it's 103 for 2 at the end of the over. Lucy Western, despite her injury, has 22. Lucy Weston has 19, and well, they're very nicely placed, I think, the Foxes, with 8 overs to go to launch for something like 160, 170.
Looks like it's a change of bowling again. Meg Bishop, who had bowled 3 overs and taken 1 for 15, has been replaced by Caitlin Baker-Smith.
You might be thinking about Bishop at the end, perhaps.
Yeah. In bowls, and that's high in the sky, and it's gone. It's going to drop, and it spins away. It was between the cover fielder out on the boundary and Boycott. It was an extra cover inside the circle, and it kind of looped up into between the two of them. If you'd been playing a goal shot, a chip shot from 30 yards, it would have been perfect. You'd have been on the green, but we're not playing goal. Anyway, 2 more to the total, 105 for 2. Western facing on 21. And this time pushing into the offside. Won't get anything for that though. And
fielded. Just Beach, I think. No.
Total remains 105 for 2.
Big Bishop it was.
Here's the next delivery, and it's wide of the off stump. That's a good take. Excellent take by wicketkeeper Sophia Beach. Really had to go a long way. It started wide and it was going wider. Really good take, as Frank says. He knows a little bit about wicket keeping, Frank. He did a bit of it himself, not a lot, but that was a really good take. These two put on 49 so far. came to get there with the score on 57. As is the next delivery, which is in the air and gone straight to mid-wicket. A very comfortable catch, and I think Lucy Weston will be a little bit disappointed by the way she went there. Just lobbed it straight up in the air and didn't have to move. So she goes, and the Foxes are 106 for 3. So they didn't get the 50 partnership in the end. And Baker Smith gets her second wicket. She went for... Cleared it off the board a bit too quick for me. I think she just held that back a bit and she into the shot, and it really was catch in practice.
21, I think. I'm not sure.
21.
There's a sub on for Worcester, I think. There's Charlotte Roberts is fielding, or somebody wearing 25.
Oh, right.
Is fielding down here.
So 106 for 3. The Foxes.
Yeah.
We're in the 13th over, midway through it. In fact, I'm going to change everything I've ever said during this over and tell you that it's Edgerton bowling. It's Daisy Edgerton. Well, the scorers were fooled as well. I've got to say, these numbers do not help.
No, they don't.
So, apologies everybody, but it's not easy, trust me. I know we're making it feel difficult, but it is not easy. This one's cracked down the ground for a single, which Lucy Weston doesn't run, but walks off to renew her acquaintanceship with the square leg umpire. She's got 23, 108 for 3.
Yeah, we've definitely got Charlotte Roberts fielding.
So, next ball floated up.
Nicely taken again. Really good work from the keeper there.
Just outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. So the Foxes have got 7 overs left. 108 for 3. Davis has 1, Weston has 23. Tekasinghe went for 26, Brooker for 24, and then Lucy Weston just gone for 21. Live commentary brought to you by BBC Radio on BBC Sounds, BBC Hereford and Worcester, on the BBC website and on the Leicestershire County Cricket Club stream.
Bryony Gilgrass to continue from the pavilion end. Ball's now again a little bit short and hit up to mid-off. Diving stop at mid-off prevents any more than a single. That's Jess Beach at mid-off. So Bryony Gilgrass just needs to get up and over that front leg a little bit more, get this length up. That's better, and a little bit of a way drift. Another nice take from Sophia Beach. That one in the last over, the last ball of the previous over that she took, very full outside the off stump. Batsman had a big swing at it, bounced about 6 inches in front of her, maybe a foot. Took it cleanly. Really, really good glove work. And again, Gilgrass a little bit short, just shovelled round the corner down to deep backward square leg where there's a misfield, and that misfield allows them to get back for 2. Just a little bit of a fumble on the boundary. Yeah, it looks like a Leicestershire player's uniform, you know, the old white sweatshirt and shorts. I'm not sure if
Must be.
Gilgrass in again, bowls, and again a little bit short. Cut on the offside this time. Good diving stop though, backward point, this time just a single. 112 for 3. Just collapsing a little bit, I think, in delivery here. Just appears to be maybe just needs to be a little bit stronger on the left side. Get up and over that front leg and get the ball up there. Again, a little bit short. Gets unlucky this time though, because the batter gets an inside edge. Goes for a big heave on the leg side, inside edge down to short fine leg for a single. So she's not being punished perhaps as much as she might, but hasn't really found a length yet. He's in again and bowls, and again batter is given plenty of time to cut the ball away on the offside for a single, though. It's only a single, it's the end of the over, and at the end of it Davis has 5 and Lucy Western, the injured Lucy Western, has 25. That's 114 for 3 with 6 to go.
Wasn't there a test match a few years ago where a batter had a runner on, and promptly the batter who was supposedly injured ran 2, and the umpire immediately said, get that runner off. It was probably, knowing the situation, it was probably Harold Bird who was the umpire. He's always in those sort of situations. Here is the next over, and this is Lucy Edgerton, and this is going down towards the boundary. I assume that's come off a bat, a scoop, yeah. It looks almost as if it came off the shoulder as she scooped it, but that's off the bat, says the umpire.
Flora Davies.
We have got I thought we had a replay, but we haven't. So Davis goes to 9, Weston goes to 25.
Keep seeing replays of the ball going over the rope rather than the actual shot.
118 for 3. Next ball thinks about repeating it, but then it's gone way wide outside the off stump. The umpire hasn't given a wide, mainly because
if she'd have stayed where she was, it would have been perfectly all right. She
danced across the crease.
Yeah, tried to do that sort of reverse paddle. Again, really good keeping. With a batter running around in front of you, that's super work.
Next delivery is pushed back down the pitch, and the bowler, Edgerton,
good over.
goes down onto her knees. She got 1 for 9 off 9 deliveries, 118 for 3. And we're in the 15th over, midway through it. Foxes might be in danger of falling short here. Is Edgerton's next ball, and this is driven very pleasantly, but straight to Worcestershire skipper Claire Boycott in the covers, who's fielding on some used pitches there. I think they've been used for practice and netting, I think, out there. But she gets up and has to brush the dust off her trousers. 118 for 3. Next ball, again, that scoop shot, plays it well, racing away down the slope to the pavilion rails. 4-4. Very well played. Premeditated. And
swarm of bees.
Yeah, lovely shot. Oh, swarm of bees going across the ground, yeah. Players have hit the deck.
Well, not all of them.
Not all of them. Some of them are not bothered. No, they must have gone just the one side of the ground, because those away to our left, if you know your Grace Road where the old scoreboard is, they haven't gone down, but everybody else has. That's 2 games, was it?
Yeah.
Durham game at New Road
the
other week. There was it's that time of year. We had a swarm of bees in our garden, all landed in a tree at the back of the garden. I rang the bee man up and he said leave them there, so we did.
That's why he's the B man.
Yeah.
You get the A man next time and try to move them. Meg Bishop wasn't bothered. She just stood and what's all the fuss about?
122 for 3. Oh, that's smashed away through mid wicket. That's 4. It's a poor ball. Loads of time to just crack that away. So poor end to the over, and the total has gone on to 126 for 3. 5 overs remaining in the innings.
Yeah, 12 off that one. Damaging for the Rapids.
The 3 batters are out in the middle having a chat.
Yeah, she's done well, Davis. 17 off 12 since she's come in. She's given it real energy, hasn't she? And she's done it rather more subtly than
yes,
those before her, using the pace of the ball twice with that clever little ramp. First attempts we've seen at those ramp shots in the game. Prior to that, it was a bit more the muscle over the leg side that was productive. As Gilgrass comes in now and bowls, and again the batter is on the back foot, picks up an easy single, playing out square on the offside, and gives the strike to the dangerous Davis. The dangerous Davis.
Dangerous Davis, the last detective.
Yeah.
Who wrote that? Leslie Thomas. There you go.
Anyway,
you get it all on air commentary, folks. Book reviews.
Peter Davison played the part, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ronnie Gilgrass in, bowls better in terms of length, up and over that front leg, and a sweep shot is attempted, takes the batter on the pad and runs away for a leg by, but that was better. Used to do a coaching exercise with spinners, but as we put a chair halfway down the pitch. Rolly Jenkins was the one for this. Put a chair halfway down the pitch and say, now imagine there's a man sitting on that chair and you've got to bowl it and get it over him, and it often used to get the bowlers to go up and over. And again, that's much better, and unfortunately driven for 4 over mid-off, who is inside the circle, which is perhaps not ideal, but better in terms of asking questions of the batter than those short ones that were just yielding runs. I'd be tempted to have long off back if I was Claire Boycott. Why she's got 5 inside the circle. Anyway, 1-3-2 for 3. With that boundary, Davies goes to 17. Gilgrass bowls again, and this one is driven off the back foot up to long on, and a single is taken.
If you were operating your club scoreboard at the minute, you'd be panicking because there's too many 3s on the board, so you'd run out of 3s, wouldn't you?
133 for 3. Yeah, there's a lot of 3s. Round the wicket now, Gilgrass. Interesting decision. She bowls, pulled away. Hasn't really made any difference. Gone straight to long on. Single taken. Just the one boundary so far. .134 for 3. Western on 31. Nice shot, but nicely stopped by her partner at the other end, a non-striker who's hit on the pad before she knew what had happened. Otherwise it would have been a single probably to mid-off. End of the over from Gilgrass, 134 for 3. 8 came off that one. 4 left.
4 overs left and 14 minutes to bowl them, which they should do. Cut off is 3:49, so 4 minutes added on for that stoppage when the runner was padding up and getting to the middle. Discussions betwixt skipper and bowler. It is Bishop back on now. 1 for 15 off 3 overs, Meg Bishop. Very tidy. She's going to bowl from the Bennett end. Bowling to Flora Davis. And this first ball, Davis is on the back foot, cuts it away down towards the point boundary. Picks up a single. Nice shot, nicely timed. 135 for 3. Western to face. The limping Lucy Western. She's got 31. And driving. Lovely shot, but straight to Claire Boycott in the covers.
I thought she might have saved Bishop to bowl at the end. It's a brave idea to bowl an off spinner at the very death, but she's going to rely on her seamers.
Bishop in again, and bowler
well bowled. She's
off stump.
the best bowler by miles.
Yeah, went down and played completely across the line, trying to smash it over mid wicket. So Bishop gets her reward comfortably. The best bowler for Worcestershire this afternoon, and the Foxes are 135 for 4, and Lucy Weston goes for 31.
Yeah, she's bowled very well. I think Baker Smith bowled pretty well, I think too, particularly when that flat was flying at the beginning. Baker Smith 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. But Meg Bishop has hardly bowled a bad ball, I would say. So Lucy Weston, the injured Lucy Weston, leaves the field, having made 31. They've just hung in there, haven't they, the Rapids? They've just hung in there.
Well, I'm thinking
it's pretty warm.
Yeah,
they've done a pretty good job. They've kept in the game. Let's put it that way, without being particularly brilliant. They've kept in the game. Not saying it's warm, but my iPhone has just told me it's stopped charging because it's too hot.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Never heard of that before.
Charging will continue when iPhone has returned to ordinary temperature.
Oh. Well, there you go.
We're going outside, folks, for the second game, brothers and I.
Yeah, we're
sitting in the fresh air.
We've been thrown out of better commentary boxes than this. We're being sent away. Right, Watson facing and strikes the pad. There's not much of an appeal. Maybe a little inside edge on that, and probably going down anyway. 135 for 4. Coming towards the end of the 17th over, and this next ball is gone away off a pad, is it? They come through for a very quick single. It's well run, and indeed signalled a leg by. Just went really almost straight to fine leg, but very good call from Davis, and through they went. Last ball of the over. Down, cracks it back past the bowler. It's only going to be a single out to mid-off, and at the end of the over, well, the Rapids are creeping back into this for me. 18 balls left, 137 for 4. Well, run a ball from here only takes them to what, 150. Too clever now. 155 roughly. Hey, comprehensive education, mate. Left school at 15 and went down the mines, me.
You set yourself up, though.
I know. It was 155. I got there in the end.
Bryony Gilbert has to carry on 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20 so far. Here she comes. Bowl was nicely flighted, but driven in the air and just past mid-off. Should maybe have been a catch, or she certainly could have got hands to it, but she was unable to do so. And it's a boundary. I'm just not happy, brothers, about this field personally. Having mid-off inside the circle when you're trying to pitch the ball up like she is.
Yeah.
Comes in again now. Balls, and that one is a little bit shorter and pulled away down to long on for a single. Caitlin Baker Smith it is at mid-off, and we've got 5 fielders in the circle. Yeah, that's right, you've got to have 5. You can only have 4 out, can't you?
What's a big field change here? Who's that scuttling across there?
That's Kirana going from backward point to mid-wicket. Gilruss in. Attempted reverse sweep and a catch by the keeper. I think it's been given called. Anyway, it was outside the off stump, I think, so it can't have been LBW. Very, very good work. She's deserved that. There's Sophia Beach behind the stump. She's kept wicket beautifully tonight.
Oh, yeah,
you can have 5 outside the circle in the last year.
Well, I think so. Unless
yeah, you can. No, you can. You can have 5 out.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why that mid-off is inside the circle. I really don't.
Unless there's a change for the competition this year.
To my knowledge, I don't get it, because she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside the circle and 4 outside, and I think you're allowed 5 outside. Why would you not have that mid-off back at long off? Anyway, Bryony Gilgrass has got a wicket. It was a very good catch. I always think a catch standing up is good anyway, but when it's somebody trying to play a reverse and you keep your position and keep your head down, really good. Super bit of work as Gilgrass bowls. This one is turned away on the onside and single is taken. So, not for the first time in the history of cricket, brothers, Watson was out for naught.
Missed that, didn't I?
You did.
Elementary, dear Watson.
You missed that. It was a great opportunity. So Chiselle is off the mark. Davies is down the pitch, driving up to mid-off, and mid-off manages to get 2 hands on it and parry it across to long on, and they come through for 2. Painful blow on the knee, I think. But 2 more to Davies, Dangerous Davies, who is putting bat to ball with real purpose out there. Faces again now as Gilgrass is in, and she moves across her stumps and tries to sweep this one away behind square on the leg side. They go through for a single. Better over from Gilgrass, even though she went to the boundary off that first ball. She's now finished her spell. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27, I think. That's my unofficial figures. And it's 146 for 5 with 2 left.
Claire Boycott coming on at the Bennett end. She's got to come on because Meg Bishop has finished her spell. 2 for 17 of 4 overs. Bishop just checking where everybody is, where they're supposed to be, and where they are. And looks like she's happy to go now. Not quite sure what she's expecting from the, or who's supposed to be going where, but she's in, and she bowls to Davis. Davis pushes away on the offside, drives more than pushes. 2 Worcestershire fielders both dive over the top of the ball, and it's cut off inside the rope. And the music man was convinced that it had gone for 4 because he started playing the tune, but it didn't go. Anyway, the throw that comes back in is all over the place as well. So in the end we have 2 Worcestershire fielders falling over trying to stop the ball in the first place, and then the overthrows are prevented by the wicket keeper diving all over the place as well, and somebody backing up behind her. Anyway, the sum total is it's 149 for 5 after all that action and energy. Next ball is just pushed away, it's gone about 3 or 4 metres from the stumps, but it's good running again. Boycott, the bowler, does her own fielding, but good calling, good running. Both batters of a mind. 150 comes up, 150 for 5 in the 19th. Glorious day. Sorry to keep on about it, folks, but it is a cracking day. Next ball is smashed away high over mid-on. They'll come back. They won't come back. They'll pick up 1 for that. Decent shot for a single. Sounds like a helicopter passing above us. And there it goes. I can see the shadow as Boycott jogs in again, and this time flicked away down to, in fact, square of the wicket. Thought it had gone a little finer than that, but it's another run. 152 for 5 with 8 balls left of the innings. Boycott bowls short, high in the sky it goes. There's a chance. No, it doesn't quite reach as far as the boundary on the onside. Just bounces in front of the fielder again. 153 for 5. Boycott's last ball of the day. Bowls a good ball. The Yorker right up there. Came wandering down the pitch, did Chisel, and that was just a perfect delivery. And so she goes, Caitlin Chisel, for 3, bowled by Claire Boycott.
Yeah. They've just, as I say, just hung in there, haven't they? Just hung in there. They haven't, I would say, restricted the Foxes to a low score. I mean, it's a very decent score, but it's not 180 as we thought we might see at one stage. And
the way they started
just kept the Foxes restricted by taking wickets, which is obviously the best way to do so. And with 1 over remaining, they are 153 for 6. They can keep it to 160, and they'll feel that they're still in with a chance. So the last over is going to be bowled
Baker Smith,
by Baker Smith, who's bowled very well. She comes in now and bowls, and the first one is wide outside the off stump. An attempted cut shot is missed and taken by keeper standing up. Get the bowling figures as we go through this over for those bowlers that have completed. Baker Smith again is in and bowled outside the off stump, hit away on the leg side and caught very nicely by Gilgrass, I think it is, again out there at D mid wicket. Excellent catch and more success for Baker Smith, who's deserved it really. Kept her head early on while those around her weren't necessarily doing the same, and she's picked up her 2nd wicket. And well, no better way to restrict the scoring than to pick up wickets, and that's what they've done. As Davis goes for 33, and it wasn't Gilgrass who took the catch, apparently.
Davis caught Davis.
It was Gwen Davis who's out on the mid-wicket boundary, diving forward. Very good catch, very good athletic piece of work.
Well, tell you what,
most importantly, keeps the score at 153, and there's only 4 balls left.
106 for 2, 153 for 7.
Yeah, I said I'd do the bowling figures. So Claire Boycott, 3 overs, no maidens, 30 for 1. She's finished, obviously. Baker Smith in again, bowls, nudged away on the onside, just a single. That'll do as far as Worcestershire are concerned. And the other bowling figures, so Beach just that 1 over at the beginning, 16 runs came from it, got the Foxes off to a bit of a flyer. Baker Smith yet to finish. Gilgrass, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Bishop, how about this, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Superb. Didn't bowl a bad ball.
No.
Baker Smith again bowls. This one is held back and slogged down the ground, but it's well fielded, and they're only going to get 2. Fielder running round the boundary down below us, and it is Bryony Gilgrass this time. Fields it and throws it back in. Or is it? Yeah, I think it is. Anyway, it's only 2. Let's leave it at that. 156 for 7. Good last over so far from Baker Smith. Comes in again now to Phillips, who's on 2 and is beaten. Lovely change of pace there. Really nicely held that one back. And Mitchell, the figures I haven't given you, 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. It's a little bit wayward in line today. Keaton on strike. Last ball of the over from Baker Smith. She's in, she bowls, she beats her again, and she is stumped. So another wicket for Baker Smith, another stumping, and it's 156 for 8 at the end of the innings. And that last over produced 2 wickets and only went for 3 runs. Excellent work, and Baker Smith finishes with figures of 3 for 20, I think. That to be confirmed. 3rd victim for Beach behind the stumps, who was absolutely outstanding in her glove work today. And the Foxes end on 156 for 8 at the end of their 20 overs, and Baker Smith 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 18. And when you think that she opened up, brothers, and bowled 3 of the first 6, that is absolutely tremendous from her. Baker Smith 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 18. Bishop 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. They both bowled really, really well. Foxes, well, a little bit disappointed, I think, after having got such a great start, not to have made maybe 170, 175. Really good batting from Brooker at the beginning, from Tekka Singh, from all the top 5, both the Westerns and Flora Davis. Very, very, very impressive indeed. But a good fight back by the Rapids, and 156 for 8 represents, it's a good score, but it's not an unassailable score.
No. And just away to our left, the Worcestershire men's team walking around the boundary with all their kit, and they will be starting here at 6:30. We'll bring you that one, of course, a little bit later in the day. We're just going to stretch our legs for 2 minutes, and we will be back for the start of the Worcestershire innings. But just for now, we will leave you with some lovely music playing.
sunny skies in the centre of Leicester. I'm Adam Whitty, I've joined in for the chase. Dave Bradley will be back later, as I ruin all of his notes and get my computer out. Frank's still here. Frank, how your review on that first session?
Yeah, I thought given...
There you go.
Sorry, given the start that they got, they might be a little bit disappointed not to have gone on to get maybe 170, but I thought it was a pretty decent score. I think Worcestershire just about hung in there, didn't they? Just about hung in there. They're not chasing something unassailable, but it's a decent target.
Emma Thatcher will get us underway then. Bowl Gilgrass, brown ponytail bowls. This is swiped away, and is that dropped at mid-wicket? Either way, they will scamper through for a run. I don't know if you saw that better than me.
No, I'm not sure if it. I think it certainly looked as though it might have. It was in the air, wasn't it, for some of its journey? Let's put it that way. We can't really tell. Most of the replays that we've seen today have not given us the information we really needed. But anyway, she got a single. Put it that way. And this is Sanya Karana now, the overseas.
So 1-5-6 to win for Worcestershire. And Thatcher, brown hair and a ponytail, spins the ball from left to right hand and now runs in, bowling left arm over the wicket. It's a full delivery, a Yorker actually, and dug out by Karana. And there is no run.
Good start from Thatcher. First ball past the inside edge, second one nearly producing a chance, third one in the block hole, in contrast to the start to the Leicestershire innings.
Thatcher in again, bowls, and that's bowled! Swipe across the line by Karana, and Leicestershire's defence of 157 has started pretty well. I think she just held the length there back a little bit, the pace back a bit there, Thatcher. And Karana was through the shot. Decent shape on that too, watching the replay as it moved back into her. And so she has to depart for a 2-ball duck. The score, 1-1. Worcestershire require 156 to win.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, I was in the middle of saying, in contrast to the first over of the Leicestershire innings that was wayward from Jess Beach and went for 16, and set the tempo, set the mood really for the innings, the power play. In stark contrast to that here, Emma Thatcher right on the money with her left arm swing, beat the inside edge first ball and picked up a wicket in this first over. And it just sets the tone, doesn't it? Just gets all the fielders buoyed up, and great start for the Foxes.
So the two players out in the deep are at deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket. And then there's almost like a net, it looks like, on the offside to stop the single as Thatcher comes in. Again, just holds the length back and pace back. And off the back foot, Beach, the new batter, Sophia Beach, who we were saying, weren't we, put in a fantastic wicket-keeping performance.
Yeah, just faultless, I thought, absolutely faultless.
Wide stance to the left-hander. This is the final ball of the first over. Thatcher bowls full, and that's driven handsomely through the covers. Beats the two fielders in the infield and will race away for 4. That outfield is lightning quick, and the rope has been brought in quite some distance. If you watch the replay here, just leans back on that back leg to make room for the drive. Not much foot movement, but if you time the ball that well, it doesn't matter. So the end of the over, 5 off it, but a wicket. And the score 5-1 with 19 overs to go, 157 the target.
Yeah, lovely shot to finish the over. Just a bit of encouragement for the Rapids after that shock of losing the wicket to the fourth ball. Bowler from the Bennett end. It's going to be Phillips, Ellie Phillips. And she will be bowling to Bryony Gilgrass, who's been away with England under 19s. Bryony, she's highly thought of in the women's game as an up and coming young player. Waits now as Phillips is in and bowls a slower ball. Well, I say it can't really be a slower ball if it's the first one she bowled. but a slowish in-swinger, which Bryony Gilgrass hits with the swing away through mid-wicket for a single, taking the score to 6 for 1. The batter out Karana without scoring. Target, remember, 157. Decent pitch, touch of green about it. Phillips is in again and bowls, and Beach drives. Bowler gets a hand to it, takes a bit of pace off it, and there's no run.
It's bowling that length where it dips right at the last second. It's a perfect length for your eyes to light up, isn't it?
Yes,
for
it
you
is,
to swipe through
yeah,
it.
Absolutely. She's in again now and bowls.
There you go.
And she's right on it with the ball, which is sort of spooned out on the offside by Beach. Cahoon coming in to do the fielding from extra cover. Score goes on to 7 for 1. Gilgrass on strike again. Two fielders who are out of the circle are out on the leg side boundary. And Gilgrass has taken them on, and she has been dropped in the deep. She really gets away with one there, does Bryony Gilgrass. Chipped away on the onside, didn't really get hold of it, and coming in off the leg side boundary, the fielder whose number I can't see puts down, which by these sort of standards was a fairly straightforward catch, coming out of a bright sky, but she didn't have to move very far, and she got both hands to it and dropped it. So Phillips bowls, and Beach plays a reverse sweep, plays it very nicely indeed, and gets 4 runs for it. Nicely executed early in the innings to be playing that sort of shot, but these days these batters in both the men's and women's games so adept at that shot. It's not really a high risk stroke as it often used to be, and it forces a change in the field as the mid-wicket Tika Singh is moved to short third. So there's a big gap at mid-wicket now. Easy single, 12 for 1. Phillips is in and bowls wide outside the off stump and driven into the covers by Beach, where it is fielded, and there is no run end of the second over, and a decent one for Worcestershire. 7 runs came from it. They're 12 for 1.
I'm sure though that Leicestershire will be very frustrated about that drop out in the deep. 2 wickets in the first 2 overs really would have put the pressure on, but as it is, they
Whitfield it was who dropped it. Holly Whitfield,
formerly of Warwickshire, and it's opened Beach up and given her a real lifeline. It will be Thatcher to continue. 5 runs off her opening over, and she's bowling from the pavilion end close to us, running away from us. Left arm over the wicket. In she comes now, and across the stumps goes Gilgrass and scoops, and that should go for 4. It's not perfectly timed, but it has bisected the 2 fielders out there. Fielder at third man, and then a fielder at a squarish deep backward square leg for 4 runs. And in the power play, when you've got the 2 men, the 2 fielders I should say, out there, there's a big gap, as we've already seen Worcestershire use behind square. That's where the runs clearly are. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fielder move. There is a fielder moving, but they're going to stay within the circle. Thatcher in, bowls, and clipped away on the leg side handsomely, actually off the toes by Gilgrass, and she adds a single to her total. 17 for 1 is the score, 140 to win. The run rate 7.3, the required one 7.9. Beach wide open stance, broad shouldered. Thatcher past the umpire now, bowls, and back goes Beach, and has a little nibble at that off the back foot. Again, not much foot movement, and there is no run. Very hot day out at Grace Road, barely a cloud in the sky. Don't actually know what the temperature is, but it must be Early to mid-20s at the least. That's a pleasant drive from Beach. Very nice indeed. Came down the track to Thatcher to meet it on the half volley, and again keeps that wide open stance, almost like a golf shot really, and then plays through the line of the ball, through the covers for 4. It's a very nice shot actually. And Beach looks in the mood, doesn't she? She moves into double figures. 21 for 1 the score. Beach on to 13 off 8. And if I'm the Leicestershire captain, I'm beginning to get a little bit worried about how easily the gaps are being found. Thatcher in, down, oh, she's bowled her! Down the pitch came Beach and missed it, and the leg stump knocked back and the bail splattered everywhere. That is a huge relief for Leicestershire as Beach looked in the mood today, but I have a feeling just dropped her length back a bit there. Thatcher been bowling a bit fuller than that, and as Beach charged down the track, it beat the bat, crashed into the wickets, and a second wicket falls rather. Beach for 13, 21 for 2, the score 136 to win.
Yeah, I think we've been calling her Sapphire, and I've checked and it's Sophie, so apologies to Sophie Beach, or to Sophie Beach's parents if they're watching. Yeah, I mean, clearly a big wicket, excellent from Thatcher, second wicket for her in just her second over, but she looks a good player, Sophie Beach, to me. Very good keeper, batted beautifully until that dismissal, which was perhaps a little bit loose. One of those where she's almost paying the price for being in too good nick, if you know what I mean. She played a couple of great shots. It was almost as though the adrenaline took over.
High on confidence. It was a shot that was...
sometimes you've got to hold yourself back a little bit, haven't you?
A tad hubristic. So the left-handed Davis. Gwen Davis now comes in. Left-handed. And Thatcher bowls to her, and that is a reverse... what do we call that? A reverse pull first up. Either way, misses it. Through it goes to the keeper. There is no run. So a wicket off that over. And... quite sure how many runs came off that over in the end. It can't have been many. 21 for 2 is the score.
9, I think.
9. Oh, so it was
4
many.
off the first. Yeah, 2 4s, weren't there? So
Course
that sort of flick down to the leg side. It's interesting, isn't it? We saw Gilgrass play first ball of that last over with a scoop shot, and then we saw that from Gwen Davis coming in playing a kind of reverse switch hit to the first ball that she faced. Traditionalists might argue that you need to maybe just have a look at 1 or 2 before you start doing that. Modern coaches and cricketers might argue otherwise. Change as Phillips comes in and bowls, and Gilgrass drives up to mid-on, has to hurry through for a single as the throw comes in, hits the stumps, but she was home. 22 for 2. I don't particularly like to see a player come in and do something outrageous like that first ball, but it does show the mindset of these modern batters in both the men's and the women's game, that they are prepared to do that. And as I did say a few minutes ago, for many of them it's a low risk shot. You look at someone like Ethan Brooks, who we'll see later for Worcestershire, provided he's recovered from injury, just as likely to play a reverse sweep as he is to play a conventional sweep.
Well, I don't know the stats, but the fact that so many batters do it these days would suggest that it is a low risk shot, generally to the point where you can premeditate it and generally get away with it too.
Yeah. And the bowler knows you're going to do it.
Exactly. Well, you stood there, changing stance.
Phillips round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Davis, who drives and misses it. Is it you? No, it's me, isn't it?
It is you.
Yeah, it is me. Misses it, taken by the keeper. 22 for 2. 157 the target. Not a good start. 2 wickets for Emma Thatcher for the Foxes. Phillips round the wicket, bowls, lovely square drive from Davis. Only a single. 2 good young players for Worcestershire though, these two, Gwen Davis and Bryony Gilgrass. Both capable. Leicestershire keeper calling for a helmet, going to stand up to the stumps. Lucy Weston. She's keeping wicket even though she couldn't run. Right there, Lucy Weston, which is odd, isn't it? She was allowed a runner, but fit enough to keep wicket. Well, there you go. Can't have been too bad. Maybe it was just cramp or something like that. There's Phillips in with Weston standing up to the stumps, driven into the ground by Bryony Gilgrass, back past the bowler. Can't get a run. 23 for 2. She's looking a bit tense out there at the moment, Gilgrass. She needs a boundary. She's been dropped once, maybe twice. I'm not sure about the first one. Hasn't really got going. Opens her shoulders this time and is out. Oh. Top edge, flies to short third, where the catch is taken, and the Rapids have lost their third wicket. And it wasn't a shot that Bryony Gilgrass will look back on with any great pleasure. Weight coming off it, sort of threw the bat at it, lost his shape, and they're in a bit of a mess now.
Well, pun not intended, but I think she's been outfoxed a little bit there. She moved across her stumps right at the last minute, and I think there's a last minute adjustment by the bowler to just put it that little bit wide. I think she was trying to hit across the line of the ball and find space on the leg side, but because of the further width, she was really reaching for it, and there was that outside edge. Decent catch in the end, actually. That would have come quite quickly. So a third wicket. What are the stats? I always forget it. It's the oft trudged out one.
If you lose 3 in the power play,
your
got a very low chance of winning the game. Is basically how it goes, I think.
Ebony Jane Tweets the new batter.
Phillips bowls. She plays a lovely shot. It's whipping this one away up to deep mid wicket for a single. Gwen Davies wanted 2. There weren't 2 there as the throw came in, and she is sent back. So 24 for 3. The Rapids needing 157 to win at the end of the 4th over. Just 3 runs coming from it, and they've done a really good job, these 2 opening bowlers. But we are going to see a change.
Well, I suppose after Thatcher did so well, you would think she's being saved for later. Chisel will bowl from the pavilion end. So we've had 4 overs, 24 for 3 is the score, 157 the target, so 133 to win at 8.3 and over the target for Worcestershire in this T20 Blast match at a boiling Grace Road. Time to get the prescription sunglasses out. Hope you've suntanned.
Not yet, and will when I go outside. Just hiding in here at the moment.
Here is Chisel, bowls down the leg side, so that'll be signalled wide. Very bustly run up from Chisel. And she'll have to bowl that one again. People like me, Frank, follically challenged folk among us, it's a dangerous time. As Chisel runs away from us from the pavilion end and again bowls down the leg side, and another wide.
Yeah, just looking at that Gilgrass dismissal again, I think she was actually just shaping to sort of flat bat it through the offside, but it floated wide and she fell off it. And weight came right off the shot, and it didn't go anywhere near where she was aiming. Good bit of bowling, as you said, from Phillips.
72 on Chisel's bat, that's much better. And that beats the bat of Tweets. Possibly died in the pitch a little bit there, and it goes through. There is no run. 26 for 3 the score. Stephen Franklin and his team happy with this start. Here comes Chisel, in, back goes Tweets, and that's a lovely shot actually, just off the back foot. There's 2 fielders behind square on the offside, but it split them in 2. I love that sort of late cut shot, late dab shot behind square on the offside. Very difficult to get right like that. Just waited for it and placed it perfectly for 4 runs. First boundary for Tweets. Chisel again, up to the wicket bowls on a leg stump line, and the ball goes to short fine leg. There is a scamper through for a single, with Davies there safely enough. It's a double header, of course. Leicestershire against Worcestershire's men, coming up at 6:30 tonight, on the opening day of the T20 Blast. A newly revamped tournament for both. Here comes Chisel bowling to the left-handed Davies. She's in, outside off stump. Pleasant cut shot to cover just a tad early on that Davies. But a single is added to the total. 33-4-3 is the score. So 125 to win. Chisel in, bowls, driven behind square on the offside, a thick outside edge, but again perfectly placed. So in that field, with a sort of, I don't know what you call it, short third man and backward point. And it's evaded the field. Is this an expensive over from Leicestershire's perspective? Worcestershire starting to get a foothold back in things after losing early wickets. This over will have helped substantially. 36 for 3 the score. Tweets on to 10. It's another great name, Tweets.
There was a Tim Tweets played for Derbyshire, wasn't there?
Chisel moves away from us, bowls, pulled round the corner. It's a very good stop at square leg. So it was just pulled round the corner by Tweets. Didn't catch it on the full, which the fielder there is disappointed about, but they did stop 4 runs, no doubt about that. 38 for these, 37 for 3, I should say, is the score. Tweets 11, Davies 2. $120 to win then for Worcestershire to reach their target of 157, so they need to go at 8 and over in order to achieve that. 5 overs gone in this game. Blast Women League 2.
Yeah, Tim Tweets played for Derbyshire.
Spelt the same.
If he's any relation, there he might be. Trying to find out. Change in the field. You're not missing any cricket because having another bowling change. And
the audience can normally guess that when you're looking up Derbyshire players from the 90s or whatever it was.
37 for 3. 80s, I think. Might have been 90s. This one is Whitfield, new bowler at the Bennett end, outside the off stump, playing a miss from Tweets. She is on 11. Waits again now as the tall Whitfield comes in and bowls, and she slices a drive over backward point away down to third man. Third, I should say, not third man, and it goes to the boundary. She's from Staffordshire.
I think it is
Stoke.
Daughter.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, 92 to 99 he played for Derbyshire.
Yeah, there we go. It's in the blood. A third boundary. She's on 15. She's down the pitch. There's a fourth boundary, I think, as she cracks a full toss through extra cover. Beautifully played by Ebony Jane Tweet. She goes to 19. 45 for 3. Just a little bit of acceleration that the Rapids needed before the end of the power play. Whitfield again. Balls better. Dot balls. It pushed into the covers.
That was a poor ball before, wasn't it? On the full, just very easy to You'll be kicking yourself if you don't hit that for 4, but that was a much better line and length. Very high release point.
Yeah,
Whitfield.
right over the top, right over the perpendicular. And that's wide, very wide. Went after it, Tweets, tried to reach it but couldn't. A couple of good overs then for the Rapids. 9 off this one so far, 13 off the one before. Last over of the power play. 55 for 1 was the Leicestershire score at the end of the power play. That's another beautiful shot. That really is. I go as far as to say that's as good a shot as we've seen all game from Ebony Jane Tweets. On the move, leaning into it, timed it beautifully through extra cover, and that is a super shot from her. Third boundary of the over, and suddenly 50 is up, and the Rapids, as I say, have lost 3 wickets, which, as Adam Whitty alongside me said, is a key stat in the analysis of T20 cricket, as Tweets is beaten outside the stump by this one, and that is the end of the over. But at the end of the power play, they are 50 for 3, only 5 runs behind where their counterparts were, because the Foxes were 55, but they had only lost 1 wicket. But 26 off those last 2 overs has got the Rapids back on track to some extent, and they are 50 for 3 off 6. They needed something, Adam, to get them back in the game, really.
They did, and attack the best form of defence. Just watching the replay of that drive that Tweets played, and it still fascinates me, actually. There's still not a lot of what I would describe as club cricketing footwork in that. That front leg still moves right, is still across or open, and it doesn't go to the pitch of the ball, and you're just relying on your hands and your hand-eye coordination, but it allows you to open up so much more of the pitch. But the 13-year-old club cricketer in me still gets stressed about it.
That's how Johnny Bairstow gets done by the nip backer, isn't it? All
Yeah.
the time. You don't want to get your foot too close to the ball, though, as I was always told.
Lucy
You
Weston
get
it is
too close.
to bowl the 7th over, and that's a full toss that's pulled for
No ball, I think.
1, and that will surely be a no ball. Yes. So I'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, Ron Headley, the West Indian left-hander whose son Dean, of course, played for Worcestershire in England, and Ron played for Worcestershire and Derbyshire. He was a great one for that. Don't get your foot too close to the ball, because if you do, and a lot of English players used to, stick that front leg out and get the foot in the way. Got to leave your arms room to get through.
A lot of flight on that delivery from Weston, and flat horizontal bat played at the ball. It's played straight to cover point. There is a single added to the total. 53 for 3, Davis 3, but it's been Tweets who's been doing most of the business so far. Now Davis, left-handed, does face Weston, who comes in, bowls a flatter delivery, reverse sweep high up into the air. That is a 1 bounce 4. She did it first ball, didn't she, Davis, I think, and then went for it again there.
Yeah,
and
good.
This time much more successful.
Proper switch hit, really. Set herself early, switched the hands round, and gave it a real thwack.
Just see on the replay there, she just waited, didn't she? Just held the bat for a second to make sure she didn't go through the...
Completely turned her stance round.
First
knowing
boundary.
she had to put the pace on it.
100 to win. 57 for 3. Goodness me, it's a horrible delivery. That's going to be a no ball and another free hit. That was verging on a beamer, that. I think there was the warning from the umpire of there's one of those. She's going to have to be taken off after that. No, she's coming off, is she? Yeah.
I dare say we were hoping she'd stay on. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because why are you brought off? Are you brought off because you're a threat?
I think it's safety,
Yeah,
danger
there's
to the
no
opponent.
threat here, is there? No threat whatsoever at this pace. I can't see the logic in that at all. If you're the Worcestershire batters, you probably say, well, no, let's keep her on, please. But I suppose rules is rules, and we're going to see Tika Singh, are we?
I suspect if you hit the ball and it crunched into your shoulder, you would not be happy about it. But I take your point.
Yeah. I don't know.
So it's going to be Tika Singh to bowl, and that's hit down the ground, and it's going to be dropped, and it's going to go for 4.
Anyway, wasn't it?
Of course it was, yeah. Down the pitch she came. Tweets, and it went through the hands of the fielder. It could still have been 1 at the very least, and it's now 4.
Yeah.
Shot itself is
6. I just think if it's at 60 but 70 miles an hour or something, it's different, isn't it? If it's a spin bowler, I don't think it's really damaging. I don't know.
Tika Singh in bowls, short delivery, and back goes Tweets, and that's misfielded too. It's a rueful kick of the turf by the fielder at deep backward square leg, and that's gone over the boundary rope for 4 more. So 2 misfields in a row have cost Leicestershire 8 runs, which, I mean, 156 rather isn't a bad total to defend, but when you chuck away 8 runs like that. 67 for 3 the score. Tweets onto 32 from 15 deliveries. And here comes Tika Singh, back goes Tweets. And that's a better piece of fielding on the strip. As point runs round to just stop the single as a late dab into the offside. So 68 for 3. Dave Bradley's joined me. Dave, hello.
Adam, what a lovely day.
Gorgeous.
Where else would you rather be? Send a list.
Well, New Road would be lovely on a day like this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Tika Singh to come in and bowl and drown the ground, flash straight at Tika Singh. They're going to get a single through another misfield. Not easy when that ball's drilled straight back at you if you just come through your action, but Tika Singh was there to stop it, and that is the end of the over, and a very expensive one at that.
Yeah, well, Worcestershire easing their way back into this. They were struggling, obviously, at 23 for 3. So from 46, these two. And after that initial opening attack, Leicestershire's bowlers have looked a little bit ordinary since. I'm not suggesting that I could do any better, but, you know, in the context of the game. Looks like we've got another change here. This is Keaton, yeah. Anjali Keaton coming in from the far end. The Bennett end bowling down the slope. And just about ready to go. Bowling right arm round to the left-hander, and this is a nice reverse sweep, and actually called a no ball as well. So is that a front foot no ball? Must be.
Might have been height again.
So 4 more to the Worcestershire total, and now I'm never quite sure the law. It isn't a free hit. I thought it was. The umpire was a bit slow to indicate the free hit, but it is another free hit. So, the basics of the game are left in Leicestershire down at the moment, in that they're bowling too many high full tosses, and there's another no ball to start another over. So a free hit and another reverse and a swept away, and that could be 4 now. Good stop. Good diving, scrambling stop out on the boundary, and so they come back for 2. That's who is that out there? Holly Whitfield, is it? Yeah, whoever it was, well fielded. 76 for 3. Davis goes to 15. Tweets on 33. Davis it is who faces and down the pitch and smashes it across the line out to backward of square. If she'd have missed that, she'd have been stumped by the proverbial country mile, but she didn't miss it. 77 for 3.
Is that one a no ball?
No.
I think she's got away with one there. As much a no ball as that first one, to my eye anyway.
Tweets facing on 33, goes back chops rather than cuts. Back to backward point. I think about a second, but there's not two there, so have to settle for 1. Although the throw coming in wasn't brilliant, and the total goes to 78 for 3. We're midway through the 8th over. 156 for 8 was the home total. Down the pitch and bowled. Methinks would have been stumped, or was she stumped? I don't know. I've lost the track of that one. Let's have a look at the replay. He either bowled or stumped, whichever way it was. She's out.
Bowled. Lovely, yeah.
I didn't think it went through to the keeper. So the 4th wicket goes down with Worcestershire on 78 after they put on 55, those two. 78 for 4. But I suppose you could say a bit of a rash shot, but it's the rash shot that gets you the runs. If you get in the middle of the bat, we'd all say, oh, that's a great shot. But Worcestershire could have done with these two staying together, one of whom has just gone. So
yeah, well bowled that.
Yeah, kept her nerve really.
Yeah, just as soon as she got the length right, the wicket came. Sort of set her up by bowling too full and then dragged it back a little bit to the point where she felt comfortable coming down the track. But look, there we are on the big screen, Dave. Did you see that?
We were for a minute there.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll keep the pigeons off next door. Laura.
People think they've seen a talking egg.
You may say that. I couldn't possibly comment. So here's Keaton in again, and this time just pushed gently out on the offside. The scoreboard hasn't changed. To tell us who's coming. Mitchell it is who's coming. Kind of thought it was, but didn't want to throw my proverbial hat into the ring just yet. 79 for 4. Last ball of the 8th over, and this is through. Pardon me again. Once again, the sun's in a very strange place. It's actually up in the sky, which is not a strange place, but it's between myself and the batter, and it looks as if she'd scooped that away or come off the pad, and the latter was absolutely true. Just trickled away on the offside. The sum total of all my nonsense and words of wisdom is that there was no run. 79 for 4.
And you're bowling with such flight as well. You're trying to work out what they're going to do with it. And that is the end of another expensive over. Tika Singh to continue from the pavilion end, the one closest to us, up here in the commentary box. So slightly strange figures. She bowled 4 balls in the first in her first over after one of her teammates was taken off. Does have a ponytail.
Yes, this is with all due respect to women cricketers, but I'll tell you in a minute.
Tika Singh in, and that spins back into Mitchell, who goes back and pushes it down the ground, pick up a single. So 80 for 4, I should say, is the score. So 77 to win off 9.8, or not off 11 overs. Sorry, carry on, Dave. Oh no, in fact, I'll comment on the next ball. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Cut from Tweets, who moves on to 35. Run out, shut out. Mitchell there just a little bit too slow, I thought, a little bit lackadaisical. And the throw came in from point. Tweets was up at the other end and puts her bat on her head. And Davis has to depart. We're just watching the replay there. It wasn't a great dive, was it? I think that was the problem. She almost fell over onto the line rather than diving. And well, I was about to say, that Leicestershire had sort of gifted Worcestershire way back into the game. I fear that Worcestershire have gifted Leicestershire right back. It's like a gift exchange. Worcestershire have let Leicestershire right back into the game now, and that's a very silly run out.
There looked to be a single there, certainly from her angle, but maybe she was a bit slow out of the blocks. I watched the replay, and it's difficult now. It's that one that's square of the wicket, isn't it? So whose call was it? We all know if it goes behind square, it's the non-striker's call. If it's in front, it's the striker's call normally, anyway, or should be. But that one was exactly square. So whether there's some confusion, But yeah,
80 for 5 now.
Yeah, it's all right. The scoreboard's confusing us now. Yeah, Mitchell remote. Claire Boycott was the skipper in.
Surely no relation.
No.
Tika Singh in, bowls full and spins in. That's a decent little glance there from Boycott. A sentence that was last uttered 45 years ago.
Well, no relation to the man who destroyed the Irish potato crop. No relation to the other fella either. She's actually quite pleasant.
Tweets now facing Tika Singh in, tosses it up, driven back and stopped one-handed by Tika Singh. There is no run. Decent stop that. That was a very niche reference, the other Boycott. Yeah. I didn't realise there was another Boycott.
Well, when I'm on Mastermind, Irish history of the 18th century will be my chosen specialist subject.
Tika Singh comes in, tosses this one up, and on the full, Tweets comes charging down the track, whips it away forward of square on the leg side. There is a single added to the token. I'm pretty sure John Bishop, when he was on Celebrity Mastermind, did the Irish potato famine as his specialist subject. I think.
Yeah. Of course, the phrase boycotted comes from that era.
Is that true?
Yeah, nobody would speak to boycott.
As Tika Singh is in, a big gust of wind comes through the commentary box, as you probably gathered. There's no run as Boycott goes back, and that dribbles into the leg side. So decent over that for Leicestershire, wicket and 3 runs, so they're sort of back in the game now fully. They're probably back on top. Tweets holds the key, you'd suggest, for Worcestershire. She's 35 not out of 21 deliveries. Boycott 1 off 2.
Yeah, I think you're right there. If Tweets bats out the next, 5 or 6 overs, maybe Worcestershire have got a chance. Claire Boycott, she's not a huge stroke maker. I think she'd agree with me, but she's good to keep an end up. That's just pushed away on the offside, very gently into the covers. A proper cricket shot, I would call that. Tweets goes to 36. Boycott has won and is about to face 83 for 5. Worcestershire. I always like to look at the Duckworth-Lewis par scores, which at the start of this over would have been at 85, so not that far behind. Next ball pushed out on the onside. In fact, it goes out to mid-on. Another single. Worcestershire go to 84 for 5. Crowd beginning to drift in. Not too many in for the start of the game. 2:30 on a Friday afternoon. I still believe it's a work day in this country. Is it Friday? And many coming after their labours. Next off the back foot, Tweets once again repeats that shot, pushes it away into the offside. Now I was going to say that not the trouble, but one of the things that I noticed with the women's cricket is they have ponytails. So you've got numbers on their back, but the ponytail covers the numbers, which is confusing for me. I'm confused on a good day by anything. Still have L&R written on the bottom of my wellies. 85 for 5. Boycott facing, and just pushes this one away on the onside. Could be 2 here. Yeah, they are coming back for 2. Tweets call, and she runs to the danger end, which was the non-striker's end, and they come back for a couple. Boycott has 4. Worcestershire have 87 for 5.
70 to win now.
Next ball, and once again, just chipped away, just picking up 1s and 2s of this over steadily. As I was saying, that according to Duckworth-Lewis, they're not that far behind the run rate anyway, so DLS par score at the end of this over would be 88, and they've got 88. Nice little reverse paddle, a very belated and shrill appeal from the bowler, but the umpire not interested. Well, he was interested because he said not out, but end of the over, 88 for 5. Boycott 5, Tweets 37. That's halfway through the Worcestershire innings. 10 overs gone, and guess what? 10 overs to come.
Well, the required run rate is 6.9, which is very, very doable. but if you've got 5 wickets in hand, it becomes a bit of a stress. So this game very much in the balance, actually. And as we've said, Briley, Ebony Jane Tweets holds the key. It will be Boycott who will face the next over, to be bowled by Tika Singh, none for 13 from her 1.4 overs so far. Bowling finger spin, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end. In she comes, bowls, swept, chipped up in the air. It's going to land to the side of short fine leg and in front of deep backward square leg, and so a single will be added. Boycott onto 6, 68 to win, 89 for 5 the score. Been looking up the word boycott. Tika Singh comes in, bowls, and that's feathered down the ground. That may have come off the glove from Tweets. It's getting at least 2 down to fine leg, and that's well run by the 2 Worcestershire batters. So it doesn't come from the famine, the word boycotted. To be fair, you didn't say that, I said that. It comes from the Irish Land War of 1880. There you go.
That was it.
When farmers wanted a 25% rent reduction from Captain Charles Boycott, who said no. In the air from Tweets, and that races away for 4 down the ground. Tweets is playing beautifully. 43 off 26 now, 95 for 5 the score. He's got right to the pitch of that shot. And heaved it straight as a dart down the line, down the ground rather, for 4 runs.
So Jeffrey carried on in that vein by shouting no to his fellow batsman when he was halfway down the pitch, wasn't it?
Yeah, boycotting taking runs.
Yes. Boycotting hitting it off the square.
So we're going to see a change in the field, are we, after that? This play has stopped, but I can't see many people moving around. Oh no, we've got deep cover coming in.
There was a shoelace to be tied up as well, I think.
And we've got a long off coming back onto the boundary. Tika Singh in, that's down leg side, so that will be a wide. 96 for 5, 61 to win now for Worcestershire. Where were you on Sunday? Are you
home to Northants?
Lovely. As Tika Singh comes in, back goes Tweets and whacks this away on the leg side. It is well stopped by the fielder out there at deep backward square leg.
Foxes on the road?
Durham.
Oh, that's the one outside the...
No, Leicestershire in the North group in the men's.
Of course they are, yeah.
Along with Notts, Lancashire, Yorkshire, the Bears, and yeah, that's a 6, I think, isn't it? Tika Singh in, down the ground goes Boycott, and that is long on Fields, and there is a single added to the total. This game tonight is our one from is our home game from outside the group,
yeah,
and then Sussex away on a Friday night.
Worcestershire's is against Kent, if I remember rightly.
Tika Singh in, bowls, tosses it up again. It's a very tempting type of delivery, that plenty of flight, your eyes will light up, the ball just sinking before it gets to you, but you think that's going to land on a perfect half volley leg. End of the over. 10 off it in the end. 99 for 5 is the score, so with 11 overs gone, Worcestershire need 58 to win this game, and they need to go at 6.4 overs to do it.
So they don't have to go mad, do they? I mean, it's a rubber ball.
They just need to not lose wickets, and they'll get there, I think.
Yeah.
Run a ball will get them there, because you add in the odd 4, the odd 2. That'll get down nice and easy.
Still the thinking person's game, cricket. 99 for 5. So here's Keaton from the Bennett end. This is driven out to long on. Comfortable single. Yeah, I was watching a 100 ball game that they play in the local leagues now and the end of the week. Guy had 3 sixes off the first 3 balls of an over.
Wow.
And it was out off the 4th. Trying to use another one. I thought, well, why, you got 18 off 3 balls. Next ball is attempted sweep, caught a wide by the umpire. Not that anybody else would call a wide, of course. So 101 for 5. Keaton jogs in again, and this time down and cross batting out to deep mid wicket, where it's very well fielded on the bounce. Bounced up nicely. 102 for 5. Tweets goes to 40. Tweets is on 46. Boycott goes for 8. Tweets facing. And this time off the back foot, tries to smash it away. Trying to play it square. Played it too early and played it directly to mid wicket. No run. Sorry, played it to extra cover. Mid wicket's on the other side. Have to get used to this game. I've been watching it for too long. Next ball is that there's an attempted reverse here. We saw that in the Fox's innings. That might well have been called a wide if the batter had stood still. Because she moved across the crease, the umpire decided, nope, you're not going to get it. This time off the back foot, and this has gone away off an edge. They could race away. It goes very quickly on this outfield, particularly down the slope, and indeed it just goes out of our sight, but the sudden burst of music tells me that that's another boundary. So turns out to be there's a little wide in that over. Yeah. Everybody seemed to think that was the end of the over, but the umpire says
there was a no ball. Was there a no ball?
No, perhaps they all miscounted.
Yeah, there was a wide.
Ah, good. I mean, again, it's not easy to confuse me, is it? And Tweets goes to 50. We missed that, so well batted. And tries a reverse this time and just trickles past the what was the off stump into the wicket-keeper's pads. 106 for 5. Tweets on 50. Boycott on 8. Apologies to Ebony Jane Tweets. So busy discussing how many balls were left in the over. Forgot to talk about her 50. And as we keep saying, she is the difference, possibly, in this game between Worcestershire winning or losing.
She's the only player to get past 17 in this innings. This tells you how important she is going to be. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's going to be Chisel. His first over went for 13. So 51 to win for Worcestershire. That's 6.4 and over. And it is Chisel with black hair, ponytail, and a long run up. Kicks up her heels now, past the umpire, bowls, and back goes Boycott, and it's well stopped by the wicket keeper. Lucy Weston standing up.
She's running back to her mark, so cut-off time is 19 minutes past 5.
Here comes Chisel in bowls, and again that beats the bat. That'll help the cut-off time.
So we've got, what, 23 minutes to
bowl 6.5 overs?
Yeah, 7.5. Is that right? No, 6.5. Yeah, 7.5.
Chisel is ready to go again. Will be tight. And she comes now, bowls, and that's going to be a wide. From Chisel to Boycott, who's 8 off 10. A sweltering day in Ayleston in Leicester. Feels like the first day of summer, really. Here comes Chisel past the umpire now. Bowls down the leg side again, and that's gone past the wicket keeper too, and is racing down towards the boundary rope. So that's going to be at least 3 with the wide. And this over not going particularly well at the moment for Leicestershire. 109 for 5, 48 to win. Just going to look at the extras column.
That must be building up.
Be 11 now. Full delivery from Chisel and played 2 points. There is no run.
Yeah, plus the 3 hits off the no balls, of course. In a tight game, it could be the difference.
Chisel turns, but hand through her hair. Has to rush through this over. He's up to the wicket now. Bowles, nice shape on that delivery. It's carved away for 4 through a very straight cover region. Beats mid off, and that's a lovely shot from Boycott. Her first boundary, and it right along the ground, perfectly timed. What's the flight of that as well? That was moving away from it. Got a foot to the pitch of the ball, and nearly wiped out some of the Leicestershire men's players down there, I think. Here comes Chisel, 21 from her 1.4 overs. In she comes, and it's straight and clipped away on the leg side, where a single will be taken to deep mid-wicket. And the single is taken.
They're batting sensibly, these two. They've obviously worked it out that they don't have to smash every ball to the boundary. Look for some gaps. Chip for 1, 2.
42 to win. Tweets 50. She comes down the pitch and edges for 4. Very fortuitous. Put her hands through it and has reaped the rewards from it. That's a big boundary, that, for Worcestershire, and it means an expensive over for Chisel. Ends with Worcestershire well on top. Really opened the body up, didn't she, to really put her back through that. Got the desired result, but not exactly where she intended.
Yeah, a little bit lucky there, and going against the grain of what they'd done earlier in the over, when they just noodled it around, 1s and 2s. The odd bad ball comes along.
11 off the over, and it's now under a run of ball, the target. 38 from 42 for Worcestershire to win this game on the opening weekend of the T20 Blast.
Change of bowling here from the Bennett end. Holly Whitfield is back on. Bowled 1 over for 13 runs. And it's Claire Boycott that faces Whitfield in. Boycott pulls it across the line out towards mid-wicket. Should only be a single. It is. One more to the Worcestershire total, goes to 124.5. Holly Whitfield played for Warwickshire. Tall, willowy, I would say. In bowls, and this is driven. Nice shot all along the ground. It's only going to get 1 for it. There's a half stop at extra cover. 124.5.
That's Amy Colquhoun with the dive.
I've got to say this. It's 121 for 5. It's been pretty quick, the old scoreboard, beating me on many occasions. It didn't then. Here's the next ball, which is driven this time to the right of Colquhoun, and that could well go. It has gone out to the boundary. There's an attempted sliding stop way out in the distance, but another nice shot, and these two are putting Worcestershire in with a very good chance of winning this game. 125 for 5. The shadow from the floodlight pylons and the lights at the top are beginning to stretch across the field. They'll be in use probably a bit later. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside. Another nice, casual, comfortable shot.
Yeah, well, she's timing it, can't you? You can hear that from up here.
Yeah. And again, sensible cricket. Got enough runs off this over already to keep up with the run rate, so no need to go mad, which probably means she'll go waltzing down the pitch and try and smash it into the next county. 2 balls left of the 14th over, and that's in the air, and it's over Colquhoun, and it's safe, but it'll only be 1, so a little bit of fortune there for Tweet's got 56 now. Boycott has 19. These two came together with a score on 80. So Whitfield to finish the over, and this time Boycott plays and misses. That's a good ball, good pace on that. Wicketkeeper caught it at chest height. I think got everything right there. All the mechanics came together.
Yeah.
So Worcestershire at the end of the over, 127 for 5. 6 overs remaining.
8 off the over, and it's 5 and over from here on in for Worcestershire. They should do it with 31 runs remaining. There was a period where the game was really did feel like it was in the balance when that 5th wicket fell at 80 for 5 with 2 wickets for 3 runs, but now this is Worcestershire's to lose. There we are on the big screen again.
Lovely. Take a picture of that and put it on the mantelpiece. Keep the grandchildren away from the fire.
So Thatcher, pick of the bowlers, 2 for 14 off her 2 overs, comes in, bowls left arm over the wicket. That's wide, but there's a feather off the bat off that. Was the referee? Is the umpire wandering over to signal? No, he's not. Just getting himself out the way.
I think if she'd left that, it would have been a wide.
She's bowling from the pavilion end, number 17 on her back. Long brown hair and a ponytail. Skippy run up past the umpire, bowls, and down the track comes Tweets. Hits it straight to cover, and there is no run. So 30 off 34 now. As Thatcher comes in again, tosses this one up, beautifully whipped off the pads from Tweets. He's going to run round for 2. And so 29 to win, sorry, just a single there. 29 from 33. Picked out the fielder down there at deep mid wicket. Here's Thatcher in, bowls, beautifully played down the ground. That's pure timing, that is. Not much of a follow through from Boycott, but pierced down the line, down the ground rather, I should say, for a single. So 28 from 32. Thatcher again, in, bowls, tosses it up, hit in the air. There's a fielder out there, but it's going to bounce in front of her. Nearly bounced over her, in fact. That's Rebecca Brooker, a captain, on the boundary there at mid-on, although she's probably about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. 130 for 5. So final ball, this is the 15th over. Boycott facing, and that's down the leg side, so we will have another ball of the 15th over. And with the cut-off time nearing, it's been extended by 2 minutes, I notice.
Yeah.
So 20 past 5 now, but they're still going to have to rush through the overs, and they could do without bowling deliveries twice. Here is Thatcher in, bowls, full, and that hits the bottom of the bat. There's an appeal for LBWs, all sorts going on there. There's nothing doing, no run, no wicket. And so the end product is 131 for 5 for Worcestershire. Tweets 58, Boycott 20, 26 to win for the Rapids off 30 deliveries. With the final 5 overs to come, I'll hand you very capable hands of Mr. Watson.
Yeah, so a good chance here for Worcestershire. Bit of sensible cricket to get their first win in this competition this season, because this is the first game in this competition. Of course, there was high drama here last weekend when Worcestershire won a bowl off in the T20 Cup. They had to have a bowl off because it rained and cut short the game. Here's the next ball from Whitfield, and goes a little bit of a walkabout there, Tweets, and doesn't get a bat on it. But no great rush now, or shouldn't be here for Worcestershire. Next ball is just pushed away. That's the way to do it. They could get 2 here, actually. There's 2 fielders out, but they could get 4. Boy, Joe, that was well timed. I mean, the outfield is quick, and it does run very quickly down towards the pavilion end here at Grace Road, but just nice shot off the back foot, beautifully timed. 4 runs.
Yeah, what they don't want to do is lose a wicket. You know,
yeah.
Really, I know that's obvious, but the momentum is all with them. The odd boundary. Just don't do anything silly.
Next ball Seemed to go through very low. Keeper took its second bounce, but didn't quite take it cleanly. Once again, trying to play the cut shot Tweets. We've got 62 from 43 deliveries. Run rate required, as it says on the board, is 4.9. So
22 off 27, isn't it?
I did 55, these two. Next ball goes for a big swipe here. Well,
Or bold.
it's just...
Got you some food, brothers?
Have you?
Yep, brought some back.
You're a good man.
I just got there in time as it was delivered. I thought,
Oh, right.
just
You've been all the
don't
way
get
around
too
there.
excited.
Eh?
But I've made sure you're not going to starve.
You're a good man, you are. Here's Whitfield in bowls. That's better. Just turned away to the leg side. They'll have to be quick, but they are quick.
Oh,
And there's going to be some overthrows here.
that's not what you want of your Leicestershire. She was entitled to have a shy.
Yeah, but the keeper didn't get up.
No, I think the
Stopped it.
fielder had to
backing up
back up a bit sharper.
was not great. Probably on the old wicket ends, so maybe got a bad bounce. But 137 for 5. Tweets 64. Next ball is smashed down the ground. Where's that gone? Oh, it's just chipped rather than. I think I overemphasised the power of that shot. It was
Glyn Turner.
chipped out to mid-on for a single. Total is 138 for 5. Target is 157. So I reckon Worcestershire need 19 for victory with 4 overs remaining, unless something a bit strange happens.
They've been indebted to Ebony Jane Tweet. Outstanding innings from her, and when you look at the other dismissals, Kiana 0, Beach 13, Gilgrass 9, Davis 16, Mitchell 2. She just needed somebody to come in and do exactly what Claire Boycott's done and just nurdle it round at the other end. Excellent. New over begins, and this one is driven by Tweet up to long on for a single.
Oh,
Chessel the bowler.
she's missed it.
Chisel. She hasn't.
Yeah,
Oh, it's gone for 4.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That is poor fielding.
That is,
It's
I beg your pardon, it was going straight to her and I just thought she must just come in and pick it up. But
It's a little bit bobbly, the outfield, but Lucy Weston should have stopped that.
well, that's a bonus for Worcestershire. Chesel again bowls, and this one is clipped by Tweets up to long on, where Weston this time does field it. She goes to 70, the outstanding innings of the game, the only half century of the game, and by far and away the most impressive innings of the game. 70 off 48 deliveries, and Worcestershire now just 14 away, and it is now just a case of a level head, staying calm. Chisel in again, bowls, and that one is beautifully played by Boycott. A proper late cut, very late indeed, steered down to third between those two fields. How many times have we seen that today?
Yeah.
A boundary down to third where two fielders are inside the circle and it goes all the way down, and it does. You just have to question the field placing. Both sides, fast outfield, beautifully played, and it'll happen again, I'm sure, before the end of the evening in the men's game. But that really has put Worcestershire on the brink now. They need just 10. And they've paced it beautifully since losing that 5th wicket.
Played
I
really
really have. As Trezelli's in again and bowls, and Boycott again steers the ball to that short third position and runs herself out. Well, that's a shame. I said just don't do anything silly. Only 10 needed to get the victory, and Boycott runs it down to short third. There was never a run there. Tweets calls her through, and I think Tweets had set off and Boycott just had to go, because otherwise Tweets would have been out. The throw went quite rightly to the bowler's end, and she had time to gather the ball and take off the bails, and Claire Boycott is out for a very, very well compiled 24 off 20 balls, and that partnership has added 97, I think, by my reckoning, and I think that's
77?
made all the difference.
80 was it when she came in? Yeah,
No, it was 50 when she came in.
67. No, it was 80 for 5, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? I beg your pardon. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, so yeah.
But
I'm looking at 67. I beg your pardon.
I'm
it
not
was
quite
80 for
sure
5.
why that came about, because it was straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it was. I just don't think it was a run.
It wasn't.
Anyway, here's Giselle into Tweets because they crossed, and she drives out into the covers for a single and goes to 71. Well, she should do because they crossed.
Important that you...
Yes, it was Tweets that got the run.
Keeps it.
Bishop now on strike, having bowled beautifully earlier today.
It's important that run out doesn't affect her, though.
Yeah. Bishop on strike as in comes Giselle, and she pushes defensively down on the onside. They have not recorded that run on the board.
I see the old mechanical board.
The score is 148 for 6. Tweets has 71. Bishop is yet to score. They have not given Tweets the latest run on either board. I'm worried.
It's 148 over to the left, but they haven't given her the single, you're right.
She's definitely on 71. She went to 70 with that nudge up to long on.
Well, the other board has got Bishop with a single, which is wrong.
And it's wrong on NV play as well. I don't understand. The other board, the manual board is now changing.
Gone back to 147. It's definitely 148. Anyway.
They've missed a run.
Yeah. Here they go. They've got it right now.
Oh, there we go. 71 to Tweets. 148 for 6. I get stressed. I get stressed when that sort of thing happens. I think it's going to come down to the last ball. Anyway.
So, 9 to win for Worcestershire.
Change of bowling.
4 wickets for Leicestershire. Or stop Worcestershire scoring 9, of course. 3 overs remaining. Phillips on from the Bennett end. Bowls and flicked away nicely off the leg stump. Probably for 1. Yeah, settled for 1. No need to go mad at this stage of the game. Not quite sure what's going on there. The throw hit the stumps and there was an appeal. No, throw didn't hit the stumps. Well, there was an appeal, but I'm not quite sure what for. Anyway, 149 for 6. So Ellie Phillips to continue changing the field. Extra fielder going into the mid-wicket area inside the circle. So what we got? 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside, 4 on the offside as Phillips bowls down the leg side, wide. And the reason is, I suppose, no point giving them singles at this stage of the game. So just bringing the field in, trying to put a little bit of pressure on. So 6 inside the circle, or 7 if you count the wicket keeper.
She'll biff it over long on, I reckon.
150 for 6, and played back to the bowler. Duckworth Lewis at this stage is 132. Not that that's going to come into it.
They've turned it around, haven't they? Well, Tweets has.
Yeah.
Tweets and Boycott,
Yeah,
brilliant partnership.
The innings of the match. Phillips bowls, and this is heading down the leg side, but it strikes a pad and just trickles back up the pitch. Bishop struggling to get the ball away.
Just get a bat on it and get a single.
Yeah.
Push on the onside in front of square, big gap.
Don't want to keep on about it, but this is a glorious evening here at Grace Road. Phillips in bowls and played 2 mid-wicket over in this field.
Yeah.
Picks up a single. Yeah, it was fairly hard, but Emma Thatcher should have stopped that mid-wicket.
Right, what's she going to do now? They're all back for Tweets, aren't they? She could hit her. She could go inside out. Yeah. Against the swing, but that's difficult to hit through the offside.
Or get a single and keep the strike.
2 balls left, is it?
Yeah. This ball is driven back past the bowler for a single, which is probably just what
do.
Worcestershire needed. So Bishop has 1 ball to face, 152 for 6. 5 needed for victory. And still 2 overs to go out of this ball. Certainly looked in trouble early, Worcestershire. Were they 23 for 3?
They were in trouble. Come back well, really well.
Bishop facing the last ball of the over and just pushes it back down the pitch, past the bowler. They're going to take a single, and why not? So
4 needed.
Yep, 153 for 6. Bishop has 2. She's about to face. Tweeds has 73. Listening to live cricket. If you've been with us throughout the afternoon, good to have you with us.
Well done if you've been with us throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, you get a medal for that. Uptonsteel Grace Road with BBC Hereford and Worcester's commentary online, and also, of course, on the stream.
When you look back at the Fox's innings, you realise that those last 5 overs went for only 30.
Yeah.
You know, that really when you look at the overall scores, it's a tremendous effort.
Well, 106 for 3. You should get more than 157, shouldn't you?
Very, very good effort. As a new over begins, and Emma Thatcher, who's been absolutely on the money with her bowling today, has picked up her 3rd wicket. She's left arm over. She doesn't bowl with any great pace, but she's accurate. She swings it into the right-hander, and on that occasion it was too good for the batter. She just fell over it a little bit there, did Bishop, and ends up almost yorking herself. So a wicket for Thatcher. Bishop has gone for 2. Worcestershire need 4 more to win. They don't want to mess it up now. They are 153 for 7, and Thatcher, well, she's good at what she does, Brother. She knows exactly what she does, and she does it beautifully. And that's her 3rd wicket. She's conceded just 18.
Yep.
It is her last over.
Was with Derbyshire, Emma Thatcher, before moving just down the road, really, to Grace Road. Alterations in the field. New batter in, so you want to keep the pressure on. We should say what they're doing. I think we've got 7, 4 on each side, 8 inside the circle.
So Thatcher in bowls and taken on the pad, and she's out. First ball, Thatcher strikes. She's on a hat trick, and Worcestershire losing Jess Beach, I think. First ball, beg your pardon, it is Jess Beach, and Thatcher's on a hat trick. They couldn't mess it up, could they, brothers?
Well, you know, it's a funny old game, and it's never over till it's over, is it? Yeah.
So first ball, Thatcher on a hat trick, and Worcestershire getting themselves into a pickle because of a silly run out, really, you have to say.
Yeah, a misjudgment. So this is Baker Smith.
Baker
coming
Smith,
in now.
she's going to be very, very nervous, isn't she?
So what we got? 11 balls left. 4 to win, or 2 wickets to win. Because if they don't take the 2 wickets, I think Worcestershire should win, with 4 runs needed. So they've just had a chat.
Thatcher's got 4. Thatcher versus Tweets for the player of the match. Now it's Beach on the board, but I'm pretty sure that it is actually Baker Smith who turns that first ball around the corner, but I'm not absolutely sure. Need to get the binoculars out. Scoreboards aren't helping here, are they?
No.
To be honest, it could be that Baker Smith was out. It wasn't a hat trick anyway. I think it might be Beach. In comes Thatcher to her, bowls, gets a bat on it, squirts it out on the offside, Could be a double wicket maiden this, the way things are going.
I've got to say, the Worcestershire numbers don't help the scorers unless you really, really know your team.
God, they really are the problem, aren't they?
Yeah.
Baker Smith is the one that was out according to the board, the NV play. Thatcher in again, bowls. Dot ball. This is going to be a double wicket maiden. Not a bad way to bowl the 19th. No, I think... I can't believe nobody noticed it, you know, really. Can't believe anybody thought it out, really.
No.
And Thatcher in to complete her spell. Bowls. And it is indeed a double wicket maiden for Emma Thatcher. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18.
Very good.
Not bad at all.
Well, her figures reflect that she's been the best bowler today, and I think she has been the best bowler today. She's got a lovely rhythm.
Goodness.
Bowls, knows what her game is. Bowls within herself. So
here we go. No pressure, Ebony. Does she look for a boundary? Does she look for a 2? There's a 2 up to wide mid on.
There's a 2 anywhere on the leg side, apart from at fine leg. So here we go. Phillips bowls to Tweets down the leg side. It's going away for 4. It's going to race away to the boundary. It clips over the rope. No! And it might be 4 leg boys. No, it's 4 off the bat. So Tweets finishes with 77 and basically has held the Worcestershire innings together and thoroughly deserves all the congratulations that she's going to get. Really, the next highest score was 31 in the game, 33.
Yeah, so next highest scoring innings, 24.
Yeah, excellent from Tweets. Ebony Jane Tweets will be I would have thought, the player of the match. Although, as you say, Thatcher ran her very close with 4 wickets. But a win for Worcestershire in their first game in the competition this season. Foxes will have to kind of think again, I suppose. The pitch has been invaded by Worcestershire's male players who were very keen to get out there and do some warming up. But good win for Worcestershire. Good game in the end.
Yeah, good game. Quick resume. Leicestershire 156 for 8. Runs down the card. Tika Singh 26, Brooker 24, Weston 21, Western 31, Davis 33. Best bowlers for Worcestershire: Baker Smith 3 for 18. Meg Bishop, I thought, bowled beautifully, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. And in the Worcestershire innings, not runs down the card. Struggled at first, did quite well just towards the end of the power play, managing to get to 50, but they did lose 3 wickets in the power play. It was all about that partnership for the 6th wicket of 67 between Boycott, the captain, and the outstanding Ebony Jane Tweets. Ebony Jane Tweets making 77 not out and steering the Rapids home to a 4-wicket victory. Shout out for Emma Thatcher, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 18. Easily the best of the bowlers, but Phillips too bowled well, 1 for 19 for her from 3.1 overs. But a good win for Worcestershire to start their campaign, and as you say, lots of positives for the Foxes, but they perhaps just lost control a little bit in that run chase.
Okay, we'll be back on BBC Hereford and Worcester with commentary on the men's game starting in about an hour's time, and BBC Radio Leicester, of course. Adam will be back in the commentary box to bring you that one. Frank and myself have been thrown out, and we're going to go and sit outside in the sunshine. Actually, it looks quite pleasant out there. So thank you for being with us. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Apologies for 1 or 2 mistakes I think we're looking for, but there were, the elements were against us today. Not the elements, but anyway, no numbers on the shirts basically, so we'll try and get that sorted. From Frank, myself and Adam, wish you, if you're not going to listen to the rest of the cricket, a very good evening.
3. Adam Whitty is here with me. We've already discussed this, Adam. It is, I think, the perfect night. It's sunny, it's warm, there's T20 cricket, and it's going into a bank holiday weekend.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. It is an absolute delight. Perfect conditions. Be interested to see how it plays, really, whether there'll be any movement out in the pitch. Excuse me. But as a fan experience, I don't think it'll get much better than this. It is the perfect experience. You want these balmy summer evenings for T20. That's what gets people down. That's what people enjoy. Sometimes you will get these, it being England, you will get these horrible Wednesday night games or something like that where it's about 12 degrees and everybody's in their coat. Nobody wants to come to that, but everybody wants to put their sunglasses on, the caps on, the Factor 50 on, and come down to Grace Road for this. It's fantastic.
And look, we'll get onto the cricket in just a sec, and sort of I feel bad almost talking about the boring stuff when we are getting ready for what should be a good game of cricket, but these are the nights where clubs like Leicestershire want a nice healthy crowd, get some, plenty of drinks bought at the bar and make their cash for the season.
Well, I said, didn't I think on the Talking Foxes podcast this week that they make as much money from one night in the T20 as they do from the entirety of their county championship campaign in terms of beers and drinks and food. So this is their really big money spinner. We've spoken to the CEO, haven't we? Emma White, who's been on the show, who's been on the station a few times. but he's played international cricket. He was just over playing in a New Zealand series over in Bangladesh. This guy's no mug. And Ashton Turner is your typical T20 mercenary, basically. A gun for hire who will come over and smash the ball all over the place. That's what he is designed to do. As we welcome viewers to the stream on the Leicestershire YouTube. If you want to watch us, you even get an in-camera view of us, which is lovely.
I don't know why anybody would want to see that, but
sweaty eggs on TV. Then you are more than welcome to. But we will be with you on BBC Radio Leicester, the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Sounds all throughout the evening. It's the ability to smash the ball all over the place, hit centuries, hit 80s, 90s, which Leicestershire were lacking. No centuries for them in last year's T20. They've got to hope that one of those two players certainly is capable of getting at least one century during that period.
Well, the two sets of players have made their way out onto the pitch here at a gloriously sunny Uptonsteel Grace Road. As we mentioned before, Leicestershire won the toss. They've elected to bowl. And Adam is going to take you through the first over of the Worcestershire Rapids innings here on BBC Radio Leicester and Leicestershire's Club YouTube.
Thank you very much, Jack. Here we are then. T20 once again at Uptonsteel Grace Road. Glorious sunny skies, barely a cloud in the sky. The sun setting to our left-hand side. It is a balmy evening in Ayleston as the crash bang wallop of the T20 blast returns. The Foxes, perennial underachievers in this competition for the last 15 years. Can this year be any different? Can they become the dark horses, the underdogs that they always have been? Josh Hull will bowl the opening over. He's bowling to Isaac Mohammed from the pavilion end. He's running away from us now to open us, get us underway, and it's hit high in the air. First ball, there's a fielder chasing it. It's over his head and it's a one bounce four. First, I couldn't quite gather the depth of that, but it's in the slot that from Hull and hoisted right over the top for 4 runs.
It was one of those, wasn't it, where half the crowd can see exactly where it's going and the other half think for a split second there's going to be a very early wicket. Unfortunately, we were in that second half as it came directly towards us. Hard to see just how far it had gone.
I'm glad you thought that as well. Hull, big tall, 6'7", mulleted England fast bowler. He's past the umpire now. He bowls a straight delivery which is defended by Mohammed, England under-18 player, Warwickshire Academy product, Mohammed, and one for the future Worcestershire, who too have been underachievers in this competition. We spoke about Leicestershire not getting to final stage for 15 years. They've only had 2 quarter-finals in that time. Worcestershire won it in 2018, got to the final in 2019, but have had a group stage exit in 5 of the last 6 seasons. Came 5th last year. Here is Hull. Third ball of the first over. 4 for no loss is the score. Here comes Hull. He's up. He bowls. And that's played late by Mohammed. Square of the wicket. And a single is added to the total. 5 for no loss. So the two teams, briefly. Jack mentioned them earlier. But Leicestershire, starting with Eskenazi and Budinger as their openers. Then Patel, Rishi Patel, Nick Kelly, Ashton Turner, Ben Cox, Ben Green, Ben Mike, Liam Travaskis, Josh Davey and Josh Hull. And Worcestershire, Brett D'Oliveira and Isaac Mohammed, their openers. Kashif Ali, Adam Hose, Gareth Roderick, Sikinder Raza, one of their overseas players. Ethan Brooks, Usama Mir. Finish that team in a second as Hull, left arm over the wicket, bowls, full, driven for 4. Behind square on the offside, 2 full from Hull. And D'Oliveira, almost with a horizontal bat, jammed down on it and it raced away for 4 runs. Second 4 of the first over. And D'Oliveira again getting off to a very quick start too. 2 batsmen, the 2 openers off the mark with a 4 first ball.
Yeah, lovely shot that, wasn't it? No chance for Leicestershire fielders as it raced to the boundary for the second 4 of the evening for the Rapids.
Tom Taylor, Matthew Waite, Adam Finch, the final Worcestershire players. Here is Hull, driven again for 4. It's a lightning quick outfield, and actually it might be chased down by the field. A big race, though it is going to win. Lost in the end. That Ashton Turner was chasing it, running from mid-off, but driven through the covers by D'Oliveira, and he just leant into that very pleasantly, kept that front foot clear of the ball, and it raced away for 4 runs.
I thought you'd been a little unfair to
So
Ashton Turner there, calling it for a 4 so early. But as you say, that outfield here at Grace Road, it can whip, can't it? And it just got away from him.
Not the best start. 13 for no loss. D'Oliveira on 8, Mohammed on 5. Hull in bowls and beats D'Oliveira outside his edge, and that is the end of the over. Leicestershire not off to the best of starts. It is Worcestershire who are 13 for no loss. Live T20 Blast Cricket, it's back for another year on the BBC and on the Leicestershire YouTube stream. Adam Whitty and Jack Rafferty here with you at Uptonsteel, Grace Road.
Yeah, Leicestershire will be hoping for success in this competition. When we heard from Alfonso Thomas right at the start of the summer, when we sort of had our back in action interviews with him as the players returned from the winter, he said straight away about wanting to have more success in the T20 Blasters. Josh Davey is going to get going from the Bennett end here as he comes into Isaac Mohammed past the umpire, and it's a lovely shot from Mohammed, and that's going to run for another 4. It does, it beats the fielder out on that far side from where we're sitting, and not the best start to the over for Josh Davey. It's another boundary for Worcestershire Rapids, who've started well here at Uptonsteel, Grace Road.
Leicestershire bowled too full and too much in the slot, so they're just able to put their arms through it with the field in during the power play.
Davey in once again, right arm around, and this time it's not quite the same connection from Mohammed, and collected by the fielder, and a dot ball, a needed dot ball in the circumstances. Shouts of Leicestershire, la la la. The fans are making their voices heard, as they often do down here on T20 nights. And I feel like I've been saying this all week, but I would love for those fans to get a day out at finals day. It's been so long, hasn't it?
Quarter-final would be nice too.
As Davey comes in once again, it's another fine shot from Isaac Mohammed. No chance from a fielder there. We spoke earlier about fielders having to chase down as the ball trickles over the boundary. That was no such shot. And yet another boundary. Second from 3 balls from this over.
It's right in the slot, that. 2 full, 2 straight. And with a decent amount of pace on it. That, I mean, really, that was a punch through mid-wicket. Very little backlift.
Davey coming in once again from the Bennett end. Into Mohammed once again. And that is going to be a 6. You could tell as soon as he hit it, it was a big one. And it is straight over for the first 6 of the evening. And, well, Davey doesn't seem to be learning his lesson, Adam.
Yeah, that was even more in the slot. Just on a length where you can heave it over that leg side. Looks a short boundary for the left-hander over on that leg side. I was disappointed, by the way, in the Leicestershire faithful over there who dodged the attempted catch there. There was a man who protected his beer over trying to catch it.
See, that's where we differ. I say always protect the beer, as Davey comes in once again to Mohammed. This one not hit as offensively and collected by a fielder, and they run away just for the single, but that is a fantastic few balls for Isaac Mohammed, opening for Worcestershire this evening. And Josh Davey with some thinking to do. He's got one more left in this over to D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain.
That was a much better delivery, right up in the block hole. You can't smack that delivery in the same way as the previous ones.
And he's coming in right arm over this time to the right-handed D'Oliveira, who again cuts it away nicely, but this time the fielder is out there. They managed to get in for, was it a single? No, 2. It was 2, wasn't it? I thought that on first instinct and then changed my mind. So after just a couple of overs then, a decent start for Worcestershire. They are 30 for no loss.
30 for no loss, as you say. 17 off that second over, and this is not the start that Leicestershire will have wanted. Davey 2 straight and 2 full in that over, and Mohammed, who looks a young superstar, has taken him to the cleaners, and already they've had to change their bowling. Now, to be fair, captains do this from time to time. They vary up their pace bowlers in the power play. But I fear Ben Mike has been brought in to just slow things down. We haven't seen much of him this season. Ben Mike? We didn't see much of him last year. Two T20s last year, although he did against Worcestershire get 3 for 14. So perhaps he can find that form again. He's bowling to the left-handed Mohammed. In comes Mike, and his first delivery is down the leg side and will be a wide.
Not the best start from Ben Mike, is it? We've spoken about how he seems to have these innings, doesn't he, where he's absolutely incredible and sort of wins the game for Leicestershire. We just need to see that a little bit more.
Yes. It can be feast or famine with Ben Mike on occasion, but here he's got a long run up. And he's running away from us, from the pavilion end. Past the umpire now, he bowls, and back goes Isaac and plays a late cut. There's 2 men behind square on the offside, and one of them fields it out there. Eskenazi it is, making his T20 debut for the Foxes tonight. So this is a rebranded competition, or a reformed competition I should say, not rebranded. So it's 12 games rather than 14, 2 divisions rather than 3. Leicestershire in the North group with Nottinghamshire, Lancashire, Yorkshire, Durham and Birmingham Bears. I play home and away against all of those. And then, as Mike comes in, bowl straight, hit high up in the air. This should be an opportunity. 2 men converging on it. They've all left it for each other. And it has landed between them. Ben Green, Sol Budinger left it for each other. It was high up in the air. It would have been easily taken if one of them had gone for it, but they both left it for each other, and so D'Oliveira has survived despite playing a really risky shot there, and that is poor fielding from the Foxes, and you could see the frustration from both Budinger and Green after that. 33 for no loss.
It's frustrating, isn't it? Because it's a communication issue, pure and simple. It's not a skill issue. It's not a bad drop. It's one man not talking to another.
Mike in, back goes Mohammed and cuts him for 4. Well, to add insult to injury, a boundary flows from the following ball. Mike will be furious with that, and he's chuntering his way back to his mark. He should have had a wicket, but he hasn't got one. 37 for no loss now. Mohammed on to 25, D'Oliveira on 11 at the other end, but he should be back in the sheds. I mentioned the new format of the competition, 12 teams, 6-team groups, and then you play 1 team from the other groups each. So this is Leicestershire's match against the central team group, Worcestershire. Here comes Mike down the leg side. Oh no, the umpires let that go. That must have flicked the pad or something like that. So that was down the leg side from Mike. So a dot ball.
I know there's more complicated things than it simply being north, south and central, but I do like the fact that there is a central group and Leicestershire are not in it.
Yeah, and Somerset are. So make sense of that one.
Central and West, I think I saw it was called, wasn't it?
Mike running away from us now. This is the 4th ball of his over. It's a short delivery and a decent one. It didn't really get up at Isaac, and so he tried to dab it down behind square on the offside and missed it. So a dot ball. 7 runs off this over already. Leicestershire play Sussex. That'll be a fun one in their game against the South and East division. That's on a Friday night in June, which we will be there for you on BBC Radio Leicester. Mike juts his elbows out as he runs in, kicks up his heels. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and that's defended by Mohammed, who can't do much with that. Cramped him up for room off the back of a length, and that is the end of Mike's over. Well, it started expensively. There were 7 runs off the first 4 balls, the first 3 legal deliveries, and then followed that up with 3 dot balls in a row. So 37 for no loss is the score after 3 overs. But Worcestershire, the visitors tonight, going at 12.3 and over, which is a pretty damaging scoreline. if it was to continue, Leicestershire need a wicket pretty quickly.
Well, and having started that over at 30 for no loss, had they got that catch, which they really should have, between Eskenazi and Green, then 37 for 1 after the third over, you'd be saying, okay, well, that's not too bad, as Ben Green puts himself onto bowl and comes in. That one is edged, or sort of
It was
allowed it through, and between wicket-keeper and fielder, and it runs for another 4. That one for D'Oliveira back on strike. It's one of those where you try and figure out on first glance whether it's luck or judgment. It's thick outside edge, that one on the replay, and another boundary to start an over for Worcestershire, as that one's just going to be a single, and in fact it's been given as a leg by the umpire, as Leicestershire have a little shift around of the fielders, preparing for the left-handed Isaac Mohammed, who is just 8 runs away already from reaching a blast high score for him, as Green this time comes around the wicket to the left-handed Mohammed, who just defends that one. Brief moment, looked like they might try for the single, but deciding against it in the end, as there is a few more shouts of Leicestershire la la la. The crowd simmered down a little bit inside Uptonsteel Grace Road.
That's what happens when you get whacked all over the place in the first 3.5 overs.
Yeah, run rate of 12 at the minute for Worcestershire, as Green comes in once again. That one just nicely onto the leg side and quite square, and collected by the fielder running in for Leicestershire, and just the single taken from that one.
Took the pace off that nicely, Green. He's been the standout bowler for the Foxes so far this season in the county championship. Will he follow it up?
And he comes again to D'Oliveira, who looks to go big towards a fielder, and it's caught. Leicestershire have their first wicket of the evening. Captain Ben Green with the wicket, caught nicely from D'Oliveira to exit on 15 for Worcestershire Rapids, and the Foxes needed that.
Yeah, they did. That was beginning to get away from them, and they'll also feel pretty glad that, considering the missed opportunity to dismiss him. Just trying to see who caught that out.
I think it was Josh Davey out there. Just, I'm waiting to see a replay. I sort of hesitated to falsely give
11.
credit. It's right on that far side, and from where we are.
He's dropped on 11, so they haven't been punished too much for that. Is that Nick Kelly out there? I think that was 55 that we saw there. Could be wrong. Yes, Kelly. Good catch out in the deep from the New Zealand international. And D'Oliveira, as I say, I won't call it a drop, but a missed opportunity was let go for him, and when he was on 11, the fact that it's only cost them 4 runs after that will be a huge relief for them, and they will hope to stem the tide after that.
And then comes Kashif Ali, and dot ball for his first one faced from Ben Green, and not a bad over in the end for the Leicestershire captain. Was hit for 4 on the first ball, but then after that, not too much damage, and Worcestershire end the 4th over on 43 for 1.
So 10.8 the run rate at the moment, so it is still been a very leaky, expensive power play. Listening to BBC Radio Leicester, Adam Whitty and Jack Rafferty back at the T20 Blast on a Friday night as we bring you Leicestershire against Worcestershire. Ben Mike will bowl the 5th over of the innings. He's in, bowls a slightly slower delivery, which is of a decent length. It's driven by Mohammed, who rocketed to 25 and then has got 1 off his last 6 deliveries. Mohammed, carve that straight to cover. Rishi Patel, the fielder. Mohammed England under 19. Perhaps a star from the future that we're seeing. 154 runs in last year's T20. Mike it is though. Short brown hair, runs away from us. Lengthens his stride, bowls a short delivery that's pulled around the corner. I think that might have gone for 6. Just going to watch the umpire's signal. And it did go for 6. He barely hit that, just hit it on the turn. Used the pace and used the momentum of his body to turn it round the corner for 6 runs. Isaac into the 30s. That's the second 6 of the innings. That was an extraordinary shot. Almost looked like he feather light touch, but huge distance off the back of it.
He's matched his T20 Blast high score from last season. That's Isaac Mohammed.
So Mike bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Isaac. He's in, he bowls, and slower delivery that Isaac almost plays through before the ball goes to him, and that's hit to Ben Green. There is no run. Interesting last year, both of these teams, Leicestershire, sort of contrasting campaigns really. Leicestershire started really, really well. They won, I think, 6 of their first 8, but then lost 4 of the following 5 with a no result, which cost them and meant they luffed out on the final day. Mike in, another slower delivery wide outside off stump that Isaac drives at and hits it straight to Patel at short cover again. So they missed out again. They lost to Yorkshire here. They needed results to go their way. It was always going to be very unlikely, but they very much didn't go their way, as I recall. Excuse me. And then Worcestershire started terribly. But they then won, I think, 6 of their last 7. And it was too little too late, having had a horror start. Isaac waits, and Mike is in. Bowls, outside off stump, carved for 4. In front of square, onto it very quickly, Isaac. Again, I think Mike tried to take the pace off it, but Isaac threw his hands at that. Got enough bat on it. It sounded a bit woody off the bat, but it crunched away through extra cover for 4 runs. And that's the 50 up for Worcestershire, who have batted very, very well indeed. And Isaac Mohammed looks a real superstar at such a young man. 53 for 1. Mohammed on 36 off 20. He's calling himself Isaac. That's his name on the scoreboard. Here is Mike. In, bowls, back again goes Isaac, and hammers this down the ground for 1. Really put his bottom hand into that. It's fielded by Eskenazi at mid-off for the left-hander, and that is the end of the over. So 11 off it. And at the end of 5 overs, Worcestershire 54 for 1. Mohammed on 37, and Kashif Ali only faced 1 ball at the other end. All the damage has been happening at the other end.
Not that this is particularly important, but I do like to judge the choices of songs that are used on these T20 nights, and throw back to these words by Natasha Bedingfield. I think is a bold choice. I'm impressed. As Ben Green comes in once again from the Bennett end towards Isaac. That one's high in the air. It's over fielders. It was, and it runs for 4. Didn't look intentional from Isaac Mohammed, but sort of thick edge over the top, in behind, and for yet another boundary. And he's in a good rhythm, isn't he, at the moment?
He's cruising. He's throwing his hands at everything, but there's a controlled manner to how he's doing it. And he's putting Leicestershire under the pump dramatically.
Ben Green. Oh, it's... Do you know what? It's not Green, is it? It's
Davey.
It's Davey. The scoreboard was incorrect for a moment, which is what confused me. But it is Davey in for his second over. He had an expensive first one, and already with the boundary in this 5th over, 6th over I should say, as Davey comes in once again to Isaac Mohammed, who Cuts it nicely. That one is going to be stopped by one of two fielders and just the single. Controlled shot along the surface towards those two men out there.
He really is going for everything. That was a big old heave, that. But there's a sign of a man in nick, really, when he gets set. He makes enough contact with that for it to go square of the wicket.
Lovely blue skies here at Uptonsteel Grace Road as Davey comes in once again, this time to Kashif, facing just his second ball. It's been all Isaac Mohammed since he came in for the dismissed D'Oliveira, and he takes the single on that occasion.
Cousin of Moeen.
There you go. Feels like there's been a number of times in recent years where we've seen Moeen Ali cause serious damage against Leicestershire in this competition. As Josh Davey comes in once again, coming past the umpire now from the Bennett end, and that one is missed this time by Isaac Mohammed, and it will be a dot ball as the Leicestershire fans make their voices heard once again. And just the mood reducing a little bit. There's Josh Davey taking his time now. After Worcestershire had that quick start, he goes back for his long run up, chucks the ball up in his hands and comes in now around the wicket to Isaac Mohammed. This one's up in the air, and this one should be caught by a Leicestershire man, and it is. And they'll be delighted with that. The Foxes get the danger man so far, Isaac Mohammed. It was lofted into the air. The fielder had plenty of time to look at it, control himself, and takes the catch with ease in the end. And Leicestershire have their second wicket.
And that is a blow for Worcestershire, but a real boost for Leicestershire. Mohammed looked fantastic, actually. He was hitting the ball and timing the ball really nicely. I'm not really sure he needed to play that shot, really. They got the boundary off the over, and he just started looking like he was hoiking it a bit, really. That wasn't the prettiest of shots. Although on the replay looks like it may have been in the slot a little bit more otherwise. Decent catch there at mid-off, I should say. And that's hopefully the door opening a crack for Leicestershire. But Worcestershire, at the end of that power play, that's the end of the power play, 60 for 2. Well, 60 for 1 they would have taken all day long. 60 for 2 puts a slightly different slant on things, but as it stands, I think they're well on for 200 at the moment, are the Rapids.
Yeah, Isaac, that is a high score for him in the T20 Blast, but as you say, he maybe will be disappointed he didn't take it further. He was in a good rhythm, and all of a sudden you've got one batsman yet to face a ball and the other one with just one run to his name from 2 balls. Hopefully, from a Leicestershire perspective, that can mean if they take a few balls just to get into a bit of a rhythm, that maybe they can slow things down and slow the scoreboard down as Liam Travaskis is on.
And he bowls, back goes Kashif Ali and plays it out to short cover. There is no run. Feast or famine for Ali. I've seen him hit a long ball. Very aggressive batter, Travaskis, as Leicestershire turn to spin to try and calm things down, but that's a long, well saved backward point. A diving stop from Josh Davey. That has stopped a certain 4. They do get a single though, as Adam Hose is the new man at the far end. Travaskis bowling from the pavilion end closest to us, and bowling left arm round the wicket at the moment to the right-handed Hose. And in he comes now, bowls a straight delivery on leg stump line, and it's glanced into the leg side, beats the fielder at mid-off, and a single is added. 62 for 2, Hose off the mark. But 293 runs in 11 innings last year, 250s for Ali. As Travaskis is in, reverse sweep, and it's safe over the top of that backward point, and it's going to race away for 4. I think it's going to win the race. There are 2 fielders converging on that, one from the infield, one from the outfield. What would be a mid-wicket position, but it was behind square and beat them. It's a very safe shot, that. Even though it looks risky, it's one that batters love to go to. And Ali's first boundary. He's on 6, Worcestershire 66 for 2. 6.5 overs. Travaskis past the umpire is in. He drags this one down. Back goes Kashif Ali. Don't think he was expecting that delivery, so he looked a bit flat-footed to it. Guides it away on the leg side. The sun still very bright, even though it is coming up to 7 o'clock. You'll have a choice of listening very soon on BBC Radio Leicester. As Travaskis is in. Oh, and that was inside edge onto the pad, I think, from Kashif Ali, and that's the end of the over. Well, Travaskis has brought what Leicestershire wanted him to bring, which is control. A quick over where only 6 runs have come from it. That is the 7th over gone. 66 for 2 is the score. And the incredible progress of Worcestershire that we saw in the first few overs has been halted somewhat. As I say, you'll have a choice of listening very soon. If you want to listen to Letitia George, that will be on FM. If you want to listen to the cricket, that's DAB, the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Sounds. Or you can watch the coverage on the Leicestershire YouTube stream, where you'll hear us as well. Lucky you.
Well, it's Ben Green back on from the Bennett end towards Hose, and he comes in, and that one just clipped away nicely onto the leg side. It is going to be collected by a fielder at mid-on, and just the single on that occasion. And you spoke when Green mixed up the bowling attack early on. In fact, it was 2 from that last ball as Ben Green comes in once again. This one, there's appeals for LBW, ignored by the umpire. Has he been successful in being able to slow down that Worcestershire attack? Has that change contributed, do you think?
I don't think so. Bringing on Travaskis and getting out Mohammed is what has slowed them down. I don't think the way he's used his bowling attack helped. In fact, it looked like all 4 bowlers struggled to find their rhythm, which was taken advantage of.
Green in again. This one pretty square and collected by a fielder. Just the single, as you are about to have your choice of listening here on BBC Radio Leicester. If you would like to stick with us and live T20 blast action, you need DAB, BBC Sport website and app, or the Leicestershire YouTube channel, as Ben Green comes in once again, and that's just another single. If, though, you would like to hear Letitia George, then 104.9 FM is where you need to be. As I say, if you want to stick with us and the T20 blast, then you need to head to DAB or the BBC Sport website and app for Leicestershire Foxes against Worcestershire Rapids in the T20 blast this evening. As that one is sort of clubbed away. And again, just a single taken. And this so far, Adam, a nicely sort of awkward over for Worcestershire, nicely from a Leicestershire perspective.
Yeah, 5 runs off this, the 8th over. This is the final ball coming up. So if Green can hold them to this.
Yeah, and he comes to Ali, who stepped towards it, and he edged it. Is that Josh Hull there? But I can't tell from our angle whether it was dropped or whether it was sort of an awkward one that bounced just before him. But a few fans inside Uptonsteel Grace Road thought that might have been a 3rd wicket for Leicestershire, not to be. And Kashif Ali survives that one. 72 for 2. They end the 8th over.
And 18 runs off the last 3. So 6 runs and over has halted their progress. Plenty of double run overs at the start during the power play for Worcestershire, but Leicestershire have halted it somewhat. Will Kashif Ali or Hose be able to improve things for them? It is Ali who faces Josh Hull, bowling left arm over the wicket. There's a Yorker driven flash for 4, but raced past Patel's hands, who is just sort of stroking his fingertips. So imagine that whizzed past him. He may have even got a touch on that, but he absolutely creamed that, did Ali. Through the covers for 4 runs, and Hull putting it again sort of in the slot there, allowing him to get that front leg out of the way, make room for it, and that is the best struck shot we've seen today. That's what I meant by Ali being able to really strike a hard ball. He's 12 of 10, 76 for 2 is the score. And Hull, 17 conceded off 1.1 overs. He skips in now, bounds in, does the England international. That's a straight delivery. That's much better, played to point. There is no run. It's a diving stop by Sol Budinger, who will hope to, so we'll be watching this, licking his lips. There is certainly the ability to hit a, there's certainly life in the pitch. There's certainly boundaries to be found here. Some of the crowd over on the far side of the field to my left as I look, enjoying the pizza huts. They're like little hobbit holes, aren't they, for people to enjoy their pizzas.
Yeah, very nice.
Hull is in, bowls, back goes Ali, and nicely drives this off the back foot through cover. He will get a single and move on to 13. With a little Shire, like little Shire homes.
I didn't know if there was some sort of Hobbit joke coming my way as I stand at 5'3" next to you.
I would never do that to you, Jack.
It's funny I mentioned that while Josh Hull is bowling. My friends are collecting photos of me interviewing the tallest sports people. So Josh Hull is in that collection. Jakub Stelarczyk, the Leicester City goalkeeper.
That's a great picture of Hull and Jack together as Hull is in, bowls, back goes Hose, and glances this off his hips behind square. He'll pick up a single, 78 for 2. As you're holding the microphone up almost above your head, and it's about his shoulder height, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lots of pastel colours in the crowd, which is a sign that summer is here. It is going to be a balmy bank holiday weekend. Leicestershire in Durham on Sunday for the second game in their T20. Hoping the weather will be similar. As Hull, 20 on his back, moves in, he bowls, and that's pulled. He'd gone to that quickly, was Kashif Ali, and it's raced away for 4. He predicted that, I think he thought that Hull would bang it in, and Ali rocked back and was ready for that, and heaved it away on the leg side for 4 runs, 2 bounces and 4.
Starting to suddenly look quite expensive figures from a Josh Hull perspective, having conceded 13 from that first over. Another 10 from this one so far.
Could be worse as he runs in, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Ali, but he bowls that well. That was quick and past Ali before he was through his shot. So he's on 17, is the Worcestershire number 3. Hose on 6 at the other end from 6 balls. Worcestershire are 82 for 2, having been put into bat by Leicestershire. And Hull 23 runs from his 2 overs so far.
Yeah, massive weekend of sport, isn't it? You've got 2 T20 Blast games for Leicestershire. You've got a relegation playoff for City's women tomorrow. They're at Charlton. It's a do or die game that. They finished bottom of the WSL, but because of the expansion of the league from 12 to 14 teams for next year, there's no automatic relegation, but they face off against Charlton tomorrow as Liam Travaskis comes in for his second over. That one chopped onto the offside and just a single taken for Hose.
10 off that last over, that ended the tightness.
As some quick fielding prevents a second run for Worcestershire there. Just a single again from Kashif Ali that time as Hose is back on strike to Travaskis. The left arm spinner, that one Didn't quite catch it as he would have liked. Adam Hose, and again, just the single as the ball is collected at mid-off.
Travaskis has an uncanny ability to sometimes bowl quite bad balls and not be punished for them, which is a real skill. Like that, which was slightly down the leg side really, but he crabs Ali up for room. I think his variation and his pace is so good. But that was too straight.
Travaskis just takes one step back before coming in for another ball. This one, he will be punished. It was a nice shot from Kashif, and that will be run away nicely for a 4. Seemed to know exactly what he was going to do as soon as the ball left Travaskis' hand, did Ali on that occasion, and no chance for either fielder that was in close proximity to that one. And Worcestershire move on to 89 for 2 with just the 1 ball left of this 10th over from Travaskis, and that one is going to be a dot, nothing to it, and they take 7 from that over, do the Rapids. 89 for 2 at the halfway stage. How will Leicestershire feel about that scoreline, Adam, do you think?
I think I should turn my microphone on. I think they will be disappointed with that. Oh, there we are on the big screen, Jack.
Oh, no.
No.
Nobody wants to see that. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, I think they will be disappointed with that. They've got themselves slightly back in the game. Travaskis has bowled very well to slow things up, but I would suggest that overall they have been second best and that Worcestershire have been much better. Mike to bowl his 3rd over, 18 off his previous 2. He bangs this in, and that is hit Hose right in the chest. That is going to hurt. And he leans on his bat forward. So that would have hit the fleshy bit of his chest, I suspect. So yes, 7 off the previous over. I don't know what you think. I think Leicestershire have given too much away, and they've had to sort of recover. They've recovered okay, but the damage done by Mohammed early doors has meant that they are chasing this game. What's it, double it after 12? Double it after 12 overs, I could easily see.
This is the Adam Whitty theory of T20 scoring.
Richard Ray always used to scoff at that. But I still think it's right. I still think it's about right. Double it at 12, and they could easily have 200 if they don't lose wickets. Mike begins his long run up. He's running away from us at the pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Hose, who whips this away for 4. Fantastic timing. Again, you sometimes see when they seem to predict the delivery. But he's bat out to the side there and whipped it through the leg side for 4 runs. That was a superb shot. And there's 4 more. I don't know where that is. Hose getting a little bit of treatment after that.
Well, he had that one that hit him a couple of balls previously, didn't he? But didn't seem to affect his movement on that shot. As you say, it was a lovely boundary from Hose.
It's a bit like, I'm sure many viewers and listeners might have seen the IPL wonder kid Vaibhav Suryavanshi, who plays shots like that, gets his bat right out off to the side and then whips it over the leg side. It's a very effective tool. It's why he's one of the leading run scorers in the IPL at the moment.
Just remind us how old he is.
15 years old.
Makes you
disgraceful.
Next time what's your local club? Quorn.
Yeah.
Next time you're down at Quorn and you're struggling to get going, just think about.
I'm regularly outperformed by 15-year-olds down there, so I'm used to it. BBC Radio Leicester on DAB, the BBC Sport website and app, and BBC Sounds will be with you for every Leicestershire game throughout this T20 Blast campaign, and every home game as well will be on the stream on YouTube, which I'm sure many of you are watching on at the same time too. Nice funky setup this year. You're not missing anything at the moment. Let me bring you the other scores, in fact, while that's happening. Other games going on tonight, it being the opening evening in the South group. So in the North group, Derbyshire against Durham. Durham 103 for 3. Notts 81 for 3 after 10 overs. Kent 133 for 4 against Middlesex at Lords. Essex 20 for no loss at Chelmsford against Sussex. And then Northamptonshire 75 for 4 against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 22 for 2 after 2.5 overs. This game must have started at 7 against it's saying Warwickshire Bears. Have they gone back to Warwickshire Bears? Hampshire 96 for 3 against Somerset, and Surrey 105 for 1 against Lancashire. Here is Green in. Back goes Hose, who has recovered from his smash to the stomach, and he drives this on the leg side to mid-on, and a single is added. 94 for 2 is the score. 10.5 overs, so the run rate just under 9 now. I think at one stage they were going at about 15 and over, so they have done a good job. The field, there's just going to be a change in the field. Fine leg is coming in and long on is going back. And there is a deep cover, deep mid-wicket, cow corner and deep backward square leg. I wonder if he's going to go full with this, Mike. In he comes. No, it's the scoop, and he's got a reward for it, has Kashif Ali. Saw that field placing, took advantage of it. As soon as they moved that man in, he decided he was going to go for the scoop, moved across his stumps, and has got 6 runs for it. Delightful shots, and he's won that little battle with Ben Green and Ben Mike over what was going to be played, that ball.
That brings up 100 for the Rapids as well. It's one of those when you see such deep conversations about fielder placements and what ball should be played, the scoop almost feels like the worst shot that you can then see the batsman pull off.
They've put fine leg back. Mike skips in, bowls, and that is edged. Is it? There's an appeal, and Kashif Ali's walking.
Yeah, the umpire did signal eventually. Ben Mike started celebrating, realised he hadn't seen any indication from the umpire, who then said, "Oh yes, you are right, he's out."
I thought he nicked that behind to the keeper. Ben Cox take the catch, so 6 and then out. And Ali, who was looking dangerous, he looked like he was starting to find his rhythm there, has been dismissed for 28. And again, another big moment that in the game. Worcestershire again starting to build some momentum after Mohammed's dismissal. Ben Mike has found a way back into the game. 100 for 3 is the score. And still an intriguing battle. Leicestershire hanging on in there, really. But they're not out of it yet.
Brooks is in. He hit 56 not out in the win for Worcestershire against Leicestershire at New Road last season. I think that was quite near the end of the group stage, wasn't it? Was that when it sort of felt like it was getting away from Leicestershire, or maybe
it was the decisive game. It was the decisive game. They went down there needing to win, and they lost. I remember leaving there thinking that it wasn't going to happen for them that year. Final ball of the 11th over. Brooks it is. He crouches down as he bats, and that's hit on appeal for LBW, but that must have been going down the leg side, and it's going to get 4 leg byes for it. That raced off his pads. Did he get a bat on it? Well, he must have hit it. The umpire signalled runs. So I'm just watching the replay here as Mike comes in. Oh, he twisted it off his bat. It's a very good shot. I thought it had crunched off his pads, so why it went so quickly. He hit it. So 104 for 3 is the score, and that has turned into a relatively expensive over in the end, with 11 gone. So that's 15 off it.
Yeah.
And what did Leicestershire just sort of stop the flood a bit? The previous overs before that, the previous 5, 6, 6, 6, 10 and 7, and now 15 means that that run rate's gone up to 9.4. Hose 13, Brooks 4.
And Turner is on to have a go with the ball for Leicestershire, and he's slogged away first ball, and that is not just a 6, that is a big 6 actually, well over the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard, and Not the ideal first ball for Ashton Turner in a Leicestershire shirt. It goes for 6.
Yeah, that was right in the slot. Bit of a loosener from Turner. Nominative determinism, that, isn't it?
As he comes in once again to Hose, who goes big again. Is this one going to be caught by the fielder out there? It is! Just like Ali before him, Hose. 6, 1 ball, out the next. That one caught nicely. Out in cow corner from a Leicestershire man, and all of a sudden... Travaskis with the catch. Comfortable it was in the end. He had plenty of time to look at it, and all of a sudden Worcestershire now 110 for 4. Hose, a quick 19 off 12 balls, is heading back to the pavilion. And if they can get themselves another quick wicket or two, Adam, it might not be looking quite so rough from a Leicestershire perspective.
The game is opening up, absolutely. 2 quick wickets there have opened the door for Leicestershire even more when it looked like it was going to race away from them, but they have done a decent job in pulling them back. And now one of their overseas players coming in, Secunda Raza, who a Zimbabwe international.
Ashton Turner in once again to Raza, and that is just going to be a single for Worcestershire Rapids. I mean, not that Ashton Turner needs confidence boosts or anything like that, but when you get smashed for a 6 on your first ball at a new club, ideally you want to then have a reaction. So to get that wicket straight away, he'll be delighted with that, you'd think.
Yes.
The Aussie in once again, and it's reverse sweep, that one, and it's nice over the top of Josh Hull and races away for a 4-4 Brooks.
That's a very clever shot, that. He sort of digs that out. It's almost at a half volley length as he chips it over the top of the keeper. The fielder's in, so if you get any aerial, if it goes aerial at all, then you're going to get 4.
And that one just driven away, and that'll be just the single this time. Ashton Turner with one more ball, of course, brought in for the T20 Blast for Leicestershire. He played with head coach Alfonso Thomas at Perth Scorchers, his local club, Ashton Turner, his boyhood club. And that one, a wide.
He's won the Big Bash 5 times, hasn't he, with them, Turner?
Yeah, he's got pretty incredible pedigree. Played over 250 T20s. Few internationals as well. As you say, lots of success in Australia in the competition, and his first over goes for 14 runs, but he did get a wicket in there. So 118 for 4, Worcestershire end the 12th.
So an expensive over with 14 off it, but another wicket has opened things up.
Well, that's happened twice in a row, hasn't it?
Yeah.
15 and 14 the last 2 overs, but wickets in both. So sort of deciding where your priorities lie at this stage.
Liam Travaskis is back. He's got a mullet. He's got sunglasses on. He's going to be bowling left arm spin. He's up to the wicket. He bowls, and Raza moves away from his stumps and drives down the ground. You're mentioning those stats about Ashton Turner. 360 T20s for Raza, over 100 for his country too. Both him and Turner were probably matched up all across the world in T20 franchise leagues.
I love Raza's story that he joined the Pakistani Air Force College but failed an eye test.
Travaskis hit in the air by Brooks, and it's missed by Budinger. He got to it on the half volley really, and it escaped his clutches and went for 4. There was a despairing run in from the Leicestershire opener, but he missed it. Brooks hits 4, and another missed opportunity for the Foxes. That's the second one that Budinger's been involved in, really.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward ones, isn't it, where you know it's going to bounce just down in front of you and take the gamble, and sometimes look a bit daft if it doesn't pay off.
Brooks plays this short of a length delivery, and that's played uppishly by Brooks, but safely with a man with Budinger, the aforementioned Budinger down there at long on.
Yeah, Raza's story that I mentioned, he joined Pakistani Air Force College, failed an eye test, moved back to Zimbabwe.
Here is Travaskis, that one kept low, great fielding. Backward point.
And that's where he started playing semi-professional cricket, and now look at him, he's played all over the world. Played T20 here, Pakistan, UAE, Major League Cricket, Caribbean Premier League, Bangladeshi Premier League. He's done the lot.
There's a great work. There's a great life you can lead, or a very wealthy life you can lead anyway, as Travaskis hammers this down the ground, and that will be fielded by Budinger at long on again, who is long off again, I should say, who has been very busy in this game. So Brooks 14, Raza 4, 125 for 4, the run rate 9.7. This is the final ball of the 13th over, 20 off the 2.5 from Travaskis before. In he comes, bowls this, and Brooks went for a risky sweep shot and just about pulled it off, but it cramped him up for Roon Travaskis. That's another decent over from him, 125 for 4, just a 7 off it. And so he is going at, just over 6 and a bit and over is Travaskis, which compared to the rest of his colleagues, I can imagine will be a pretty decent economy rate. Yeah, Davey and Hull going at 11.5, Mike going at 11, Green going at 5.5, and Travaskis going at 7, with Turner going at 6 and 2/3, with Turner going at 14.
Well, it's the captain, Ben Green, on once again from the Bennett end, coming in towards us. That one just turned round the corner nicely by Raza and runs away for another 4 behind the wicket-keeper. And a clever shot that, just in between Cox and Hull, fielding in that area, and it's a nice boundary, isn't it, from Rapids?
That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. You can see the experience there, just using the wrist very smartly, waiting for the ball to come to you. The fact that the pace was taken off it meant that he had to be very clever with how he played it.
That one, he had to move quickly on that occasion. I think maybe got his prediction slightly wrong, but able to manoeuvre well to still play the shot. Raza on that occasion, just getting the single though that time, as Ben Green collects the ball and will come in for ball number 3 towards Brooks this time, who's on 14 off 6 balls currently. That one again, in fact they're going to go for a quick second here. Can Leicestershire man get it in and get a run out? No, it was Ben Mike steaming in and fielding, but the Rapids, I'm not going to make a rapid running joke, but some quick, good running from Worcestershire on that occasion. 132 for 4 as sun's still out here at Grace Road, or it's that time of the night where it starts to get a little bit hazy. I love evenings like this. Down at the cricket as Green comes in, once again flicked around the corner from Brooks, this time collected by Rishi Patel. Down at Pine Leg, just down on the boundary, just in front of us is Rishi Patel. It's still really warm, isn't it, in the centre of Leicester. Lovely evening for T20 cricket here on BBC Radio Leicester as Green comes in once again. That one chopped away from Raza. Him and Brooks just choosing to go for a comfortable single rather than pushing for anything more.
He's mixed his pace up really well, Green. That was a slower bouncer. Throw it into the surface, make the batsman wait for it, and Raza almost got bored waiting for that, but did very well. Actually showed decent patience himself to cut it away and time it.
Green in once again. Final ball of the over. The attempted reverse sweep from Brooks, but a couple of appeals from Leicestershire men that it may have hit the pad, but The umpire waves it away. Dot ball to end the over, and the Rapids, after 14, 134 for 4.
So that run rate, 9.6. They are still on course for a very good total, probably about 200.
We're on the big screen again, Adam.
I just imagine the few thousand people in here going, who the hell are they?
I'm just glad I've worn a shirt.
Yeah.
Some of us are wearing a nice summer shirt. Others are wearing just a casual t-shirt.
I'm not dressed professionally, am I?
But then I'm in shorts and you're in trousers, so who wins? I don't know.
Travaskis returns and he's carved away for 4 over cover. Lovely shot by Raza. Right in the block on that one, right in the slot. And Raza able to just move away from his stumps, make room for himself, and whack it away on the half volley. That went like an Exocet missile, that over cover. Travaskis, diminutive, short and stocky type, 80 on his back, in, bowls, back goes Raza, who's decided to go for this, and it's 6, I think. Yeah, over long on. Led back on that, whipped it away, and over the head of the fielder down there for 6 more runs. I think it's Ben Green, the captain, who it beat. And so there's 10 off the first 2 deliveries of this over, and Leicestershire now being put under the pump. I have a feeling that Raza has seen enough, and he's going to go for this. 20 off 10. In comes Travaskis. That's hit again over cover, and that's going to be a 1 bounce 4. That again was right in the slot. Now, Travaskis and Cox having a bit of a discussion about where to move fielders. I suggest they're going to move that deep point round to deep cover to try and stop this. But the way that Raza is now batting, where he's moving away from the stumps, would suggest to me that wherever he bowls, he's going to try and hit it, and they're doing exactly that. So they're moving Mike to deep cover. It's a little bit closing the stable door after the horse has bolted this. Patel going to point. Let's see what he does here. Probably bowl full again, and he's got now 4 men very straight on the boundary on off and leg side. Travaskis bowls full, and Raza, to be fair, can't do a lot with that, but he's already done the damage. It's ruined Travaskis' figures, having conceded those 14 from the first 3 deliveries of the over. 148 for 4 is the score. As Travaskis comes in, Raza comes forward and plays this into the leg side. Travaskis will have to field off his own bowling. Got a deep cover, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. That deep mid-wicket's quite straight. So he's been quite clever, is Travaskis, by bowling a tad bit back of a length and trying to stop Raza hit him on the up. Brooks is the man on strike now, 17 off 9. Travaskis moves away from him now at the pavilion end. Brooks goes back. There are fielders out there, but it goes to him on the bounce. That deep mid-wicket I mentioned earlier, and there will be a single. Very good shot that for 1 from Brooks. He leant back and put all his effort into that. That's the end of the over. That's an expensive one. The end of the 15th. 150.
16
4
from that over. Yeah, those couple of shots where Raza just went for it back to back, didn't he? Damaging for Travaskis. Calmed it down somewhat towards the end of the over, but 150 up for the Rapids, 5 overs remaining. Evening to my mate Kez, by the way, who was delighted in sending a screenshot of me and you from the stream into the WhatsApp group. He's sat in his garden watching and listening to us with a beer on.
That's very nice.
He's got a young baby at home. How's he getting away with that? How's he getting away with watching the cricket with a beer on a Friday night?
Isn't he?
I hope she is. I hope he's teaching her well from young ages. Davey comes in, 3rd over for him. It's a full toss. It's in the air. It's going to be caught. Is it? No! It's dropped.
Did he catch? He catch that, Buddinger. That's extraordinary. If he kept hold of that, that must have dribbled along his forearm. It looked like he dropped it.
It did look like he dropped it. I've got complete egg on my face because everybody's celebrating, so he's obviously caught it. We're waiting to see a replay. We're just seeing sights of celebration, so we have to believe it. But as I say, it looked like it had dropped out of his hand. Buddinger, who, having had a couple of instances already where he's been involved with misfields, we're waiting to see a replay. There appears to be a bit of an issue in showing it to us, but the good news is I'm wrong, and Brooks is gone.
It definitely came out. It definitely looked like it came out of his hands, that. Buddinger's hands. So I have a feeling it must have just rolled across his arms and back into his hands, if I saw that correctly. I don't think I've seen a dismissal like that before. Remarkable. But again, that's a key wicket at a big time. Haven't allowed someone to get a big score yet, Leicestershire.
Second for Davey.
And it's Roderick, the man on strike, who clips that away into the leg side. Very solid performer, Roderick. Last time they met here, he got 49 in what was a defeat for Worcestershire, but 305 runs last year. He's a very consistent performer. The only man in the county championship to get a century for the Pears as well. Great nickname, that, the Pears.
As Davey comes in from the Bennett end once again. Raza just seeing that one away. Dot ball. And feels at the minute we're only halfway through it, but if Davey can keep this up and keep it restricted on these final 3 balls, it is exactly the over Leicestershire would have wanted. There had been a few expensive ones from a Fox's perspective. So far just the 1 run and a wicket from the 3 balls of this over. I fear it's going to be curse of the commentator if this is going to be a big one. It is, but it's into the air and it's a second wicket of the over. Miss hit from Raza into the air and collected nicely from a Leicestershire man, and all of a sudden Rapids are 6 down, only 151 on the board, and it's amazing how things can look different all of a sudden with a couple of wickets.
Yeah, that is a big moment in the game, you know, because the wickets are falling now, and Raza, who looked really in form, has had to depart. They've got 2 new batters in. The door now fully open. It's 150 for 5. They've got a decent score on the board. Worcestershire know what happens, but I think if I was a Worcestershire fan, I'd be disappointed that nobody's really gone on so far. There have been players who flattered. Mohammed got them off to a decent start. Raza looked like he might be able to kick on. But what? Nobody's got above
42, Mohammed.
Everybody's got between, apart from Mohammed, everyone's got between, what, 15 and 30.
Davey then in once again, looking for a 3rd wicket of this over. He's not going to get it, but it is another dot ball. And if he can restrict Worcestershire on this final ball of the over, that would have been a really nice over from Davey. Just having a quick word with Captain Ben Green. He's heading back to get into position to start his long run up now. Comes up towards the umpire, does Davey. That one clipped away onto the leg side. They debate a second, they don't go for it. So just the single, which means a very good over from a Leicestershire perspective. Just the 2 runs, but more importantly, 2 wickets. 2 potential danger men gone as well in Brooks and Raza. So, how are they feeling now, do you think, Adam Whitty?
Yeah, probably a lot better. They have come back into this game very well indeed, from a position of, well, 150 for 4 to 152 for 6. That is a much improved situation. Just 2 off that over. 3 now for 25 for Davey, whose figures have been turned around as Hull will bowl his 3rd over, and that's 2 straight and flicked off the hips by Waite, who will get a single and move on to 2. Joined from Yorkshire this year, and a very good week last week as Worcestershire got a draw against Lancashire. Got 77 and 47 vital runs in both innings. As Hull moves away from us, then kicks up his heels, big long legs, comes in, and that's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. The 6th in Division 2, Worcestershire, having been relegated last year. They've won 2, lost 2 and drawn 2. Been a bit up and down. I was talking to the guys from Radio Hereford and Worcester earlier, saying a bit up and down for Worcestershire this year. It's been, I suppose, mostly down for the Foxes in the county championship. 3 defeats in a row, 4 defeats in their opening 6 games in their first season in the top flight for over 20 years. Here is Hull. He moves past the umpire now. He bowls a full delivery and is carved down the ground. Lovely shot for 6. Crunches into the side screen there. That's one of the cleanest hits of the night from Roderick. Right in the slot, half volley length. And Roderick has got an incredibly open stance. Just leant into that and whacked it. Very clean hit, like a golf shot, that down the ground. And it will be 6. The umpire is going to inspect that. 160 for 6 the score. Roderick on to 7. The run rate's still high. They're still going at about 10 and over, so 200 a very real possibility still for them. And these two are certainly decent batters. Roderick, that very open stance, his bat almost at a 45-degree angle across over to gully, and he misses that. Does Hull? Roderick from Hull. The ball going over the top of the stumps, and there is no run. Sun just beginning to set to our right hand side. The sun going away behind the pillars in the stand to our right hand side, but the shadows lengthening from right to left across us. Many of the folks I can see over getting a beer over there, getting a pizza with their hands in front of their eyes, protecting themselves as they watch the cricket. Hull in, down comes Roderick, and will get 4 down the ground again. It's a big gap down the ground really for Hull. I'm not quite sure he's bowling the right length for that. With the field he's got, with a fine leg and third man out, deep cover, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg, you'd think he probably needs to bang it in a little bit more than that, get the bounce off his 6'7" frame, but that is probably too full and is allowing Roderick to charge and hit down the ground, and so no surprise they're moving along on back onto the boundary rope, and they're moving third man in. Hull it is, expensive spell from the England man. In he comes, appeal for leg before, wicket and given. Hit him flush in front of the pads. Roderick had moved right across his stumps, and that hit him right in front. I imagine that we're going to watch the replay here and see one of the flushest LBWs you're ever going to see. Yeah, that's not the best angle that we can see on the replay there, but it looks to have hit him right in front. And a 7th wicket falls for Worcestershire. 164 for 7 is the score. And Roderick has to depart for 11, having again sort of flattered to deceive. 2 big shots and then out. And it's just a question of whether there are enough runs on the board. As Osama Mia, who can hit a long ball.
It's been the story of Worcestershire's innings, isn't it? Someone coming in looking like they might be the difference maker, and then, well, you said there about everybody except Mohammed getting between 15 and 30. Roderick didn't even make that. He got 11, didn't he? But a couple of really nice shots, and then all of a sudden he's gone. Good for Josh Hull to get a wicket as well, having let a few runs go in his 3 overs.
So Hull it is then. Final ball of the over. 1 for 35 his figures. This is the final ball of his 3rd over. In he comes. Bowls to Mir, who hits this high up in the air. There's a fielder out there, but it's over his head. First ball 6 for Mir. Well, I think he saw that coming really, that Hull would jam that into the surface. And he timed that very nicely, Mir. And that is another expensive over despite the wicket. 41 is the score. 41 from the 3 overs. 1 for 41 Hull's figures. 170 for 7 is the score. Mir onto 6, Waite on 2. And so that's 18 off that over. And I think 200 well on course for that now are Worcestershire, as we've had 17 overs in this game. BBC Radio Leicester and Leicestershire's YouTube stream. Waite is the man to face the final over of the evening from Leicestershire captain Ben Green. In from the Bennett end to Waite. That one chipped away nicely. Again, Worcestershire choosing to accept the single rather than rushing through for a second. That'll be Mir
to face once again. He's faced just one ball so far. He's got 6 runs. As the Leicestershire fans enjoy Friday night down at Grace Road. Plenty in good spirits, plenty with beers in hand. As that one again is just a single from Worcestershire.
So if Leicestershire can get some wickets now and clean this up, they will feel they've got a chaseable target, but I think they should get 200 here, Worcestershire, which is a big total for this ground and in this competition.
Green in once again. That one clubbed into the air over Ben Green's head, though. It was mishit. Ben Green suddenly on his heels slightly, looking to turn round as quickly as possible and catch that caught and bowled, but didn't quite land for him. One of those slightly awkward ones. Worcestershire get away with it and get themselves a single. Ben Green toppling over as he attempted to maybe get the run out. That one is also in the air, and that is going to be caught. Ben Green with the 2nd wicket of the evening. Good bowling from the Leicestershire captain to tempt in the Worcestershire man, and straight to a fielder. Simplest catch. And again, Leicestershire getting the wickets, but have they conceded too many runs? We will wait and see. But 17.5 overs gone. Worcestershire are 8 down. If Leicestershire can dispatch of these last 2 wickets nice and quickly, not even allow the Rapids the full 20, then they will, I imagine, see that as a success and a chaseable target. 173 for 8. And the former Fox Tom Taylor is in. Spent 3 seasons at Leicestershire. Injury getting in the way of playing as much cricket as he'd have liked. He left before the end of the 2020 season, having rejected a new contract here at Grace Road, as Ben Green comes in to Tom Taylor now. That one clipped away nicely. It's just going to be a single. Rishi Patel at long leg to collect.
Yeah, anything under 180, Leicestershire will be very happy with, given the circumstances. And I think there's enough there's a lot of life in the pitch. There's a lot of runs out there, I think. I think Worcestershire will be very disappointed if they don't get 200.
Green in to wait this time, and again the Rapids take the quick single as Green fields his own ball, and the Leicestershire fans getting a little bit excited again.
It's the first one of those we've heard for a while, isn't it? The Leicestershire la la la. End of the over. Ben Green, the pick of the bowlers, no doubt. 4 overs, 2 for 25. It's the Hells Angels going past, isn't it? There's a big motorbike group up the Milligan Road off to our left-hand side. So sometimes you hear them revving along the road, as you did then.
If there is somebody who's going to teach me about Hells Angels and motorbike gangs,
I've just started growing a moustache.
You have started growing a moustache.
So actually, I think I do know what I'm talking about.
Give it a couple of weeks and we'll talk.
Yeah,
it's
still looks like a 15-year-old.
Are you going to ask Ben Green for some moustache
advice? I should
advice?
have asked him for some moustache advice, shouldn't I? Davey, 3 for 25 off his 3 overs. He's in. Bowls, driven very handsomely for 4. It's stopped. It bounces into Rishi Patel. I should ask him for some advice. There's been a lot of fans across the both Leicestershire and Somerset who have enjoyed the mullet and the tash from Ben Green. It is a very impressive specimen on his top lip.
I like that he said pre-game he thought he'd got away from that, leaving Somerset.
Wasn't there, when Leicestershire were down at Sussex, there were some supporters, Leicestershire supporters, there may have even been Somerset supporters down watching him who were cheering him throughout. Davey in, bowls, Taylor struck on the pad. There's a appeal for a BW, but that was going down the leg side. Yeah. And there is no run. But the innings slightly subsiding here for Worcestershire, who are 176 for 8. That run rate down to 9.6. So we've got 10 balls left in the innings. I suspect they'll aim for probably about 190 now. Tom Taylor is a very decent bat. Holds the ball high. Bounces on his knees as Davey is in. Bowls, driven, clubbed down the ground, and that's a tough challenge for Green. He does really well. Gets his body in the way. It sort of bounces off his thigh as he dives down to his left, and there is a single added to the total.
Yeah, good fielding from the Leicestershire captain there. It was a decent shot. Plenty of pace on it, but sliding in to prevent the boundary and keep what's been a nice tight couple of overs going for Leicestershire.
Davey, long run up, very boundy start, a nice rhythmic run in as he bangs this one in, turn around the corner, and that's going to be 4 runs, I think. Is it going to beat the fielder? No, it's brilliantly fielded on the boundary. Brilliantly fielded on the boundary. I think that's Ashton Turner out there, is it, who fielded that? It was pulled round behind the corner on the leg side, and running round, having to tumble and gather the ball is such a difficult skill. And yeah, it was Turner out there who stopped that. And so Leicestershire stop another boundary. 180 for 8. 8 balls left in the innings now. 2 balls left for Josh Davey. 3 for 30 his figures so far. As he runs in, right arm over the wicket and beats Taylor. It's a wide delivery outside off stump, and Taylor's feet stood rooted to the ground as he went for a big flash at that on the offside. Men out at the moment. We've got a deep cover, long off, presume a long on, yes, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, fine leg and third man up, which means he's going to be bowling full to Taylor to try and stop that scoop shot or a reverse sweep. Davey, 38 on his back, brown hair, up to the wicket now, bowls full, that's dug out. It's a very good ball, that Taylor, one of those very good ball to Taylor, one of those full Yorkers. It's very hard to hit a 6 or a boundary off, and there's Davey at the end of his over, takes the sunglasses off the umpire's head, and that is the end of his figures. End of his spell. 3 for 32 his figures. 1-8, 2 for 8 is the score. We've got 1 over left in this innings.
Yeah, and having been saying early doors that it looked certain almost that Worcestershire were heading towards a score of over 200. I mean, they might still do it, obviously, if it's an expensive final over, but if Leicestershire can keep them underneath 190, I think they'll be very happy with that, given the position they were in. Came out the blocks quickly, did Worcestershire, with D'Oliveira and Isaac Mohammed, the openers, but Leicestershire have done well at stopping Worcestershire from getting too bigger individual scores. As that's up in the air, first ball of the over from Mike. It's going to land safe though, because the fielders are out on the boundary. Worcestershire go for the second, they get it, and they move on to 184 for 8. It was one of those that, given different circumstances, Waite might have been panicking a little bit that he was going to get caught, but because of the position of the Leicestershire field, he was alright in the end. 5 balls to go then in this Worcestershire innings. 184 for 8. It's Ben Mike, I should say, from the Bennett end, coming in for his second ball of the over. That one is wide, as Ben Mike looks ever so slightly frustrated, but it's the right call, and he'll have to do that one again. 185 for 8. Waite on 8. Taylor on 7. There's discussions taking place between fielder and bowler. Ben Mike now steadying himself and preparing for the long run up. Waite is the man waiting. Mike into him, and is that going to be another wide? No, it's not.
Inside of his line, I think, of the batsman's line, because he moved away from his stumps, and it's sort of, for want of a better phrase, was inside him. So he was inside the line of it. There you go, that's a better way to describe it, isn't it?
You say whatever you want to say. Well, it's a dot ball then, and if Leicestershire can get another couple of them, they'll be feeling a lot more positive about this innings as Ben Mike comes in once again. And he's gone. It was an awkward one under the bat of weight. It bounced straight up off the ground, and he took his time getting back into position, and Cox was able to run him out. It seemed like a slightly surreal... He went for the run, and it looked a lot more casual on first viewing to me than it was actually. He simply thought, I'll try and go for the run. Taylor at the other end said no, and by the time he realised he'd made an error, Cox had already got in. A clever wicket, that, from a Leicestershire perspective, and Ben Cox.
Yeah, I thought exactly the same thing as you, Jack, which was that he'd sort of given up having played the shot and strolling back to his crease. That wasn't that case at all. He was going for a run and got sent back, but he was way too far down by the time he turned round. And Cox, the underarm throw at the stumps. And this has been a bit of a collapse from a Worcestershire perspective. I'm just going to have a look at where they were at one stage. So
well, they were 170 for 7 at the end of the 17th. So the last 3 they've only added 15 and got a couple of wickets.
150 for 4 after 15 overs.
Mike in once again. 3 balls remaining of this Worcestershire innings, and they will just take the single on that occasion. And you'd think at this stage Leicestershire will be all right with that. They will allow them to flick away those innocent looking shots that only allow for a single. Taylor on 7, Finch yet to score. As Ben Green gives a couple of instructions to the bowler Ben Mike, who has got 1 wicket so far this evening. He'd have wanted a second one. He looks certain to get an early wicket of Isaac Mohammed, but complete mix-up in the field meant it was dropped. But at this stage, looking like it's not too expensive, as what looked like an attempted scoop over his shoulder from Taylor goes completely wrong, and it just dribbles out to a fielder. And Leicestershire get themselves another dot ball. So 186 for 9 are the Rapids, with just 1 ball left from Ben Mike. And suddenly it looks on for Leicestershire, who won the toss, elected to bowl, elected to put Worcestershire in. Ben Green telling us they fancied the chase. They thought the conditions, the pitch, the evening was set up for a good chase. Ben Mike in, final ball of the Worcestershire innings. It's hit nicely by Taylor, and they run in for the second. They get it, and so adding the 2 runs on that final ball, finishing on 188 for 9. So just 6 runs from that final over and the wicket. And all of a sudden, Leicestershire are in a decent position. Now, you can ask yourself whether they might be disappointed with some of the early runs conceded. Could it have been even more reduced? But I think the position they were in, 170 for 7 after the 17th, to then only concede 18 runs on the final 3 overs when they were... Well, your theory of doubling the 12 overs, they were on 118 for 4 after 12, so...
It's not a problem with my theory.
Well, no, but I'm saying your obviously true theory, your, scientific masterclass of a theory, shows how well Leicestershire did in the back 10 overs compared to the first 10, and how Worcestershire obviously struggled. 188 for 9.
Yeah, at 150 for 4, Worcestershire really should have gone on after 15 overs to post a big score. 188 for 9 is a bit of a collapse from their perspective. They will hope that it's an overpass score, that their early power play hitting belied the pitch. And their bowlers can dismantle the Leicestershire batting lineup. But I think 188 for 9 is under par considering what we've seen. Worcestershire didn't really any of them get going. Mohammed, the best batter, with 42, but then 15 for D'Oliveira, 28 for Kashif Ali, 19 for Hose, 18 for Brooks, 25 for Raz, 11 for Roderick, and then single figures for the rest of the batters. Nobody was really able to get going when they probably could and should have done. I think particularly Mohammed and Raza will be kicking themselves, as well as Ali. The pick of the bowlers: 3 for 32 Davey, 2 for 25 Green. Those both played very, very well indeed. I thought Travaskis had good control too with his finger spin in his none for 36. His last over was smacked around a bit, but 189 the target then for Leicestershire to get their T20 Blast campaign off to a flyer. I think Jack, I think they could do that. I think that is a gettable score, given the conditions, given the pitch, given the batting lineup.
And I think that's the exact point, isn't it? The batting lineup. We spoke on the Talking Foxes podcast this week and said how we think Leicestershire are in a better position batting-wise than bowling-wise, and Ben Green said exactly that they feel they're in a good position to go and chase. You would like to think that the batting talent they have on offer in that lineup, that they can go and get a half-decent score. If they can get a decent start, they'll feel like they're in a good position, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. A good power play hitting, not losing early wickets, always the key at this juncture, and always the key when it comes to T20 cricket. If they can keep hold of their wickets, they have the batsmen to do it. They have the players in Budinger and Patel. If any of those get going, Eskenazi's a really great T20 player, but any of those get going, as well as the international quality of Kelly and Turner later on, then Leicestershire should be able to do it. It's just a case of not losing wickets early in the power plays. That trotted out stat that you're very unlikely to win if you lose 3 wickets in the power play. I think it's like 60-70% of defeats if you do that. So that's the key for Leicestershire. I think they've got the batting talent to do it.
Well, we will briefly say goodbye on the YouTube stream. Stick with us here on BBC Radio Leicester, though, while we wait for the second innings for the Leicester.
just let me bring you up to date with what else is going on. Leicestershire women earlier lost to Worcestershire women here at Grace Road in the first game of their Blast League 2. There's 8 other T20 matches this evening. The reigning champions Somerset taking on the team they beat last year in the final. Hampshire at Durham travel to Derbyshire. Notts Outlaws play Yorkshire. Northampton at home to Glamorgan. Middlesex against Kent. Essex against Sussex. Gloucestershire against Warwickshire. Somerset against Hampshire, and Surrey against Lancashire. You can see all of those results on the BBC Sport website. Phil Foden, Cole Palmer and Trent Alexander-Arnold not in Thomas Tuchel's 26-man England squad for this summer's World Cup. Harry Maguire, the former Leicester City defender, is out as well, but Ollie Watkins is in, as is Ivan Toney, and Morgan Gibbs-White, the Nottingham Forest midfielder, also misses out. Pep Guardiola is to stand down as Man City boss after 10 years. Michael Carrick, meanwhile, has been appointed as the Manchester United head coach on a 2-year deal. So 189 the target for Leicestershire as they hope to start their T20 Blast campaign off with victory. The 2 openers, Stephen Eskenazi, who is a Big Bash winner over in Australia, one of the big franchise leagues with the Perth Scorchers, is joined by Sol Budinger, the bowler. Very familiar with this place. Tom Taylor is going to kick us off, and it is played by Eskenazi out into the leg side. There is no run.
I hate to be that guy because it's one of those things that we care about because it's our job, but people generally won't care about. But numbers on back of shirts that are impossible to read. Worcestershire's black numbers on what is what?
Oh my goodness me!
Black, but they're also, I don't know if you've clocked, they're a different style. I actually saw Ben Green comment on it to Brett D'Oliveira when they came over for the toss earlier. They're a slightly different style as well, so you can barely even see the shape of the number. They're sort of block ones,
Yeah,
so
it's not helpful.
It's not easy.
Not helpful for fans, never mind commentators. Taylor to bowl to Budinger, who drives for 4. That's a glorious shot first up. Driven on the up, over extra cover, and Budinger, who is really the sort of big attacking threat for Leicestershire at the top of the order. If he goes well, Leicestershire are going to go very well indeed. He's the one capable of dismantling an attack, and if you bowl it full outside off stump, he's going to smack you away for 4 like he just did there. Glorious start.
Leicestershire's top run scorer in the Blast in 2025 with 358. Off to a positive start again.
Taylor, blonde-haired, bowling from the pavilion end, moving away from us now. Bowls edged by Budinger, and there's going to be no run as there is a short third man fielding. Slightly cooled around the ground. The floodlights now on at Uptonsteel Grace Road. The sun dipping in the sky over to our right-hand side. The shadows very long indeed going from right to left, but it has been a gorgeous day in Leicester.
I was out in the garden reading my book earlier on. Perfect afternoon for that.
Here is Taylor then, up to the wicket. He bowls, and that's a great slower ball from Taylor. Budinger was through the shot before it got to him, and through it goes. So 5 off the opening over. Worcestershire hit 13 off their opening over. After all 6 balls have been bowled, they got 60 off their power play, which Leicestershire would snap your hand off for, I would suggest. This is the first of 12 games. So just reduced the size of the T20 Blast so that it is more manageable. Leicestershire next up against Derbyshire on Wednesday here, as Budinger defends that delivery, pushes it out, and I think that's Raza fielding it. Let's go with that, shall we?
Yeah, you're not got no chance of being able to tell based on shirt number.
Welcome back to listeners on the stream. Did we plug it in at the last minute?
I did.
I got a call. I was getting a call from somebody. I now know what that was. So, Eskenazi, formerly of Middlesex, of course, waits right-handed as Taylor, right arm over the wicket comes in. Eskenazi moves way out of the way, and that is an incredibly wide delivery. I can see what Taylor was trying to do there, because Eskenazi premeditated, moved right away from his stumps 2-3 yards, and Taylor tried to bang it in wide on the offside, but he was far too wide for that, and so he'll have to bowl that one again. Taylor, of course, who started his cricket life at Leicestershire, left for Northants and now finds himself at Worcestershire. Tall man, Athletic. 7 runs off his opening over so far, and he comes. Eskenazi drives pleasantly down the ground. It smashes into the stumps. There will be no run after that. And that is the end of the first over. 7 for no loss. Eskenazi is on 1. And then it's Sol Budinger who is on 5 from 4 deliveries.
I don't know if my partner has forgot I'm working or heard me talking on the air about being in the garden, but I'm being sent photos of barbecues.
Oh, lovely.
I think
it's a kettle barbecue, isn't it? I think the one that's been sent to you.
Yeah. Mini egg barbecue.
Oh dear.
I want a bigger one than that, surely. Not sure I want a
mini
egg barbecue. Let's see. Anyway, we digress. As weight will start from the Bennett end for Worcestershire. Bowls in, and it's missed by Budinger. He took a big swing at it, and it's slowed down significantly from a Leicestershire perspective. Budinger, having got a 4 off that first ball, is 5 off 4 now.
It's useful having a look at that DLS par, though. It tells you sort of where you should be. That's about 8, so Leicestershire have started around on track. Budinger's going to go for everything by the looks of things.
Good on him as Waite comes back in. That one down the leg side, and it is going to be a wide. Sort of seemed to do that thing where you half swing at it but try to make it clear to the umpire that it has gone down the leg side and is worthy of a wide. And Waite will have to go for that one again. The former Yorkshire man. And he comes to Budinger, who smashes that one straight back in the same direction. There is a fielder there, though, and it'll... Oh, I thought they'd gone for a single, but they've not, so...
It's hit straight at him. That would have been very risky. Waite does sort of step-overs, doesn't he? Like
I was just thinking that. He almost looks like an ice skater as he comes in. He sort of takes a big sidestep. I don't know what that would be like to see coming at you as a batter. Takes a big step to the side as he goes in. That's a full toss. It's hit by Budinger. Is he going to be caught? No, it's just short of 2 men, and in the end is just a single. Sort of, having said that Budinger was going to go for everything, you feel like he sort of, I don't know, put the brakes on ever so slightly with that one. It was a bit more awkward than it first appeared. It is a good delivery. As Budinger does well. And it came in on the full toss. You thought he was going to absolutely smash it out of the ground. Eskenazi then facing up his 3rd ball so far. Leicestershire run rate of 6 currently. They require 9.7. Not quite got going yet as Waite comes in. Eskenazi steps towards that one, ends up going square with it, and they choose to just take the single. And just a little bit of...
I think this has been a good over from Waite. He's given them nothing. Even Budinger, who was trying to heave at some of his deliveries, couldn't really find anything.
In he comes then. Waite once again. Again, Budinger swings at it, but again can't really get the contact he was hoping for. It's another dot ball, and with 1 left in this over, Leicestershire not really got going. Target of 189.
It's the perfect length, that Waite. This has been a very, very good over. Just 3 runs from it. But that's the perfect length. Outside off stump, you just hit the bottom of Eskenazi's bat.
And again, it's missed from Budinger, which means they end the 2nd over on 10 for no loss. In comparison, Worcestershire were 30 for no loss after the first 2 overs. 2 expensive overs it was at the start of Leicestershire's bowling innings from Hull and Davey. So, in terms of where Worcestershire were at this stage, Leicestershire quite a bit behind.
Yeah. Here is Taylor again, and that's crunched by Eskenazi across the line, but straight at the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Leicestershire's batters getting frustrated now, which is a worrying sign because they're going to probably play a shot they'll regret. I thought it was a great over from Waite. Took the pace off that last delivery. And so Budinger was through the shot before it got to him. That required run rate is at 9.9 now. Which shows that the Rapids got runs on the board. Here's Taylor, and Eskenazi drives down the ground with a flick of the wrist. He'll only get a single for it. I'm intrigued to see what Budinger does here as the left-handed batsman. And whether he's going to... I think he's going to absolutely... He's going to open his body up and try and absolutely smash this back into the university behind us. The problem is I fear that that is what Tom Taylor is thinking he's going to do. So we've got a good little battle here for this delivery. We've got a deep backward square leg. It's left mid-wicket open, which is interesting. As Taylor comes in, Budinger goes back. He didn't do what I thought he was going to do. And they should get 2 here, as that was a straight delivery on the leg stump line. And Budinger is able to come through for 2. He moves on to 8, 13 for no loss. The target 189, so 176 to win off 17.4 overs. If you're just joining us, earlier Worcestershire 188 for 9. Top scorer Mohammed 42. Lots of batsmen getting into teens and 20s, but not really able to go on. 3 wickets for Josh Davey, 2 for Ben Green. As Taylor shows us the red soles of his boots as he runs in. That's down the leg side. Although, did that come off a glance off a pad? No, it is a wide, finally. I think maybe the umpire thought it may have glanced something, but it didn't. 14 for no loss. That was a slower delivery from Taylor that didn't quite work. Leicestershire next in action on Sunday against Durham. And that run rate now at 10 and over already. The pressure put on them as Taylor in bowls. That's hit perfectly. That was right in the slot for Budinger, right where he wanted it. And there's that much needed boundary. You can hear the air deflate from the tension around Grace Road. So that was whacked. A man's leaning over the boundary rope. He does get the ball. Well done, sir. I was worried you were going to topple over there. Throws it to Raza. So 18 for no loss to score now. Budinger on to 12, 171 to win, and they've moved a man out to deep mid wicket. He was always going to go for that shot as soon as he bowled anything like full, and that was the perfect delivery for it. He was able to whack it over cow corner. Now Taylor is coming over the wicket now. He's going to try and bowl with that angle. In he comes. Budinger tries to smash this. That's a clever choice with the angle, because it means that it's more difficult for Budinger to hit across the line in the way that he tried to. He went for a big old mow over on that leg side again. Might have been better off trying to play a little bit straighter there. So 18 for no loss the score. Halfway through the power play. 37 for no loss. Worcestershire were at this stage. In comes Taylor, he bowls, and that doesn't bounce, but Budinger turns and pulls this square of the wicket on the leg side, and he will get a single. So that is 9 off the over. A little bit more like it for Leicestershire. The positive is they haven't lost wickets. That's the main thing for them. A tad slow. Eskenazi 3 off 6, Budinger 13 off 13, but they do have their wickets in hand.
Yes, whether they try and stay in as long as possible and then start going slightly mad in the final few overs, or with 3 overs of the power play left, will we see them try a little bit of something a bit more risky in the next 3 overs? Raza in for the 4th over, replacing Waite at the Bennett end, who, as Adam said before, had a fantastic first over. Just 3 runs Waite conceded in his first over, but he's been replaced by Raza, who comes in now to Budinger, who clips that one away. There's no rush from him or Eskenazi, and they take the single. That one on the leg side.
You would have seen on the stream, if you were watching that Raza holds the ball right behind his back until the very last moment to try and hide what he's going to do with the ball. We'll try and see it again, the Zimbabwe, and he'll do it in a second as he spins the ball from one arm to the left. There you go. He's literally as if he's standing in line.
Here he comes now. That one clipped away by Eskenazi. A bit more pace to the running on that occasion. It is just a single though from Leicestershire. I mean, he's got so much experience, has Raza. Played all over the world. I mentioned it before. He's played in the Blast, the 100, the IPL, the Pakistan Super League, the International League T20. He's been there and done it everywhere. As Budinger again clips one to the leg side, but again Leicestershire settling for the single, adding ones to their figure, but the run rate above 10 now for Leicestershire as Raza comes in once again to Eskenazi. Bit more pace on that drive from Eskenazi, but it's fielded well, and that'll be a dot ball, and it's looking like a positive over from Raza. He was in once again, and that was a really fascinating slinger technique from Raza. As you say, he doesn't give anything away, does he, with his run-up, and it's working at the minute.
It's not particularly complicated action at all, but he hides what he's doing and varies it up so well. That was a slinger delivery. His arm almost sort of 90 degrees when he did it.
A little skip on his run-up here to Budinger, who again can't quite get that one away. It's another dot ball, and it's just 4 from the over for Leicestershire. 23 for no loss. Worcestershire, in comparison, were 43 for 1 at this stage. D'Oliveira got out in the 4th over, so Leicestershire have that on their side, but 20 runs behind. If you look at the DLS par, it has it at about 29 at the minute, so not as damaging as maybe the over by over comparisons look, but still behind the rate at the minute.
Taylor continues, and Eskenazi cuts. That's a beautiful shot. That's more like it from Leicestershire. Late cut over the head of the short third man and races away for 4 runs. That just relieves the pressure again. The runs haven't been coming as frequently as they should have been for Leicestershire, nor of the boundaries, but that is a superb shot, wristily flicked behind square on the offside. It's just become a bit hazier now. The clouds coming a little bit over from our right hand side over to the left. Nice clear night though still, as Taylor runs in away from us from the pavilion end. He bowls, and he's bowled! Eskenazi, middle stump out of the ground. And the pressure has told there. That was a big swipe from Eskenazi. Taylor bowling straight and full and knopping his middle stump out of the ground. First wicket falls for Leicestershire. Eskenazi's first Foxes innings ends with a pretty low score, and that leaves the Foxes 27 for 1.
Yeah, just the 9.
5th over.
Just the 9 for Eskenazi, and we now have what has become the typical opening partnership over the last, well, certainly throughout the T20 campaign last year, of Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger. Patel in at 3 today with Eskenazi opening, and if you put somebody in like Eskenazi to open, you're kind of hoping he's going to go and smash out a few runs to get them started nicely. As it is, that not the case. Leicestershire 27 for 1.
This is an intriguing game. Leicester have been slower than I thought. That DLS par 37, the run rate 10.3. They need a big over. They've got a new batsman in. Patel, though, crouches with his bat raised and plays a defensive shot, trying to get a quick single, and fails. So 27 for 1 it remains. 162 needed to win in 15.5 overs. The old scoreboard to my left hand side, ticking along as usual. Excellent sight that at Grace Road over on the far side. There's a nice hubbub inside the stadium now as Taylor moves away from us now. He's up to the wicket. Patel plays forward at this and will get a single and gets off the mark square of the wicket on the offside. 28 for 1 the score. And Patel had a pretty quiet T20 last year. 207 runs in 13 innings. Just 150. Come to expect a little bit more than that. He's played some sublime innings. Fantastic 100 at Northampton, I remember, in 2024. He got another 100 2023. He is capable of being a star of the show, Patel, but didn't really do it last year. As Budinger... giving me faces, and that has come right out of the top of the hand of Taylor. I think he was trying a sort of back of the hand delivery, and it flew all the way to short third man. It's been given as a dead ball. Short fine leg, I should say. That's extraordinary delivery. He was trying to, I think, do a leg spinner, but he threw it all the way to short fine leg.
I mean, the poor lad, he knows he's messed up, and you get the wah, wah, wah.
I know, I always feel a bit guilty for people doing that. There's a short delivery that Budinger plays out into deep mid-wicket. I appreciate we are people commenting on sport at the moment, but I haven't been out there. I don't know what it's like to play a ball like that, so to play that music, I don't know. I'm sure we can take it, Tom Taylor. I'm sure he gets plenty of stick coming here anyway, being an ex-Leicestershire man. It's lucky that's a dead ball, really. That is the right call, but...
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, could he have been...
Could easily have been a no ball, as Taylor is in bowls and Patel plays this away down on the offside, and fierce looking throw comes in from the boundary, which is well backed up. That's the end of the over. 30 for 1. The first wicket falls, 7 runs off the over, but that wicket has gone, and this is all a bit pedestrian really from Leicestershire at the moment. They're behind the run rate, they're behind the DLS, they just haven't really got any momentum so far, and they've lost their first wicket too. Budinger the key, you feel, he's 16 not out, Patel 2, and Leicestershire need 159 to win 15 overs.
What's the game plan then, do you think? They've got this final over of the power play. Do they try and slog a bit, knowing if they lose a wicket they're in pretty dire straits, or do they just try and establish this partnership now for the next few overs?
I think they've got to attack now. I think they've got to put Worcestershire on the back foot.
Finch is in from the Bennett end. It's flicked away nicely by Patel. It's not going to reach the boundary though. It's fielded by the man out at deep square leg. And they make do with just the single. It puts Budinger on strike. He's got those 16 runs, but from 17 balls, they are not moving at any sort of pace. Leicestershire, run rate of exactly 6, required 10.65. They need to get moving as Finch comes into Budinger once again. That's up in the air, and that is going to get caught. Didn't get anything like what he would have wanted behind that Sol Budinger. Maybe it was a shot of frustration given how slow it's been going, but things go from bad to worse for Leicestershire. Both their openers are gone without really troubling the scorecard, and the Foxes are 31 for 2, a couple of balls into the 6th over,
and that was the real risk. I said they needed to hit out. They probably did need to hit out, but if Budinger hold out early, which he has, then that second wicket has fallen. Leicestershire behind the 8 ball already, 31 for 2, and looking a little bit in trouble because they don't have the runs on the board to put Worcestershire under pressure, and they don't have the wickets in hand to feel comfortable. Well, they do have the wickets in hand, but they're not in a comfortable position at the moment to be able to start slowly and then increase gradually, because they've got 2 new batters in at the moment.
Nick Kelly is in.
That run rate nearly 11 already.
Yeah, it's...
One big over will help them massively. If they had a 15-16 run over, that was the thing that Worcestershire did. They hit big overs regularly throughout the innings, regular sort of 12, 13, 14, 15 run overs.
So Finch into Kelly, who of course was announced in April that he was joining for all 3 formats. He thankfully was already in the country when Jake Weatherald suffered an injury during the first innings of their county championship match at Essex, and Kelly came in for the second innings, although he was out for a duck. Hopefully we won't see the same in his T20 debuts. Finch comes in once again. It's a single to get Kelly off the mark. Rishi Patel onto strike. And they just need, as Adam's just been saying, they need a couple of big overs, don't they? They need one of these two to take the game by the scruff of its neck and hit a total that is going to get you a win, but at the minute not happening for Leicestershire. Finch in Patel, and he's gone. I mean, he didn't have awfully long to think about it, the Worcestershire man in the field, and Rishi Patel clubbed at it and is gone. It is a nightmare start for Leicestershire. He did well to keep hold of it, didn't it, the fielder? Can't quite see who it is.
It's an unbelievable... He's hit it straight to mid-wicket, timed it perfectly. Excuse me. And the fielder there, I can't work out whether it's Raza, it might be Mohammed there at short mid-wicket. That's absolutely flown at him. He's very close and has picked him out, but he's taken a great catch there. And that is a real blow for Leicestershire. They've got the two overseas batters in now who can potentially save the day, but that batting lineup we talked about as being very strong has completely faltered. All three of their top order batters going very cheaply indeed, and they're going to leave it to Turner and Kelly now.
Come on, boys, this is where the overseas lads come and save the day, as Finch comes in, 2 wickets already to his name, and that is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide for Turner's first ball in a Leicestershire shirt. In his first ball with the ball, went for a 6 and then immediately got a wicket.
Probability of winning is about 20% when you lose 3 wickets in the power play.
Thank you, Adam. Presumably that's with some runs as well.
Yeah.
Neither going well though. That's decent from Turner though, and the fans like that. And he gets off the mark with a 4. It's amazing how the mood can change with just one shot.
Saves the over as well. It was 2 wickets for 3 before that shot. But now it is 7 off the over. It's still a terrible over for Leicestershire, losing 2 wickets in it. But now they have 2 lots of international talent out there. The Foxes, Nick Kelly, New Zealand international, just back from playing for New Zealand in Bangladesh. 2,000 T20 runs, and then Ashton Turney's a proper, the type you get now, the type you need in your team as well. A gun for hire, a sort of mercenary cricketer, goes all around the world playing franchise cricket, just back from the Pakistan Super League. They're going to face these situations many times, both Kelly and Turner. 37 for 3, 152 to win, and it's going to be Mia, their overseas leg spinner, who comes in, and that's a great first delivery. Really cramped Kelly for room. Full delivery that pushed him back, made him whip it away. Mia, an interesting one. He's signed on a 3-year white ball contract. The first year he will be an overseas player, then in the next 2 years he will have qualified as a homegrown player on residency. In comes Mia, down the pitch comes Kelly. Mia saw him coming and drags his length back, which means that Kelly can't do much with it other than play it out into the leg side where a single is taken. That's all Leicestershire working in at the moment. 150 to win.
They got the 2 there.
Did they get 2?
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, it's good running.
6.2 the run rate, and it's at 11 now. A mere Pakistan player, very, very talented, tall leg spinner, comes in, high release point, and that is a very strange delivery where Turner's gone for a reverse pull, switch hit, and missed it entirely. Mir took the pace off it, so he was through the shot before it got to him, and it snuck through the legs of the wicket keeper, and they've come through for... Was it a leg bye? Forgive me, I didn't see the signal actually there. It was a leg bye. So 40 for 3 now the score. Turner and Kelly have a chat in the middle. And
they're currently 26 behind the DLS par. Leicestershire.
Mia in, driven. I get a single again down the ground. Dug out by Turner. You've got to give credit to Worcestershire. I think they've bowled really, really well. This is a prime example this over. They've got their lengths right. They've varied up their pace. Full deliveries outside off stump. Mia is a prime example, has varied up his speed very, very well. Leicestershire just didn't do that. And that 188 looks a much better score now. Mia in, back goes Kelly, and it's a dot ball to point. Oh no, they're going to scamper through for a single, and they make it to misfield. Never run on a misfield is what they say. However, that probably was worth it, and it is Kelly who moves on to 4. Good call from Turner in the end. It was his call at the non-striker's end. And Mia then final ball of the over, 4 off it. What can the Aussie man muster up here? Turner's in, back goes Mia is in rather, and back goes Turner and plays it down to deep mid wicket and another single. 43 for 3 is the score, just 6 off it, and the run rate going up to 11.2. Leicestershire still just going at a run of ball. They need 146 to win of 13 overs, and this is becoming a very difficult task already. Turner 6 off 3, Kelly 4 off 6. And they need a big over, and they need one soon.
They do. Turner and Kelly just deep in conversation as we wait a second over from Finch. He got 2 wickets in his first, that of Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel. They will both be pretty disappointed with their contribution this evening, you would think. Turner and Kelly, Leicestershire's 2 overseas players in at the moment. Finch to Turner. Get some decent contact on that, but it will just be another single with the fielder out there at deep cover. As the sun is starting to set in Leicestershire, in Leicester, the floodlights are on, and there are plenty of fans still here. It is still a nice, warm spring into summer evening as Finch comes in once again to Kelly this time. It's not able to get anything on that, and it's a dot ball which Leicestershire just do not need at the minute. Run rate of 6, required run rate 11.45. They are well behind it as Finch comes in once again. Kelly gets a bit more on that one, but once again pretty much a carbon copy or a mirror copy of what we saw from Turner 2 balls ago, with the fielder out on the boundary ready to collect and just the single taken.
They've scored just 4 boundaries in 7.5 overs.
Yeah, Leicestershire struggling to get going. And as we sort of said before, they're past the point of being able to allow these two the time to settle in. They need to just be hitting runs now. They need 143 to win off just over 12 overs. They need runs fast. And again, they're going to have to settle. No, they get a 2 there. They will. Oh, now there's appeals there from the Worcestershire wicket-keeper, but waved away by the umpire.
Wasn't comfortable.
It wasn't comfortable at all. It was well fielded, and Kelly just diving in.
Direct hit, he would have been out. It's a good dive from Kelly. Saved him, but he would have been out otherwise.
I should have said it is Brooks who is bowling this over. He has got just the 1 ball left of it. Only 5 so far from this one. And that one clipped away. Again, not with any real vigour from Nick Kelly, and again, it's not a particularly fruitful over from a Leicestershire perspective. Just the 6 runs from it. They are 49 for 3 after 8 overs. Worcestershire were 72 for 2 at this stage.
It's not good enough, and it's not enough, and they are running out of time. They may well have run out of time already, which seems dramatic. 2 batsmen in, 2 batsmen hitting big boundaries could do it, and they do have 2 batters out there who are capable of it. The issue is that Worcestershire have bowled so well. They've got their lines and lengths spot on. They have kept up the pressure. This is what Leicestershire didn't do. They didn't back up good overs, and Worcestershire have done that. They've bowled tight, and then when the next man's come in, they've done the same. Down the pitch comes Kelly and splices this off the bottom half of his bat and just gets a single. He came charging down the track to Finch. Got 2 for 7 of his first over. Big tall man Finch dominates D'Oliveira, the captain, who's scampering around all over the place out there is Basil D'Oliveira. Brett D'Oliveira, what am I talking about? Basil, that's his dad, of course.
It's his granddad.
Is he granddad?
That's his granddad.
Turner faces, moves away from his stumps. Finch follows him, and all they can get is a single out to deep backward square leg. And you've got to give credit to Worcestershire. These are 2 batsmen who are used to finding it far more easy than this. Used to being able to find the boundary relatively easily. They are in the side to do just that. But Kelly 9 off 11, Turner 9 off 6, and Finch with a long run up bounds in, big long strides from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket. That is a very good bouncer, says the umpire. Oh, it's a wide. It's been given as a wide. Finch isn't happy about that. That was a signal from the square leg umpire. Leicestershire will take it. It's really quiet inside Grace Road at the moment, and no wonder. Decent crowd, healthy crowd. Certainly over to our right hand side in the bench and Stench and Benno stand over there. As Finch comes in, he bowls and it's missed by Kelly. That died on him. Dot ball. The DLS pass 78. And it's 52 for 3. They're 20 behind. Worcestershire at this stage, 8.5 overs, 86 for 2. So they're just well behind, and they've got no momentum at all. Kelly waits, the left-handed batter. Goes big and times that perfectly, and you can hear the cheers in the crowd. He's got 6, wonderful shot. It's the first time one's really been in the slot for him. A beautifully arched blade, over cover, and it goes for 6 runs. One of the shots of the day, that Kelly. Been waiting a long time for it, but hopefully that's the catalyst for something now that he's really timed one.
I was just about to say, when was the last time they got a boundary? It would have been at least a couple of overs ago when Turner got that 4 in his first shot. They needed that.
In comes Finch down the leg side. Oh, there's an appeal for a catch behind. The umpire isn't signalling. It looked a bit hopeful from the Worcestershire players, but it hit something. Must have hit his arm because he hasn't signalled a wide. It was down the leg side.
He signalled sort of his side.
So it must have been off his side or his arm or something.
Top of the leg, but
either way, the umpire didn't give it out. 58 for 3, the score remains. Kelly onto 15. And Finch with brown, mousy brown hair, broad shoulders, tall chap, white boots on. It's up to the wicket, he bowls. And that's hit high up in the air. Has he got the distance on that, Kelly? It's being chased by Mia, but it's 6. Over long on. And that is the over that Leicestershire needed. Finch taken to the cleaners. Kelly with 2 sixes. And the score now 64 for 3 and 15 off the over. And finally, Leicestershire have shown a bit of a heartbeat, a bit of life in this chase. They're chasing down 189 to win. They need 125 to win now off 11 overs. And if we see more batting like that, they can do it.
My word, they needed that, didn't they? At this stage, Worcestershire were 82 for 2. But having just had a couple of overs where nothing really happened. I said, didn't I, when was the last time they had a boundary? It was Turner, that 4 he got in his first couple of balls. So for Kelly to hit 2 sixes, 15, by far the most productive over of this Leicestershire innings. And Raza will now bowl from the Bennett end with that disguised technique. Turner just hits it back towards him. They take the single. And a bit of voice from the Leicestershire fans again. They appreciated what they saw in the last over from Kelly, who's now on 21, which is the highest Leicestershire score so far. He's just on his back foot there. He's forced to run a bit around before he manages to burst away, but they do get the single in. And it'll be Turner back on strike. And if Leicestershire are to come back here, they need more shots like that. Lovely boundary from Turner, and all of a sudden a bit of noise inside Grace Road again. It's a lovely cultured drive, that. Fielder chasing it down, but too much pace on it as it heads towards the electronic scoreboard. And Leicestershire now 70 for 3. Another boundary in this over would be nice to suddenly make the score look a bit healthier, as Turner goes for the reverse sweep. He isn't stumped. It was the run. It was the way he sort of ran, having stumped him. You know when they do a little sort of celebration run, Roderick, but
must have been tight.
Yeah, I mean, Turner didn't look particularly impressed or moved by the action, and the bails are back on, and we go again with Raza as Turner gives that one a big old whack. There is a fielder in position though at long on, and means that they will just make do with the single. They've got 7 off this over so far. Another boundary here to make it another double figure over. Back-to-back double figure overs, and that'd be nice. As Raza into Kelly, isn't able to get much on it, and they'll make do with 7 from the over. 71 for 3 at the halfway stage.
It's a good over from Raza. That was a perfect last ball, considering the pressure on it and the need for Leicestershire to want to hit out at it. Full outside off stump, very difficult to hit that. A bit of life in this game now. So 118 to win off 10 overs. You don't need to be a genius to work out the run rate there, do you? 11.8, that is basically 2 runs a ball now Leicestershire need to go at. So they've put themselves in a very, very difficult position. They've put themselves in a straitjacket. Can they get out of it? Can Turner and Kelly bludgeon their way out of that straitjacket? It is Turner who will wait as Mia, the leg spinner, comes in and bowls short, and that's hit high up in the air by Turner. I don't think he's got all of that. It's down to long on. It's over his head. Just 6 runs to Turner. It was a baseball-style club down the ground towards long on. It was a long hop from Mia, and Turner latched onto it and whacked it down the ground, but I think he clothed it slightly. Big tall fielder down at long on, but it was over his head, standing nearly on the rope. And Leicestershire finally finding their groove here. Mia, back goes Turner, and nearly gets that through the fielder. There's 2 fielders behind square on the offside. Late cut, and there's a left-hand, right-hand combination, so the field changes, but there's a backward point and a short third man there. And nearly beat them, but they just had to settle for a single. So you've got Kelly now out there, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, long off, long on, deep point. Mia in, back goes Kelly, and plays a lovely shot, and that's going to be a chase for D'Oliveira down towards cover, deep cover, only fields, and they just get a single. It's a lovely back foot punch from Kelly. So 110 to win of 57. Need a few more big hits. They got 2 in the end there, Kelly. He moves on to 24 off 18. Here comes Mir. Down the track comes Kelly. It's a slower ball. He really took the pace off that Mir. And again, it's sort of horizontal club down the ground from Kelly. He's on to 25. Sort of feels like the whole thing's starting to get exciting, but it's on a knife edge, and the innings hanging on by its fingernails. One mistake and you feel it could be over. Is that the big shot? It's hit down the ground and caught. Turner is out for 22. Caught at long off, and he has to turn round with his bat underneath his armpit and trudge off. There was an innings to be had there. He hit that 2 flat Turner and picked out a fielder down there. And Turner's really trudging off there. He has to go for 22. 108 to win from 56 balls. 81 for 4 now, Leicestershire.
I was just about to say, if they can weather a few more balls, get a couple of more big hits, and suddenly they're into a rhythm. You know, it's a tough job for Leicestershire, but with 2 international quality batsmen in a rhythm, you felt like it was still doable. It's still doable, of course. It's not completely out of their hands at the minute as Cox comes in, but you just felt like with Turner and Kelly they'd got into a bit of a flow that has now been disrupted.
Cox in at number 6. A man in form. It's from one of the standout players in the county championship. Magnificent innings, career best at Surrey, and he plays safely from his first delivery, going back and clipping the ball off his pads behind square on the leg side. 442 runs in 10 innings, 103 50s. He's got 55 average, and he's going to need some of those runs tonight. He, of course, a former Worcestershire man, and that is the end of the 11th over. 82 for 4 is the score. They are chasing 189 to win, Leicestershire, on the opening night of the T20, so they need 107 runs from 54 balls.
Yeah, it's a real shame if that over had ended 82 for 3, having added 11 runs, you sort of then saying to yourself, okay, well, that's decent progress. As it stands, another wicket down. They won't want to lose too many more. Worcestershire were 104 for 3 at this stage. They started to lose wickets at about the 16th over as Brooks comes in for his second over to Ben Cox, who drives that away nicely past the man at cover and then picked up by the man at deep cover, and they take just the single. Kelly on strike. The Foxes fans will be hoping he can get another big hit like he did a couple of overs ago. 2 sixes in the 9th over for Nick Kelly as Brooks comes in. That one's chipped away nicely. Is it going to go to the boundary? No. Fielded well on the offside, and they settle for 2. They need boundaries, do this Foxes side. 104 to win as Brooks comes in once again, and again they're going to have to make do with the single. I did that thing a few minutes ago where I was stood here thinking it's got quite dark here at Grace Road, and then realised I was still wearing my sunglasses.
I've done that loads of times.
You were sneaky and put your real glasses on and didn't think to...
It's a half-time jobby one. I thought you still needed prescription ones, Jack.
No, Cox gets that away nicely. It's not going to be a boundary. No, I'm always the guy that forgets he's wearing shades and then looks slightly pretentious that I'm still wearing them at night or indoors, but I've just genuinely forgotten I'm wearing them like an idiot. do it all the time.
I do it too as well. I remembered at the interval this time.
Brooks in once again as Kelly goes for sort of the reverse
scoop, I'd say that
yeah.
is Joe Root's signature.
But didn't get anything of it, straight into the hands of Roderick. And again, it's gone a bit slow for Leicestershire. Final ball of this 12th over. They could really do with the boundary from Kelly, who takes a decent swipe at it. That is a lovely shot, actually, and it is going to go for the boundary. Split those two fielders out there, right in the middle, and a much-needed 4 from Nick Kelly. Takes them on to 91 for 4. And again, if you compare to where Worcestershire were at after 12, they were 118 for 4. So work to do for Leicestershire, but we know that Worcestershire slowed down. If we do the Adam Whitty theory that you double from 12, that puts them on 182,
which means
just
it's
short. Yeah.
Yes, but it means that it's within the margin of error, really. Waite to bowl 3 runs off his first over. Cox waits and plays this pleasantly through cover. So chase for the fielder there. They've got at least 2. It is well fielded on the extra cover boundary.
Interesting that Waite had such a good first over. He bowled the opening over from the Bennett end, didn't he? And then we've not seen him since.
I presume they wanted to save him for this period because they thought he wouldn't concede many runs. That would be my guess. 96 to win from 47. Waite in. Bowls. Cox comes down the track. It's a great shot. Great shot. 2, 3 bounces and 4. Over cover. He got to the pitch of that and smashed it over the infield. He plays in inverted commas properly, does Cox. No big horrible hoiks to the pitch of the ball, and slaps it for 4 runs. Plenty of power in the shot, but plenty of technique too. 97 for 4, then 92 to win. Leicestershire over halfway. 46 needed, and the fact they have only lost 4 is a positive for them. Kelly, you'd think, holds the key with 32 from 23. He's at the non-striker's end. You've got a fine leg, deep cover, deep mid wicket, long off. Long on. And deep backward square leg. Waite in, full Yorker, and driven again. And it beats short cover, but doesn't beat mid off. So 98 for 4. 3 balls left in the over. Another boundary here. And you never know. They just need 2, 3 big overs, Leicestershire. Can Kelly be the man to do it? Blue skies turning grey around us. The floodlights taking over now.
Seeing that interesting run up from Waite again. Sort of. I've decided it's not ice skating, it's high jump. He's about to go for the high jump as he's sort of.
It's a bit boundy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go. He'll do it again here. There you go. Oh, just one bit. It's like
It's just the one, isn't it?
He adds an angle. Kelly comes down the track and plays that nicely with a horizontal bat almost along the floor. He starts straight and then bounds out to the left and starts angling his run up in. I've not seen that before. So there's a single to Kelly. 33 he moves on to. 99 for 4 is the score. 90 to win off 44.
Really crucial few couple of overs there.
Here comes Waite, fair head, past the umpire, bowls, slower delivery, hit in the air, doesn't beat the fielder. That's great stop at mid-off. I thought that was just going to escape the clutches of the fielder there. And apologies to Worcestershire fans, we're not picking out your players particularly well. And I can tell you why that is, because you might be able to see it on the stream if you're watching it. It's near impossible to pick them out. I mean, look at you can see it there on your screen. Is that a 6 supposedly? It looks like the bottom half of what's that musical note?
It's Waite, yeah. That's clearly a 6.
Yeah,
That's obviously a number 6. Why wouldn't you? Why would you ever have any doubt that that is the number 6?
it's in one big block. It is so unhelpful. Waite bowls a full Yorker, which is dug out by Kelly. If the point is for it to be seen, it is not doing its job. End of the over. 100 for 4. That was a dot ball to end the over. Kelly 33, Cox 11, 89 runs to win with 43 balls remaining. I'm trying to describe it properly. I don't know.
I'm always really conscious of talking about sort of, I don't know, using industry terms, or you talking about, when people talk about issues in a press room or the dinner that they had before and stuff like that. I hate it when people do that publicly and on the air, but I feel like this is a justified commentator moan. I cannot for a single second see what number that is.
I can now see Raza's got a 1 on his back, but even that is difficult. And that shows you how difficult it is that we can't even work out that it's number 1.
In comes Raza to Cox, who, bit of an inside edge on that one. They're able to get the single as Roderick fields himself from wicket keeper. 101 for 4 are Leicestershire. Now Kelly, the man that holds the key, you would think. Cox with him. Kelly on strike now, Cox at the other end. Of course, won the Blast with Worcestershire in 2018. He was the man of the match in both the semi and the final. As that's just knocked away by Kelly. Again, it's just a single. Raza yet to get himself a wicket. Just 13 runs conceded so far. As again, Leicestershire could do with a productive over. In comes Raza, though. Secretive action as Cox is able to flick that around the corner and down to the fielder, though. Again, it's just a single.
It's a leg by as well.
86 to win from 39 for the Foxes. Required run rate over 13 now, as Kelly goes for the reverse sweep. He doesn't quite get the connection he wanted, but it was enough to trick the wicket keeper and get themselves a single. But again, at this stage, singles not really enough. They do need a boundary, at least a boundary in each over at the minute. In fact, a couple of boundaries really, as Cox goes for a big one there, and that is going to be a boundary, and it's going to be a 6. Big old 6 that from Cox. It didn't look like he needed to get an awful lot on it, but the way he flicked the bat, perfect connection down to long leg, and that is a lovely 6. Just what Leicestershire required. Another one would be very nice. 18 Cox moves on to.
So we added real impetus to this innings, Cox.
There he goes again. Nice drive onto the offside from Ben Cox to round off the over, and all of a sudden a very frustrating over looks a bit nicer. They still need more. The required run rate is 13. They took 11 off that 14th over, but with Cox and Kelly in, maybe they can progress nicely. 134 for 4 is where Worcestershire were at this stage. The DLS part is at 124, so work to do for the Foxes.
It has been worse than that, having said that, but the run rate up to 13 and over now. 78 off 36 needed, but they do have wickets in hand. That is the one thing in Leicestershire's favour. I don't know what a Worcestershire fan would be thinking right now. A little bit nervy, I reckon, because it's still in the balance. They are on top. They will be favourites to win, but a couple of big overs and things might change in that department. It's going to be Mir to bowl his third over. 1 for 16 his figures so far. 111 for 4 is the score, and Ben Cox is on strike. The right-hander waits, faces, drives this through cover, and there's a fielder out there who gathers and throws the ball into the bowler's end, where Mir welcomes it in to his hands. Kelly now on strike, 35. We've had one big over from him where he really hit out, and we haven't had anything really from him since. in terms of big hitting. Cox has done that for him, but he waits now. The left-hander, down the track he comes, and he hits that into the ground. Mir saw him coming, and so he'll just get a single to point. 113 for 4. 76 off 34. Foxes 7th last year in the T20. They won 6 of their 14 games with 1 abandonment. Mir in, tosses it up, driven down the ground by Cox. He'll get a single for that. Whereas Worcestershire 5th. Did a real late charge to the finish, but it was too little too late. They didn't really have any chance of qualifying even on that last day. They put a really good run together towards the finish, including beating Leicestershire and knocking them out. I remember at New Road. Here comes Mir. Back goes Kelly, and times that very nicely indeed, but all he's going to get is a single. The crowd out there in the popular seats giving the fielder out there a little bit of stick. He fielded it well. 115 for 4, 74 off 32. 4 singles off the first 4 balls of the over. It's not enough. What can Cox muster here? The right-hander waits as the spinner Mir comes in. Back goes Cox, just going to be a single. And there's a lot of pressure on this last ball.
They got 2 though. Good running.
2.
Good running to get back for a second. Decisive.
It's just like this innings has been waiting to explode into life. And this, the last ball of the 15th over. They will be 3/4 of the way through their innings and it hasn't happened yet. Cox waits. In comes Mir, and it's a sweep high up in the air. I don't think it's going to reach the fielder out in the outfield, which tells you that he didn't really time it. He was really reaching across the line there, Cox, to get hold of it. Chips it up in the air, and that is a 7-run over from Mir, which I think Worcestershire would take all day long. 3 overs, 1 for 23 from Mir. And the Foxes, 118 for 4. They need 71 off 30 balls to chase down their target of 189. Got a bit of a drinks break, have we, for the moment, so I'll bring you the other scores in the North Group, which Leicestershire are in. 167 for 7. Derbyshire in response to 203 for 8. There's 2.5 overs to go there. Yorkshire, 148 for 2 in reply to Notts, is 167 for 7. In the Central and West Group, Northants posted 165 for 8, Glamorgan 120 for 7, 15 overs gone in reply, and the Warwickshire Bears 63 for 7 in a low scoring game at Gloucestershire, chasing 121 all out.
Leicestershire in need of big runs quickly. Cox on 24, Kelly on 37. They are Leicestershire's 2 top scorers in this innings, as Cox just knocks that one onto the leg side. They don't go for a second. The bowler waited, collected the ball himself, went for a quick attempt at the run out, but Cox was alert, got himself back in position. A reminder, big weekend of sport here on BBC Radio Leicester. We've got Leicestershire at Durham on Sunday, continuing the T20 blast, and Leicester City's women in the relegation playoff tomorrow. It's a 12:30 kickoff at Charlton. All the reaction on BBC Sounds. Just search for Leicester City. They finish bottom of the WSL. They play Charlton 3rd from the WSL 2. Winner will play top flight football next season. As weight comes in to Kelly. Kelly takes a big swing at it. It's along the ground. It's collected though by the fielder at long off, and again just a single. And I don't know about you, it just feels like it's sort of petering out a little bit, just sort of fizzling towards a conclusion, rather than there being some sort of big blockbuster chase.
They flatter to deceive, Leicestershire, and I think Worcestershire have refound their bowling nous too.
Wait in again. That is nice from Ben Cox. It looked for a moment like he might be in trouble, but the fielder just down to our right, unable to get near it, and it does run for the first boundary of the over. Bit of an edge from Cox, that. He won't mind at the minute, though. Need all those Leicestershire fans. They know they need runs on the board. 29 from 17 for Leicestershire's wicket-keeper as Waite comes in. Sidesteps on his run-up. Goes for the scoop, but got it all wrong. It looked for a second like Kelly was going to convince him to go for a mad dash single, but they decided against it. It would have been very risky. And Foxes have 6 from this over so far. 2 balls to go. Adam Whitty has his arms folded.
Well, I think that tells you everything, doesn't it? I think this game is drifting away from Leicestershire, and Worcestershire taking control of it again.
They require 15 run rate.
It's been done. And it's been done. They've got 6 wickets in hand, but that's sort of the point. They haven't really gone for it. I don't know what they're waiting for, really.
65 from 26 required. You hit a couple of big sixes in a row and suddenly it looks much more rosy, but they're just really struggling to get those boundaries, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. Must give credit to Worcestershire's bowlers. It was a great over from Waite, who's now 3 overs, none for 19. That target now 64 to win off 25. The run rate 15.5. And you can probably pick it up on our effects, Mike, can't you? Just got a bit silent.
Just 8 4s and 4 6s for Leicestershire. As Kelly again looked like he was going to go for the scoop, got it all wrong. And at this stage of proceedings, 7 from that over, it's just not enough and adds to the frustration, really.
I think there's a couple of people in the stand to our left heading for the exits. I think they may well have seen enough today. The early exit. So 125 for 4. Cox 30, Kelly 38, 64 off 24, 16 and over. It's the challenge. Actually, it's funny. The thing we spoke about with the Worcestershire innings was that they were getting in and not doing anything, not going on. Whereas actually they've had a few players get in now, Leicestershire. Both Kelly, Turner and Cox have all got in, but their strike rates have not been high enough. They were given too much to do. I think Mir with his final over from the pavilion end. Cox, though, with a very aggressive shot, pulling that round the corner behind square on the onside. He'll pick up a single, but again, it's just not enough. Kelly 38 off 31. They need now, really, a 25 run over, I think. And it's whether they're going to get it off the Pakistan international spinner, Usama Mir. Very experienced in this format. Kelly waits. Back he goes to a quick, flat leg spinner, and he gets a single to point and tilts his head back in frustration at not hitting that more. But that was a very good ball from Mir. Cramped him up for room. It's just sort of trundling along this Leicestershire innings, but I understand why they're not. There just had to be a moment where they had to really go for it. Surely this is it now with 22 balls to go. Cox goes for the big hit. He's hit it up in the air. That's the risk. Will it travel the distance? No, it won't. And he's going to get 2 for that because there's a misfield. Fielder ran past it at mid-wicket and it's cost them another run. Cox on to 33. 1, 2, 9 for 4. And that was Raza who ran past it and was shouting into the ether there. Here's Cox, 33 not out. Goes for a reverse paddle and hits that straight at short third man. Or short fine leg. I never really know what to call him when you've completely changed your stance. 130 for 4, 59 off 20. 17.7 the run rate now. What was it? I had my arms crossed. Jack has sunk his head. Mir it is. Dark, jet black hair. Comes in. Kelly whacks it down the ground, but it's straight at the fielder. And on the bounce, smacks into the hands of the fielder down there.
I think I'd rather have seen one of those slightly mad Leicestershire innings that we see occasionally where they do go for absolutely everything and just it all goes wrong and they're 60 not out.
Yeah.
Rather than this has just felt, I don't know, like a bit lacking of energy, lacking of gusto.
Cox down the ground for a single from a full ball from Mir, and that again is not enough. 5-7 off that over. 1 for 30 off his 4 from Mir. He's bowled very well. And so this is it then. 19 and over the required rate for Leicestershire. They need 57 to win off 18. And they've got wickets in. I think this is the strange thing for me. If they were 7 down, I'd get it a little bit more. But
as you say, that's the slightly frustrating element, isn't it? That they have wickets in hand, they can take risks. There's no point having 6 wickets in hand if you're going to be 50 runs off. If, as Cox,
they go 2, and they've done it. He got in there.
He did get in. There was a little bit of confusion though, wasn't there, after the shot? Cox and Kelly, not sure whether to go for the second. They did. There was a little bit of confusion, but in the end, it paying off. Cox diving in.
And he's hurt himself, I think, has Cox. A couple of results in the T20. Somerset have beaten Hampshire in a rerun of last year's final by 7 wickets. Chasing down 159 with ease. There's going to be this weird thing at the moment in the T20 this season now. You've sort of got the North group, the South group, and then the Central and West group, and then the 3 other fixtures, or the other fixtures that are not within the same group, of which there are 2 for each team. This is Leicestershire and Worcestershire's one of theirs tonight here at Grace Road. You're not missing anything, by the way, while Ben Cox takes a bit of treatment. Somerset Hampshire was one of the other ones, and then Surrey against Lancashire. Lancashire in Leicestershire's group. 1 for 3, 4 for 6 in pursuit of 213 for 6 down at the Oval. We've got the runs there for Surrey. Jason Roy and one of the Currans, Tom Curran. In fact, that is the only result so far. Close finish at Derbyshire. Derby need 8 runs from 3 balls to beat Durham. Yorkshire are going to beat Notts. They need 3 to win from 3.5 overs. Middlesex are not going to beat Kent. They need 37 from 3, which I fear is where we're going to be in this game, to be honest, that sort of scoreline. Sussex need 30 to win from 8 overs. They should do that against Essex at Chelmsford. And then Glamorgan 138 for 7. They need 28 from 2 overs at Northampton. And Warwickshire 69 for 8. They will lose that against Gloucestershire, chasing 122. Ready to get going again.
Yeah, it's Raza from the Bennett end. No wicket for him just yet, the Zimbabwe international. Pakistan-born Zimbabwe international. As we're just waiting for, I don't know what here.
Cox is hurt.
He's down again. He's down on his haunches. There was a signal from a couple of Worcestershire men, and the medics are heading on here. He's in conversation with Kelly, is Ben Cox, getting some sympathy from Raza and another couple of Worcestershire men.
I wonder whether he's feeling, just judging by what we're seeing here on the replay screen where he's getting tested, I wonder whether he's feeling a bit dizzy. I don't know.
55 from 17 required for Leicestershire when we get going again. 134 for 4. And at the end of the 17th over, Worcestershire were 170 for 7. So they massively slowed up after that because they were losing wickets. But Leicestershire are in a position where they do have the wickets. They could and arguably should be going for it a little bit more.
They should have gone for it earlier. It's a slightly strange situation at the moment. I think Cox, they're just checking if Cox is all right. I have a feeling he's going to have to retire hurt here. So 55 needed off 17, as you say, Jack. 19 and a half and over. It is such a tough ask, that.
Where was it lost? If it is lost.
It was lost, I think, in the past 2-3 overs. I'm going to have a look at your notepad here, Jack.
I mean, the power play wasn't anywhere near productive enough, was it? That was an issue.
These overs, 14, 15, 16, 17, 7, 7, 7. That's where it was lost. Worcestershire found their groove again. Cox is going to carry on. So he's obviously passing the tests, but he doesn't feel quite right out there and wants to carry on, see if he can get his team home. He is in, of course, 37 with Kelly on 40. I think if you were an outsider, you'd look at the scoreboard and think, how on earth did batsmen who got in not just sort of get it over the line? It's very difficult. We must give credit to Worcestershire, but who have bowled well. And you can't just give your wicket away. We've had a long delay.
Yeah, it has been a good 3 or 4 minutes since the last ball was bowled, maybe even longer than that. It sort of was weird. It was split up almost into 2 delays, but here we go again. Raza into Cox, who gets a nice bit of contact on that. It's not going to go to the boundary, but decent shot from Cox, who clearly feels like he can continue and hopeful that he can make a contribution, but the run rate required now over 20, which at some point we maybe need to give up hope. Raza into Kelly, that's a dot ball. That required run rate is going to go up even further, 21.6.
I think it might be that moment where we give up.
You never know. You never know. We need to make a decision at some point as Raza comes in again. That's nice from Kelly. That's going to go for a boundary. Might not make too much of a difference to the result in the end, but it's something for the Foxes fans to cheer about, and we'll take the required run rate down ever so slightly. I was going to say we need to make a decision at some point, because I'm going to have to love and leave you and head pitch side to hopefully hear from Alfonso Thomas. We need to decide on a good moment for me to sneak off. As Kelly gets nice contact again. Is that going to be back-to-back boundaries? It is! And suddenly, it's on. Adam Whitty.
It's not on. But finally there's a bit of life in this. He's had these flurries, hasn't he, Kelly? He's certainly got the potential and ability to do this for Leicestershire. It's just that this has come a little bit too late. Look, a 6 here and maybe.
It won't be a 6, it'll just be a single, and that means it's quick maths, 12 from the over, 144 for 4. I'm going to take that moment to love and leave you, just in case there is some sort of late flurry. I will head pitch side and we will hear from Alfonso Thomas once the game is completed. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Adam Whitty.
Thank you, Jack. So 45 to win off 12 deliveries then for Leicestershire. So that's 45 off 2 overs, 22 and over required. And we must credit Worcestershire's bowlers, really, if I read out their stats here. Taylor 1 for 23 off 3, Waite none for 19. So that's 6 and a bit and over. Raza none for 33 off his 4 overs. Osama 1 for 30. Brooks 2 for 15. And Finch 2 for 22. He comes in, bowls, and back goes Kelly. He will get his 50 off that. And I imagine this will be a very muted celebration from Kelly. He's played very, very well. 50 off 30. 8 deliveries. It's just whether Leicestershire needed more. And they needed a little bit more ability to get the ball to the boundary. But I think I'm more on the side of Worcestershire having bowled very well rather than Leicestershire having struggled with their batting. 1, 4, 5 for 4. 44 to win off 11. They've still got 6 wickets in hand. That Duckworth-Lewis, that DLS par, 165. They're 20 runs behind it. They need a miracle now, Leicestershire. And here comes Finch. Right arm over the wicket, bowling from the pavilion end. Cox is left, dancing around on his feet. And is that giving us a wide? The referee was tempted to give a signal there, but hasn't. I don't think it was, to be fair. It just went down the leg side, but Cox had moved right across his stump, so he's always going to struggle there. So, 1, 4, 5 for 4, the score. And that means 44 off 10. Jack mentioned the busy weekend of Leicestershire sport. Leicestershire back here on Wednesday night when they play Derbyshire. As in comes Cox. He's up to the wicket. Sorry, Cox faces and goes for a big heave to cow corner, but doesn't make contact. So they'll get 2 as it beats the fielder out there, but I think he was told to leave it for the man running round. So 2 more added to the total. It's a drip finish. This 147 for 4. Kelly 50, Cox 40. I mean, it's a very good partnership in terms of the numbers. They've put on 66 together. Came in at 81 for 4 when the Foxes were in a lot of trouble when Turner was out, but just haven't been able to find the runs. Here is Finch. Comes in, bowls. There's the big hit from Cox. Has he got enough on that? Slightly clothed it, and the ball spinning away towards the boundary, but it's picked up by the fielder out there, so it will be 2 more added to the total. Cox on to 42. 40 to win off 8. So that run rate now up to 30 and over. So 5 of every 6 balls now need to go for 6. They'll try and get that net run rate down. This is still a pretty heavy defeat for them as it stands. Here comes Finch. Cox goes for the scoop. That's a great delivery. Full on leg stump. But he's given us a wide, in fact. Giving us a wide. Which I can see, to be fair. It was down the leg side, but they sometimes get away with those if the fielder moves across his stumps like that. So that run rate goes down, 29.2. Next up for Worcestershire, New Road on Sunday. They play Northamptonshire. Sad Leicestershire won't go there this year. Such a great venue. Here comes Finch. In, down the track comes Cox. Whacks that. It'll be 4. 1 bounce 4. Lovely shot from Cox. Got to the pitch of that. Running down the track. Whacking it over the covers for 4. And that's 154 for 4 now in pursuit of 189. With 7 balls to go. A 4 isn't enough, really. I suspect the run rate will have gone up as a result of that. Cox looking for a 50 here. I'll try and get as close as they can to avoid that net run rate being low. Yes, the run rate has gone up to 30 as a result of a 4. In comes Finch, there's the scoop, and is that going to be a wide again? No, says the umpire. So that is the end of the over. So the task then for Leicestershire, they need 35 to win off 6 balls. They have 6 wickets in hand, and so they are going to... Kelly is going to need to hit every ball for 6 here, and if he does that, it will be one of Leicestershire's most famous moments, probably in their entire history, probably ranking that Colin Ackerman 7 for back in 2019. Listening to BBC Radio Leicester, we will hand over to Letitia George after this on the radio. Hope you've enjoyed the stream as well with me and Jack. But you will hear some reaction as well from the Leicestershire camp, and we will put that up on the Talking Foxes podcast as well. So that's all the places to go for your insight, analysis, interviews from the Leicestershire camp. We'll put all of the post-match reaction up as a podcast on the Talking Foxes feed. That's on BBC Sounds. Here is Kelly then, waiting as Waite to bowl the final over. Kelly in, big hit down the ground from Kelly. He's got hold of that one. That first one has gone for 6. Into the crowd, 5 rows back. Kelly onto 56. 29 needed off 5. It's a full bunger from Waite, and it was given the treatment it deserved. 1 more 6, I'll get excited. I suppose this, as I mentioned, this, I guess now for Leicestershire, just make the as tight a defeat as possible, getting as close to avoid their net run rate being damaged. 160 for 4. in pursuit of 189. 29 off 5 needed to win. In comes Waite. Kelly heaves that. That's going to be 4. And that means that Leicestershire can't win the game. But it's 4 more to Leicestershire. Well, they can't win it without wides and no balls. Could really do with a free hit now. But Kelly moving across his stumps. They're almost falling over, having to dig that out wide on the offside. And it was spinning away to the cover point boundary. Sorry, not the cover point boundary, the backward point boundary. Kelly on 60. 25 off 4. Waite comes in. Kelly waits and beats him outside off stump. So that is a Worcestershire win, no doubt about that now, really. That's a good delivery from Waite. He took the pace off that. And so what if Leicestershire can maybe get up to 170, 174? That would be... a defeat of under 20 would be nice, I think, for Leicestershire. If they can get 10 off these final 3 balls. It is obviously disappointing to start your campaign with a defeat, but... given that they had probably lost this game 2, 3, 4 overs ago. Kelly waits, 60 not out. And that's a good delivery, hammered down the ground, dug out very nicely. Kelly will just get a single for that. Down too long off. .24 off 2 then. The run rate 72. It's fascinating what the... if a team has ever won, I doubt the team has ever won obviously from a position like this. If you did get no balls or wides, whether there has what the largest total with 2 balls to go has been. In comes Cox then, 46 not out. This is the penultimate ball of the innings. And he drives it, and that might go for 4. It will! Well, I suppose the question might be, if you're a Leicestershire fan, it's a gorgeous shot from Cox through cover, and that's a 50 for him. But 50s for both Kelly and Cox. I don't know if he's even going to raise his bat for that, is he, Cox? He does, yeah. Deserves to. It's been a good innings. 50 off 31 balls is a very good strike rate, to be fair to him. And he really has come in and added impetus to the innings. I think he was just put in too difficult a position when he came in, and Worcestershire bowled really well. Final ball of the innings then, 169 for 4. 20 to win off the final ball for Leicestershire. If they get a 6 here, 14 run defeat. Waite in. Cox goes for a big hit, hits it into the ground on the leg side, and they will just get a single for that, and that is the end of the game. Worcestershire have won. They have deserved to win. They've defended their total of 189, and Leicestershire finish on 170 for 4. So it is a 20 run defeat for the Foxes, who start their T20 campaign off with defeat. They also are still winless this season. 2 draws and 4 defeats in the county championship, and now a defeat to start off the T20. A shame, really. They haven't lost many wickets. You can put Kelly and Cox both getting 50s in the end, but I think they were just given too much to do when they came out. Worcestershire's bowlers too mean and kept it far too tight for far too long. Credit to Worcestershire bowlers. Finch 2 for 32, Osama 1 for 30, and Taylor 1 for 23. But everybody chipped in, really, added pressure onto pressure, and Leicestershire sadly just didn't quite get going enough, and that target of 189 too big for them. 170 for 4 they finish on, and it is defeat for Leicestershire, Jack. Well, I wonder whether we were a little bit smart before the fact, Jack, actually, and wonder whether we didn't restrict, whether Leicestershire didn't restrict them that much, to be honest with you. There were those big overs, weren't there, throughout the innings. They had, 14, 15 run overs throughout that, which meant that they were able to dominate. And Leicestershire just didn't have that, and perhaps that was where it was won. I think Leicestershire, in their bowling attack, didn't maintain pressure. They didn't maintain consistency, and if they'd get a 6 run over, then it would be a 15-1 to follow, whereas I felt Worcestershire really did build pressure. Several 6-7 run overs, which just meant that Leicestershire couldn't build pressure, and it was too little too late by the time they did finally get going. Yeah, it's really difficult because it's easy to go in the final over when you smash that all over the place a little bit to think, oh, well, where was that for the rest of it? But again, I must give credit to Worcestershire's bowlers. I thought they played really well. I suspect if we get the chance to speak to Kelly and Cox, they will say exactly the same thing. They just cramped them up for room, varied their pace up really nicely. I really thought that... I really thought they bowled very well, and they just did what Leicestershire didn't do. You know, you've got two batsmen out there, Kelly and Cox. Kelly's an international cricketer, and Cox is also, you know, someone who has literally played an innings that has won a T20 Blast before. They don't want to be put in that position, but if they're forced to by good bowling, then they sometimes have to be. And so I think you have to credit Worcestershire over Leicestershire. I just got the feeling that they just didn't force the issue until it was too late. They had a few big overs in the middle period with Kelly hitting 2 sixes, and they didn't sort of back that up. But again, I'll give credit to Worcestershire for that. Well, if you look at their figures, you know, most of them going for under 10 and over. In fact, all of them bar one, and the only one who did was Finch right at the end, who got smacked around a bit right at the end of the game. So all of them were able to keep it relatively tight.